The Silent Wife by Karin Slaughter. Chapter 16. Gina Vogel could not shake that unsettling feeling of being watched. She had felt it at the gym. She had felt it at the grocery store. She had felt it at the post office. The only place she didn't feel it was inside of her house, and that was because she was keeping all of the blinds and curtains closed, even during the day. What was wrong with her? One missing scrunchie, and she was turning herself into Howard Hughes, sans the money, fame, and genius. Even her toenails were reaching Hughesian lengths. She had canceled her usual pedicure at the nail salon. The monthly appointments had started 2 years ago. There came a time in a woman's life when she was not to be trusted to safely clip her own toenails. That time was when she needed reading glasses to see the finer details of her own damn feet. Was she really too scared to leave the house? Gina put her hand to the back of her neck. The hairs stood at attention. She had goosebumps on her arms. She was talking herself into a nervous breakdown because of one missing scrunchie, and a general feeling that a madman was stalking her based on absolutely no proof, except a bad feeling and too many hours of watching murder documentaries. She had to get out of this house. Gina walked to the front door. She was wearing her day pajamas, but none of her neighbors were home. At least none that she liked. She would walk to the mailbox and check her mail like a normal person. She stepped down the concrete steps to the front stoop. She saw a car drive by. Akira. Dark green. Mom in the front. Kid in the back. Normal stuff. No big deal. Just a family going to school or to a doctor's appointment. Never mind the woman in stylish pajamas, carefully stepping down from her own front door like a namby-pamby fool, dipping her toe into the pool because she was afraid of jumping in. Gina took another step down. She was on the walkway. Then she was turning right onto the sidewalk. Then she was standing in front of her mailbox. Her hand felt trembly as she took out her mail. The pile was filled with the usual detritus: coupons, catalogs, circulars. She found her credit card bill, which would be depressing, and a political campaign postcard, which was infuriating. The glossy magazine from her alma mater was a surprise. Gina had been blocked from the official Facebook page after she had posted that the theme for their 20th reunion should be fucked, married, killed. The magazine started to shake, but that was only because Gina had started to shake too. She felt the freak-out steaming through her nerves like a boiling tea kettle. Her hand went to the back of her neck again. She sputtered out a breath. Her lungs went rigid. She couldn't get enough air. She knew that someone was watching her. Was he standing behind her? Had she heard footsteps? Could she hear a man walking toward her now, his arms outstretched as he reached for her neck? Shit, she whispered. Her entire body was shaking, yet somehow her legs would not move. She felt her bladder start to ache. She closed her eyes. She forced herself to spin around. No one. Shit! She said the word louder this time. She walked back toward her house. She kept looking over her shoulder like a crazy person. She wondered if the woman who lived across the street had been watching her. The nosy Nellie was always in everybody's business. She wrote long screeds on the Nextdoor app about people leaving their trash cans out on the street and not properly separating their recycling. If she wasn't careful, someone was going to slap some deli meat on her Nissan Leaf, and then it would jump off like the sharks in the jets. Gina's knee almost buckled as she leapt up the front stairs. She slammed the door behind her. The mail dropped from her hands and scattered onto the floor. She fumbled with the deadbolt. She didn't lock it. The door had been open while she was outside. Had someone sneaked in? She had spun like a top at the mailbox. Her back was to the front door for several seconds. Someone could have slipped inside. Someone could be inside the house right now. Shit! She rushed to check window and door locks, looking in closets and under beds, because that was just how insane she was lately. Was this what it felt like to go stir-crazy? She went back to the couch. She grabbed her iPad. She Googled symptoms of being stir-crazy. A quiz came back. 1. Are you moody? 2. Have you lost interest in sex? 3. Do you feel anxious or restless? 4. Are you overtired or sleepy during the day. She checked yes on every question because her vibrator couldn't read. The result: you are at risk of developing depression. Have you considered speaking with a therapist? I have located 4 different specialists in stir crazy in your area. Gina let the iPad fall back to the couch. Now the internet knew that she was depressed. She was probably going to be inundated with spam and ads for natural cures and supplements to improve her mood. She didn't need a pill. She needed to get a hold of herself. Paranoia was not her personality type. She was goal-oriented, a self-starter, highly organized, methodical. She socialized often, but she was as equally pleased with her own company. She was all of the things that a different quiz had told her were good qualities when 2 years ago she Googled, "Am I the type of person who can work from home?" Gina had easily transitioned away from the office, but she had quickly determined that she needed a reason to occasionally shave her legs and wash her hair. Her 2 outlets were the gym, which she hit at least 3 times a week, and lunch dates, which she tried to schedule at least twice a month. She pulled up her calendar on her iPad. To her surprise, she saw that she had not been out of the house in 6 days. Canceled lunch plans, skipped workouts, missed work meetings. Instead of rectifying the situation with a burst of phone calls, she started strategizing. Between Postmates and Instacart, she could eke out another week before she would be forced to leave the house. That was when her 12-year-old boss wanted her in the office for a video conference with clients in Beijing. Gina would definitely have to put on clothes with buttons and zippers and actually show up, because "I accidentally fed a mogwai after midnight" was an excuse that only worked on 12-year-old boys in the year 1985. She stared at the squares on the calendar. Another week would extend her confinement to a total of 13 days. 13 days was nothing. People took 13-day lunches in France. She had lasted almost 13 days on the Atkins diet. In college, she had eaten ramen noodles for a hell of a lot longer than 13 days. Hell, she had pretended to have vaginal orgasms with various boyfriends for 13 years. She got up from the couch. She went into the kitchen. She opened the fridge. 4 tomato slices in a Ziploc bag, 26 cans of Diet Coke, a cucumber of obscene proportions, a half-eaten Kind bar. If the cops looked in her fridge, they would think she was a serial killer. She found a pad of paper and pen in the drawer. She started a grocery list for Instacart. She could make soups, chowders, even casseroles. She had downloaded tons of meditation apps that she'd always been too stressed out to open. There was that book she'd put off reading, the one everyone was talking about. She could download that book. She could read it like a person who reads books. She could burn the midnight oil and get her presentation for Beijing finished ahead of time. She would power through this unsettling freakout by eating healthy meals, keeping herself fit, reading, sleeping, and doing all of the self-care that was clearly lacking in her life. Sunlight. That was what she needed. Her mother used to chide her when she was a little girl. Get your nose out of that book and go outside. Gina could bring the outside in. She opened the blinds in the living room. She looked out into the street, which was a normal street, without a scary man watching her house. She opened the curtains in her bedroom. She went back into the kitchen and opened the door for some fresh air. She leaned over the sink to unlock the window. What she really needed to do was call Nancy. Her sister would shake her out of this. And she would remember the pink scrunchie, and she would hopefully not tell her daughter that Gina had stolen it, because right now, Gina could not handle a screeching howler monkey telling her she was the worst aunt on the planet. She felt her bubble burst. Nancy was her older sister, a natural-born, bossy busybody. Worse, she wanted to be her daughter's best friend, which had worked out just as awesomely as you'd expect. Gina tried to refill the bubble. Nancy would not tell her daughter about the scrunchie. She would come over with a bottle of wine, and they would laugh about how stupid Gina had been, and they would watch home remodeling shows on TV, where 25-year-old Canadians had saved a $100,000 down payment to buy a house, while the recent item in Gina's search history was, "Is it safe to eat the part of the bread that does not have mold on it?" She looked down at the empty bowl on the windowsill. The scrunchie had been there, and now it wasn't. Gina knew that she had not misplaced it, because she was not a misplacer. She was an exact placer, as in she was highly organized, methodical, and tidy. Which was why, according to one quiz, she would be a really good candidate for working from home. Fuck me. Gina's fingers twisted the window lock back into place. She would not call Nancy. She would not tell her sister any of this, because legally, it only took 2 people to get another person committed for a 24-hour psychiatric observation, and Gina could not think of one reason right now why her sister and mother would not lock her up in a rubber room. She reversed course through the house, bolting the doors, drawing the curtains, closing the blinds. The house got dark again. She sat on the couch. She opened up a new Google search. Her fingers rested above the keyboard. She shivered. Either someone was walking over her grave, or her body was telling her that she was about to pass the point of no return. Gina stared at the cursor on the tablet. She looked around the room. The remote control was lined up to the edge of the coffee table where she always left it. The blanket was neatly folded in its usual spot over the back of the chair. Her gym bag waited by the kitchen door. The keys were on the console table just inside the hallway. Her purse hung from the back of the kitchen chair. The bowl where she always kept her pink scrunchie with the white daisies was still empty. Gina typed on the iPad. Can I buy a gun and have it delivered to my house in Atlanta, Georgia? Chapter 17. Sarah jotted down some notes from the briefing as she sat at her desk. She stared at Rebecca Caterino's name. She found herself silently listing the same what-ifs that she had asked herself 8 years ago. What if Lena had found a pulse? What if Sarah had gone to the woods more quickly? What if those lost 30 minutes had meant the difference between a victim who could identify her attacker and a young woman sentenced to a life of unknown suffering? Leslie Truong might still be alive. Joan Feeney, Pia Dansky, Shay Van Dorn, Alexandra McAllister. All of those stolen lives could have been returned if only they had found Becky Caterino's real attacker. Or Tommy Humphreys. Sarah felt her stomach tighten at the thought of Tommy. She had been wrong to agree to Amanda's request to reach out to the girl. Every time Sarah thought about locating Tommy, her mind flashed up the image of the broken young woman, chain-smoking in the backyard of her parents' home. Sarah had been gripping together her hands under the picnic table. Jeffrey had been silently listening, oblivious to the shared trauma of the 2 women sitting across from him. Sarah returned to her notes. Heath Caterino, almost 8 years old. He would begin experiencing growing pains. His permanent teeth would push through. His critical thinking would begin to hone. He would start to use language to express humor. He would ask questions. Who am I? Where did I come from? How did I get here? Perhaps not soon, but eventually, the boy might uncover the devastating circumstances of his birth. The internet could offer answers his mother could not give, and his grandfather refused to provide. Heath could read about his mother's attack. He could do the same math that Sarah had done, make the same observations as Faith, and find himself forced to shoulder a burden no child should ever have to carry. So many lives, damningly altered by a multitude of what-ifs. Sarah could not let herself drown in the past again. She pulled up Faith's scanned notes on her laptop. She focused her thoughts on the women in front of her. Joan Feeney, Pia Dansky, Shay Van Dorn, Alexandra McAllister. Faith had clearly gotten a head start on the investigations before the briefing began. According to her records, the bodies of Feeney and Dansky had been cremated. There were no autopsy reports. In each instance, the coroners had done a rough sketch of the body and documented most of the injuries, but beyond that, the trail had effectively gone cold. Shay Van Dorn was a different matter. Her body had been buried. Faith had listed the parents' information alongside the number for the funeral home that had handled her internment. In Faith's usual thoroughness, she had called the home and ascertained the location of the body. Shay Van Dorn was buried in Villa Rica, 60 miles east of GBI headquarters. There was one word that caught Sarah's attention. Faith had written vault in caps, then circled it. Sarah dialed Amanda's extension into her phone. Amanda answered, quickly. I'm expected on a conference call in 4 minutes. I understand why you're reluctant to expand the investigation into the women from the articles. But what if it was just one jurisdiction? One coroner, one police department? Continue. Shay Van Dorn. You want to exhume the body? She was buried in a vault, Sarah explained. That's an outer seal around the casket. It's made of one of 4 materials: concrete, metal, plastic, or composite. They're watertight to keep out the elements and prevent the earth from crushing open the casket. The more expensive ones are air-sealed, but not hermetically. Legally, funeral homes can't make guarantees that the decedent will be preserved, but I've done exhumations where the body is mostly intact. You're saying that a 3-year-old body could be perfectly preserved? I'm saying she'll be decomposed, but the damage could be minimized, Sarah said. If Shay was mutilated in the same way as Alexandra McAllister and the others, then we'll know she was a victim. And maybe, hopefully, we'll find a piece of evidence that points us to the killer. Do you think that's going to happen? Sarah wasn't holding out hope, but anything was possible. The killer has gone undetected for at least 8 years. Sometimes experience can make you sloppy. Shay Van Dorn's body is possibly another crime scene. If we're going to clutch at straws, that's the first one I'd reach for. That's a big ask from the parents, Amanda said. Have you looked at Gerald Caterino's notes on his phone calls with the Van Dorns? Not yet. Read them. Text me. Let me know if you want to request an exhumation. Sarah was about to hang up, but Amanda said, There's a living witness. Sarah's stomach clenched again. She was in Tommy Humphrey's backyard, sitting across from Jeffrey. They were trying to walk the girl through her attack, and Tommy had said, I don't know that person anymore. I don't remember who she was. Sarah was intimately familiar with that sensation. She could only vaguely recall the Sarah who had gone to senior prom with Steve Mann, the Sarah who had been ecstatic about getting accepted to medical school, the Sarah who had confidently applied for a match at Grady Hospital. The memories felt like they belonged to someone else, an old friend who had slipped out of her life because they had so very little in common. She told Amanda, All I can do is try. Tommy is under no obligation to speak to us. Thank you, Dr. Linton. I, too, am familiar with the laws of the United States. Sarah luxuriated in an eye roll. Let me know what you want to do about Van Dorn, Amanda said. I'll update you as I have information on my end. Sarah hung up the phone, but she couldn't summon the desire to jump back into work. Images of Tommy kept flashing into her mind. She squeezed her eyes closed, forcing them to clear away. What she really wanted to do was call Will and talk about how all of this was stirring up her own horrendous memories of rape. That conversation could have easily taken place 24 hours ago. Now, it felt like rubbing salt into a very raw wound. All she could do was concentrate on the job that was in front of her. Sarah returned to her laptop and opened the Dougal County Coroner's Report on Shay Carola Van Dorn. The man was a dentist in his real life, but his opening lines showed an interest in cartography. Van Dorn, a 35-year-old Caucasian female, was found lying prone at the north-northwestern corner of the upper Tallapoosa River subbasin of the ACT River Basin, 0.32 miles off the Mill Road Parkway, at 33.731944, minus 84.92, and UTM 16S 692701 373 4378. Sarah clicked through pages of maps until she found the relevant passages. The kindergarten teacher was not known to be a hiker, and was dressed in the clothes she normally wore to school. The victim apparently slipped, hit her head on a rock, and succumbed to a subdural hematoma, a brain bleed that was generally associated with traumatic injury. This was where the dentist lost Sarah. How the man had diagnosed the injury without x-rays or visualizing the brain pan was a medical miracle. He lost her again when she got to the summary description of injuries. The dentist had noted animal activity in sex organs as detailed in drawing. She clicked forward to find the sketch of the body. The eyes and mouth were X'd out. 2 large circles were drawn around the breasts and pelvis, with an arrow pointing to the words, "See photos." Sarah found the JPEGs in the main menu. The dentist won back a tiny bit of her respect when she saw that he had taken over 100 photographs. Sarah would have expected 24 at best, the same number that was taken of Alexandra McAllister by the White County coroner. The Dougal County coroner had gone several steps further. She recognized the efforts of a man who was willing to invest tens of thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours of his time on a hobby that grossed him $1,200 a year. Sarah tabbed through the photos. The body was indoors, on a stainless steel gurney she assumed belonged to a local hospital or funeral home. The lighting was excellent. The camera was professional quality. The dentist had taken photos from every angle except the one Sarah needed. He'd either zoomed in too close or stood too far from the wounds. She couldn't see the margins. There was no way to tell if the rips to the sinew were made by a predator or a scalpel. The photos of the sex organs were chaste, which wasn't unusual considering the size of Dougal County. The dentist might have known Shay Van Dorn in the same way that Sarah had known Tommy Humphrey. Sarah paged through the rest of the photographs. One series captured hands and feet. Another series showed Shay's open mouth. Ostensibly, the sequence was meant to confirm a lack of blockage or obstruction to the windpipe. But Sarah suspected the dentist had wanted to document the single upper right quadrant wisdom tooth in the mouth of a 35-year-old woman. It was unusual that only 3 other wisdom teeth had been removed. Normally, they were pulled in pairs, or all at once. She closed the JPEGs. Sarah returned to Faith's documentation in the main menu. She found Gerald Caterino's notes on his phone calls with Shay's parents, Larry and Amy Van Dorn. The couple had divorced after Shay died. Neither had remarried. Gerald had talked to them separately, one after the other. Larry reported nothing unusual in his daughter's life, which wasn't surprising. Sarah had a very close relationship with her own father, but there were some things that she didn't tell him because his inclination would be to immediately try to fix it. According to Amy, Shay had been driving a neighbor's child to a birthday party when she'd realized that her comb was missing from her purse. First, she had chalked it up to sticky fingers in the teacher's lounge, but the fact of its disappearance had clearly troubled her. Shay had confessed to her mother she'd been feeling strange recently, as if someone was watching her. First at the grocery store, then outside work, then once when she was running on the treadmill at the gym. The mother had passed it off. What woman didn't occasionally get that sensation? But after her daughter had died, Amy's mind had immediately returned to the conversation. Sarah made some notes. Found in woods. Suspected head injury. Hammer? Sexual mutilation? Ruled. Staged as? An accident. Missing comb. Possible stalking. Both parents felt there was something unusual about their daughter's death. Shay was athletic, but not a hiker. She seldom went into the woods. She had left her phone and purse in the trunk of her yellow Fiat 500. Larry admitted that Shay might have been depressed. Amy disagreed. Their daughter was part of a large social circle, a soprano in the church choir. She had unfinished lesson plans on her desk at home. Her new boyfriend had been at a conference in Atlanta, an hour and a half away. Sarah checked the date of Gerald Caterino's phone calls. Becky's father had waited exactly 2 weeks after the funeral to get in touch with him. Another 3 years had passed since then. Sarah doubted that Larry and Amy Van Dorn had moved on. It seemed impossible for any parent to truly recover from the death of a child. She walked herself through the steps of requesting an exhumation. This was not a conversation she could job out to Amanda. Sarah would be the one to cut open their daughter's body. She would be the one to ask the parents for permission. The discussion would not be easy. There could be religious barriers, but the emotional ones would be even more powerful. Many people considered exhumation to be a desecration. Sarah could not disagree. She could reduce herself to tears if she thought about Jeffrey being pulled from the earth. Primarily, the Van Dorns would want to know what Sarah expected to find. Sarah wasn't sure there was an easy way to answer them. Shay Van Dorn's stomach contents would have been vacuumed out during embalming, so it was unlikely Sarah would find blue Gatorade. A spinal cord puncture would be self-evident. There could still be signs of deliberate mutilation to her sex organs. During Alexandra McAllister's autopsy, Sarah had noted that the vaginal walls had been scraped with a sharp tool that had created striations in the tissue. Shay Van Dorn could evidence similar damage. Sarah looked up from her laptop. Tommy Humphrey had been threatened with a knitting needle. They knew that the assailant learned from each attack. He had given up the hammer when he'd murdered Leslie Truong. Maybe he had found a different use for the knitting needle. She looked back down at her notes. Found in woods. Suspected head injury. Hammer? Sexual mutilation? Ruled staged as? An accident. Missing comb. Possible stalking. The burial vault offered them the possibility of linking Shay to the other crimes. Sarah had overseen exhumations before. Embalming was only meant to last a few weeks. The body rapidly decayed once it was in the ground. In some of the cases involving sealed internment, the body had looked as pristine as the day it had gone into the ground. Once, the only evidence that time had passed was a growth of mold on the upper lip. Sarah thought about Jeffrey again. There was no question that he had been brutally murdered. She had watched it happen with her own eyes. How would she feel if his cause of death had been undetermined? She picked up her phone and texted Amanda. I want to speak to the Van Dorns and give them as much information as possible. Then let them decide how we proceed. Amanda quickly texted back. K. We'll schedule meeting ASAP. Still need files from Brock. What about Humphrey? Sarah put down her phone. She sat back in her chair. Procrastination was generally reserved for household chores, not work-related tasks. You couldn't get through medical school by putting off all of the unpleasant things you had to do. So why was Sarah resorting to it now? She opened the browser on her laptop and typed in Thomasina, Tommy, Jane, Humphrey. The girl was not on Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, or Instagram. She was not in the GBI database, or White Pages, or on the Grant Tech message board. A general search revealed several Scottish and a few Welsh Humphreys, but nothing in Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, or South Carolina. Considering what had happened to Tommy, it made sense that she would keep a low profile. Sarah ran through the same searches with Delilah Humphrey and Adam Humphrey. The Grant Observer returned one relevant item. 4 years ago, Adam Humphrey had been crushed to death when the car he was working on slipped from the jack. He was listed as survived by his wife and daughter. His viewing had been scheduled at the Brock Family Funeral Home. Donations to Planned Parenthood were encouraged in lieu of flowers. Sarah studied the photograph of a round-faced, smiling man. She had met Adam Humphrey twice. The first time, the father was bundling his broken child into the back of his van to drive her to Atlanta. The last time was that awful day in the Humphreys' backyard. Adam had threatened a police officer with violence in order to protect his daughter. Sarah closed the browser. She considered her options. She could honestly tell Amanda that she had made a good-faith effort, but they would both know that wasn't technically the truth. There was a better resource than the internet for Grant County connections. Sarah's mother had gone to church with the Humphreys. If Kathy didn't know where they were, she would know someone who knew someone. But her mother would ask Sarah how she was doing. Sarah could lie, but Kathy would hear that something was wrong in her voice. Then there would be a discussion, possibly an argument, because Kathy was not a fan of Will's, and Sarah was in such a mood right now that she would scratch out the eyes of anyone who dared say anything against him. Marla Sims from the police station would be a good fallback, but Sarah was loath to do anything else that put her in close proximity to memories of Jeffrey. It was hard to move forward when you kept looking back over your shoulder. Sarah ended up with her elbows on her desk and her head in her hands. Last night came back to her like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. She still felt punch-drunk from lack of sleep. No amount of makeup could hide the swelling in her eyes. Will had smiled at her as he'd left the briefing room, but Sarah knew what a real smile looked like on his handsome face, and the one he had given her was not that smile. She hated this feeling of distance between them. Her body ached like she was coming down with the flu. Her phone beeped. Sarah scrambled to see if Will had texted. He had not. Amanda sent another series of quick-fire missives. Lab lost Truong lab results. Nick can't locate copies. Get originals from Brock ASAP. Call ASAP when you speak to Humphrey. Amanda was a fan of the ASAPs. Instead of texting back, Sarah opened the Find My app, because it wasn't stalking if you truly loved the person. Will's last location was still showing him at Lena's address. Sarah dropped the phone back on her desk. Last night she'd been annoyed when she'd realized that Will's phone was turned off. That it was still off this morning felt devastating. She was desperate to see his pin moving on the map. Her brain told her he was probably still inside the building. He would have stopped by the vending machine for a sticky bun before going to Faith's office. Sarah had forgotten to put a Band-Aid on his hand. The damn thing was still bleeding. Too much time had passed for sutures. She should write a script for antibiotics. She should find him right now and what? Sarah was seized by the desire to leave before she did something incredibly stupid, which, considering what she had done the night before, was a very low bar. She grabbed her purse on the way out of her office. She responded to Amanda's texts as she walked toward the parking lot. Going to see Brock in person. Still searching for Humphrey's contact info. When I get updates, we'll notify you ASAP. The first part of the text was easy. Brock had moved to Atlanta when his mother had needed more care than he could give her. He'd sold the family business and used the proceeds to put her in one of the best assisted living homes in the state. Brock's work was a 20-minute drive south from GBI headquarters. Sarah caught up with him a couple of times a year for lunch or dinner. He would be eager to help, especially when he found out which cases she was working on. The Tommy part of the text filled Sarah with apprehension. She was still incredibly conflicted about reaching out to the girl. Tommy Humphrey would be 30 years old now, nearly a decade out from the brutal rape that had almost taken her life. Sarah wanted to imagine Tommy as healed, possibly married, maybe adopting a child, or perhaps, if fate worked in her favor, of being able to give birth to a child on her own. The prospect of finding out that none of these things was true felt overwhelming, especially the last piece. Sarah's own rape had robbed her of the ability to carry a child. She did not want to look at Tommy Humphrey and see her own unspeakable loss reflected back at her. Sarah looked up at the sky. Rain was in the forecast, which felt about right. She let out a long breath when she saw Will's car parked in his usual space beside her own. She touched the hood as she walked by. She climbed behind the wheel of her Porsche Cayenne. Her BMW X5 had been totaled a few months ago. She had bought the Porsche because Will loved Porsches, the same way she had bought a Z4 to piss off Jeffrey. It seemed Sarah's feminism came to a screeching halt inside of car dealerships. She pressed the ignition. The engine growled to life. She looked over at Will's car, then she admonished herself for being so emotional. Will would eventually forgive her. Things would go back to normal. Intellectually, Sarah knew this, but she still fought the urge to run back into the building like a forlorn lover. Or a batshit crazy one. She dialed her parents' phone number as she was pulling out of the parking space. Sarah instantly visualized her mother cooking in the kitchen, her father reading aloud from the newspaper. The phone on the wall had a cord that had been overstretched from Sarah and Tessa pulling it out onto the deck so they could have some privacy. "I'm not talking to you," Tessa said by way of a hello. "What do you want?" Sarah felt her eyes threatening to roll. She really hated caller ID. I was calling Mom. I need to get in touch with Tommy Humphrey. Delilah moved somewhere out of state after Adam died. No idea where Tommy is. Does Mama have Delilah's number? You'll have to ask her. That's what I was trying to... Sarah stopped herself. Tess, I need a pass. I'm full up with people being mad at me right now. I thought you were perfect, Tessa quipped. Who else could possibly be mad at you? Unexpectedly, Sarah felt tears edge into the corners of her eyes. Tessa gave a put-upon sigh. All right, you've got your pass. What's wrong? Sarah wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Will and I got into a fight. About? Sarah took a shaky breath. I mentally cheated with Jeffrey all day, and then when I realized Will knew exactly what I was doing, I made it worse, and he walked out on me. Wait. Will? Walked out on you? Surprise had drained the bitchiness out of Tessa's tone. And then what? I left him one voicemail. If you're gonna nut up, don't leave a record. Tessa was quoting advice from their mother. And then? And then, Sarah had given Will last night's highlights. Only her sister could have the humiliating details. I waited for him to come back, and when he didn't come back, I drove to his house. Then I drove back to my apartment, but he still wasn't there. So I drove to the YMCA, then to Wendy's and McDonald's and Dairy Queen, and the gas station where he buys burritos. Then I drove to Buckhead to see if he was at Amanda's. Then I drove back to his house in case I missed him. Then I drove back to my apartment. But you didn't stay at your apartment? No, I did not. Sarah wiped her eyes again. I drove to Faith's, and his car was in the driveway, and they were playing Grand Theft Auto on the couch like nothing happened. So I drove back home. Then I waited for him some more. Then I drove to his house and waited for him to come home to get ready for work. But he didn't come home. So I went back to my place and slapped on some makeup and drove to work, and found him in his office and threw myself at his feet and begged him to forgive me. And I think he's going to, but until he does, I feel like a ball of rubber bands is stuck inside my chest. Tessa was quiet for a few moments. Sarah gripped the steering wheel. She had to remind herself why she was in the car, where she was going. Grand Theft Auto on the couch, Tessa said. That's very specific. Sarah admitted. I looked through Faith's living room window. Back of the house or front of the house? Back. When did you put it together that she's a cop who carries a gun and you were technically trespassing in the middle of the night? When I tripped over the plastic cover to Emma's sandbox and fell flat on my face. Tessa laughed. Sarah let her. Oh, sissy, Tessa said. He's really got you. He does. Sarah could barely get out the worst part. I don't know how to fix this. You're just going to have to wait it out, Tessa said. Time is the best tincture. Another piece of advice from their mother. Tessa added, or you could buy something from IKEA and pretend like you don't know how to put it together. I don't think that's going to work. Sarah looked for the exit signs. She had another 10 minutes. He's really hurt, and he has a right to be. You can't make it better with a hand job? No. Blow job? If only. Rim job? How was your interview with the midwife this morning? Meh, Tessa said. She made exactly one interesting observation. I was telling her about my know-it-all big sister, the fancy doctor, and she reminded me that amateurs built the Ark, but engineers built the Titanic. You know the Ark is about genocide, right? Sarah merged into the next lane so that a semi could pass. Noah and a handful of his pals got to live, while the rest of the world's population was wiped off the face of the earth. The story is a metaphor for genocide. Your pass has expired, Tessa said. I'll inform our mother of your request. The call disconnected. Sarah reached into her purse for a tissue. She blew her nose. A quick glance in the rearview mirror told her that her waterproof mascara was not living up to its promise. She still felt shaky and anxious. Telling her sister all of the insane things she had done the night before had only made her feel more insane. Sarah had never in her existence let a man get to her this way, even when she was certain Jeffrey was cheating. It was Tessa who had taped together shredded hotel receipts and followed him around town like a demented Nancy Drew so that Sarah could take the high road. She was so far off that road right now that she might as well be at the bottom of the ocean. The speedometer had somehow inched up to 90. Sarah backed off, slipping into the slow lane. She coasted behind a pickup truck with a faded "No Malarkey" sticker on the bumper. Her mind traced over the well-worn lines of recrimination from the last 24 hours. Becky Caterino, Tommy Humphrey, Jeffrey, Will. She added Tessa to the list because she wasn't being fair to her baby sister. Tessa was a grown woman, a mother, a soon-to-be divorcee. She was clearly going through a life crisis. Instead of teasing her, Sarah should be holding her up. Another relationship she had to fix. Brock's exit came up sooner than Sarah had anticipated. An angry woman in a Mercedes treated Sarah to a one-finger salute as she swerved around the Porsche. Sarah took a right onto the main road. Fast food restaurants littered the strip. She was in an industrial area filled with warehouses, car dealerships, and auto parts stores. Over the years, Sarah had met Brock at work half a dozen times, but not recently enough to remember the exact location. She used the Porsche's voice control to access the street number from her address book. According to the GPS, All Care Afterlife Services was 1 mile away. Brock's employer was much smaller in scope than Dunedin Life Services Group, the conglomerate that owned the Ingle Funeral Home of Sati. Sarah knew that All Care had headhunted Brock, adding a hefty bonus to the sale of the Brock family funeral home in order to entice him to work for the company. His division handled the behind-the-scenes details that most mourners assumed took place in the basement of their local funeral parlor. Georgia's population was around 10.5 million. Roughly 60,000 people died every year. Large corporations were all about the economy of scale. In the funeral business, this meant that the bodies were transported to warehouses full of undertakers who washed, embalmed, dressed, and casketed the dead before sending them back to the local homes for services. There was a lot of money to be had in streamlining a process that very few people ever thought about until they were forced to. Sarah recognized the nondescript building from before. The All Care sign was tucked away under a large canopy, probably to discourage the general public from sussing out what took place inside. Sarah pulled into a visitor parking space. She realized 20 minutes too late that she should have called Brock ahead of time. He was always so accommodating that sometimes she had to remind herself to not take advantage of him. Too late now. She tucked her phone into the front pocket of her purse, taking it as a small victory that she didn't check to see if Will had turned his phone back on, or by some miracle, sent her a text. The All Care warehouse was as deep as it was wide, approximately the shape and size of a football field. The parking lot was filled with high-end cars. The day was ramping up. A line of mortuary vans idled, waiting to drop off or pick up bodies. Sarah counted 6 semi-trucks, pulled up to 6 loading docks. 2 belonged to a local casket maker, another to a funeral supply house, and the remaining 3 to UPS. The 3 drivers were carting dollies full of boxed caskets into the warehouse. By federal law, funeral homes were required to accept caskets purchased online. As with any consumer good, Costco, Walmart, and Amazon had a big chunk of the market. The savings could be significant, much to the chagrin of companies like All Care. The only thing that could take down a large corporation was another large corporation. Sarah's phone beeped with a text. She expected Amanda and hoped for Will, but got her sister instead. Tessa, you're an asshole. Sarah wrote back, my sister is one too. Since she had her phone in her hand, Sarah checked the Find My app. Will's location was still frozen at Lena's. She carefully placed her phone back in her purse as she walked up the concrete stairs to the entrance. Good morning. The All Care receptionist smiled as Sarah entered the lobby. How can I help you? Good morning. Sarah placed her business card on the counter. I'm looking for Dan Brock. Brock just got back from a meeting. The smile had brightened at his name. "Have a seat. I'll let him know you're here." Sarah was too antsy to sit. She paced around the small lobby as she waited for Brock. The warehouse did not serve the general public. The posters on the walls were geared toward the industry. Pre-need funeral contracts, treasured tributes, burial containers, an advertisement for a seminar on applying shadows to facial features. Someone had placed a sticker above the front door. "Drive slow. We don't need the business." "Sarah?" Brock was grinning when she turned around. "What on earth?" Before she could answer, he threw his arms around her in a bear hug. He smelled of embalming fluid and Old Spice, the same two scents she had associated with him since the age of 10. He said, "My goodness, you look all done up. Were you on your way to a party?" Sarah smiled. "I'm here on business. I'm sorry I didn't call ahead." "I'm always here for you, Sarah. You know that." He waited for the receptionist to buzz open the door. "Let's go back." Brock's office overlooked the embalming area, which put him at the back end of the building. He caught Sarah up on gossip as he led her down a long corridor, past several closed doors and a large employee break room. His mother's asthma was acting up again, but she seemed content with the retirement home. He'd heard the pastor of the Hartsdale Methodist Church had left under a cloud of suspicion. He was trying a new dating app for singles in the funeral business called Lucky Stiffs. Sarah asked, "It didn't work out with Liz?" He winced. Brock's dating life had never been easy. He changed the subject, asking, "How's your mama and them?" "Will is doing great," Sarah said, engaging in a bit of wish fulfillment. "Daddy's semi-retired. Mama is still running around like crazy. Tessa's thinking about becoming a midwife." Brock stopped at the door to the warehouse. "Well, that's wonderful news. She's such a loving person. I think she'd be a terrific midwife." Sarah felt guilty that she hadn't reacted the same way when Tess had mentioned her plans. It's a lot to learn. "Anybody can memorize a textbook. Look at me. You can't learn compassion, can you? It's either there or it's not." "You're right." Brock laughed. "You're the only woman in my life who ever tells me those words. Come through." He opened the door to the main part of the warehouse. The pungent stench of formaldehyde hit Sarah like a rock to the face. The chemical was the main ingredient in embalming fluid. She counted at least 30 embalmers leaning over 30 bodies. Most of the workers were women, and all of them were white. The funeral business was notoriously segregated. Sarah stepped over a long hose snaking across the floor. A sucking sound came from the drains. 30 pumps chugged as they forced fluid into 30 carotid arteries and blood out of 30 jugulars. The final handling took place at the loading docks. Caskets were either loaded into waiting mortuary vans or boxed for shipment. Brock said, "I just came from a meeting about Honey Creek Woodlands. They're really taking a bite out of us." Sarah had read about the green burial movement. Looking around the warehouse, she understood why people were opting to forego embalming and choosing to place their loved ones in a more natural setting. She said, "There's something to be said for ashes to ashes, dust to dust." "That's blasphemy in this building." Brock laughed good-naturedly. "Thank goodness for Macon-Bibb County. They passed an ordinance requiring leak-proof containers for every burial. We're hoping we can get legislation passed on the state level." Speaking of vaults, Sarah was grateful for the opening. "I've got a possible exhumation on a victim from 3 years ago. According to the funeral home, she was placed in an air-sealed vault." "Composite or concrete?" "Not sure." Brock opened the door to his corner office. Fluorescent bulbs offered the only light. The 2 windows looking out at the warehouse were covered by dark wooden shutters that were tightly closed. The room was spacious, or at least Sarah thought it might be. Brock had never been a tidy man. Stacks of papers and books were everywhere. His filing cabinets were overflowing. "Sorry," he apologized. "I've lost 2 secretaries in the past 3 years. I can't blame the first one, but the second one liked a nip at lunch. And you know how I feel about that." Brock's father had been a high-functioning alcoholic, an open secret that the town kept, because drinking had only made him more pleasant. Brock asked, "Do you want coffee or tea?" Sarah wanted a hot shower to rid herself of the formaldehyde. "No, thank you. I'm still technically on the clock." "Let me know if you change your mind." Brock cleared off a space at a small table for Sarah to sit down. He took the other chair. "Now, I'll spare you the legal mumbo-jumbo about there being no guarantee that the body will be preserved. You and I both know the odds are good, especially since it's air-sealed. Unless the vault is concrete, that might be a problem. We've seen some degradation over the years, especially on the coast where the water table is higher." "The body is in Villarica?" "Your odds just got much better. That's some good soil around there. There's 3 home service in the area. They all use composite, and they know how to air seal. Villarica is in part of my stomping ground." Brock pointed to the map of Georgia taped to the wall. Sarah gathered that the shaded blue counties were serviced by Allcare. She saw White County, where Alexandra McAllister had been found, was outside Brock's area. He said, "I'm a little confused, Sarah. We don't do the digging. That's the local funeral home. Do you need me to reach out on your behalf?" "Oh, no, that's not what I'm here for," she explained. 2 older cases have come back up. Rebecca Caterino and Leslie Truong." The smile disappeared from his face. He looked as horrified now as he had 8 years ago. "God forgive me. I hadn't thought of those poor young women in quite a while. They're the reason I resigned from the coroner's position." "I know." "Goodness!" The shock did not abate. "I guess it's been about 10 years? Is that girl Rebecca still in a wheelchair?" "Yes." Sarah spared him the details. "The exhumation I told you about is tied to their cases." "Oh, no, don't tell me they let that fella out of prison." "Daryl Nesbitt? And no, he's still in prison. But there is evidence that possibly exonerates him, at least as far as the attack and murder are concerned." "Evidence? Well, that's—" Brock went silent. He looked around his office as if the books and piles of papers could explain how this happened. "You know, I don't like to be contrary, Sarah, but it seems to me Jeffrey caught that Daryl fella dead to rights. No one in town was surprised it was a Nesbitt. Daddy always said those doolollies killing each other over a chicken bone is what kept our doors open during the economic downturn. I just can't see how Jeffrey could have been wrong on this one." "He was," Sarah said, which felt like a betrayal, but was still the truth. "The GBI has uncovered new information that indicates the killer might still be active." "Active?" The color had left his face. "There are more victims?" "Yes." In the silence, Sarah could hear the pumps working outside. "Are you sure it's not somebody who's trying to look like the bad guy?" Brock shook his head, dismissing the possibility. "That's a pretty bad guy, Sarah. I feel sick about this. What did we miss?" "That's why I'm here." Of course, you'll need my coroner's report. I've got your autopsy notes and the labs and—" He went to his desk. He found a ring of keys in the drawer. "Everything's at the U store, Unit 522. I just got back from a meeting, so I need to be here. We can both go tonight after work, or you can go now on your own." "I'd like to go now." Sarah watched him slide the small padlock key off the ring. "We're chasing down leads as fast as we can." "I can't see what we missed. It all lined up to Daryl Nesbitt. And then there was all that stuff with the hammer." Brock shook his head, clearly coming up with the same non-answer as Sarah. "You said there's evidence that exonerates him?" "Yes." "What?" "Of course, you can't tell me. I'm sorry I even asked." He freed the key. "Can you let me know what happens? I mean, as much as you can say. I know you've got to keep this quiet for now, but good Lord, more women murdered. Plus poor Leslie Truong. That's a serial killer, Sarah." Sarah took the key. The metal felt clammy from his hand. "We'll find him this time."
"I pray that you do, but I'm glad Jeffrey didn't have to hear about this," Brock said. "You know how much he loved our little town. It would have killed him all over again to know that he got this one wrong."
Sarah bit her lip to fight back an unexpected flood of tears.
Brock looked mortified. "Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't think about."
"It's okay." Sarah had to get out of here before the dam broke open. "I'll let you know what we find out."
"Let me walk you back to the—"
"I've got it, thank you. I'll call for dinner soon, okay?"
"Sure, but—"
Sarah left his office before he could finish the sentence. She kept her head down as she walked through the warehouse, mouth open because she couldn't breathe through her nose. She ran into some employees leaving the break room. All of the offices off the corridor were filled with workers who looked up as she passed. In the lobby, the receptionist wished her a good morning, but Sarah was beyond good mornings. She let out a string of curses as she tripped down the stairs. She should have asked Brock if he knew where Delilah or Tommy Humphrey were living. The only place better than a church for picking up gossip was the local funeral home. The Brock family funeral home had serviced the Tri-County area for 2 generations. Either Brock or his mother were always up on the local news. She stopped in her tracks, but only for a moment. The thought of going back inside was a non-starter. Instead, Sarah made a beeline for her car. She rolled down all the windows to let in the fresh air. She still had to breathe through her mouth. A sharp pain made her loosen her grip on the padlock key. She was squeezing it so tightly that the metal had dug a groove into her palm. Brock had likely chosen the U store for the same reason as Sarah. It was the only facility in Grant County that offered climate-controlled storage. Otherwise, Jeffrey's police files and Sarah's medical examiner reports would have rotted in the humidity or crumbled in the heat. She could not send Tess back to the facility for a second time. Not because Tessa would refuse, but because there was a chain of custody protocol to follow. Sarah would have to go herself, which meant driving to Grant County, which brought up the same guilt she had struggled with yesterday. She considered calling Will to tell him where she was going, but Find My app aside, their relationship was predicated on trust. She did not have to report her movements to him, and he would be puzzled if she tried. So why did this feel like cheating? Because the U store was located on Mercer Avenue, directly across from the Hartsdale Memory Gardens, where Jeffrey was buried? The location of the building was not within Sarah's control. What she needed to do in the immediate was to study the information from Leslie Truong's autopsy. There could be a clue inside the pages, something they had all overlooked, that helped find the killer. Sarah took the path of least resistance, texting Amanda. Heading to Grant County to retrieve Brock's files. Still working on locating Humphrey. Back at HQ, ASAP. She started the engine. She pulled out of the space. For the first time in her life, Sarah dreaded the thought of going home. Grant County, Thursday. Chapter 18. Jeffrey flipped on the lights as he walked through the station. As usual, he was the first person in the building. He turned on the air conditioning. He started the coffee. He opened the blinds in his office. He sat at his desk. The clock on his computer told him it was 5:33 a.m. Sarah had worked through the night. She would be finished with Leslie Truong's autopsy by now. Brock had assisted her. Frank had acted as the third witness. Normally, Jeffrey would have taken that job, but he'd spent the last 12 hours talking to potential witnesses, recanvassing Rebecca Caterino's dorm, interviewing Leslie Truong's roommates, interrogating the college staff, combing the woods for evidence, and offering Benita Truong, Leslie's mother, a shoulder to cry on. None of it had made a damn bit of difference. He was in exactly the same position he'd been in this time yesterday morning, except now he had a dead college student on his hands. Jeffrey rolled out the topographic map of the forest onto his desk. The bird's-eye view afforded him a better understanding of the terrain. The dips and valleys, the rolling hills, the lakes and streams. The paper was still damp from spreading it across the hood of his car. He had used a ruler and different colors of Sharpies to draw lines across the woods. Red traced the possible path that Becky Caterino had taken on her run. Blue followed the most likely trail that Leslie Truong had walked back to campus after finding Becky's body. The rain had washed away both scenes, but he'd still ordered a thorough search of the 2-mile stretch. Leslie had been found in dense overgrowth, approximately 30 yards from the main trail that wound its way from the campus to the north side of the lake. Jeffrey didn't know if she had walked there on her own or been carried there by her killer. All he knew for certain was that her lower body would have been paralyzed. She had probably been drugged. He didn't want to consider what Leslie had thought as she lay in what would become her final resting place. Jeffrey wasn't a praying man, but if he was, he'd pray to God that she had been completely unconscious. A blue X marked the spot where Leslie had lain. The contour lines on the map swirled closer together, indicating a valley that had been imperceptible when Jeffrey was standing in the physical location. Campus security cameras verified that the killer had not approached from the college side. IHOP was around 1.5 miles away from the scene. The closest access point to Leslie's body was the fire road Frank had mentioned. Jeffrey had used a dotted green line to suggest the killer's possible trek from Leslie's body back to the unpaved 1-lane road. Again, the contour lines showed a lower elevation where the perpetrator had most likely parked his vehicle out of sight. There were no tire prints, no footprints. The rain had flooded the road top into a muddy slick. A dark van. That was all that Tommy Humphrey could recall from the night of her brutal attack. Jeffrey had done a cursory search for dark vans in the Tri-County area. Memminger and Bedford, much like large swaths of Grant County, were filled with painters, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and people who simply liked to drive vans. The tally was at 1,893 and climbing by the time Jeffrey had closed the search on his computer. He returned to the map. He followed the fire road back to its starting point off Stellick Way. Stellick was accessed via Nager Road from the north and Richter Street from the south. The Hartsdale Memory Gardens with its rolling hills was approximately 2 miles off Richter, straight down Mercer Avenue. A storage facility was under construction across the street. He picked up his BlackBerry. He sent an email to Lena Adams, instructing her to go by the worksite on her way into the station. It was possible that a construction worker had seen a suspicious-looking vehicle, possibly a dark van. It was also possible that a construction worker drove the suspicious-looking vehicle. He sent another email telling Lena to get all of the names of any workers or visitors who'd been on site in the last 3 months. It was feasible that a stranger had stumbled onto the fire road, but the more Jeffrey thought about the women who were attacked in the woods, the more likely it seemed that the perpetrator was someone who was familiar with the terrain. A student or professor who had lived on or near campus, someone in the fire services division, an emergency worker, someone in the Department of Transportation, a traveling salesman, an adjunct, a janitor, a handyman, or a local who had lived here all of his life. Counting the students, the county's population topped out at 24,000 residents. Jeffrey would knock on every door in the vicinity, if that's what it took. The problem was that the county wasn't an island. The killer could very well be from one of the adjoining towns. If he added in Memminger and Bedford, that pushed the population north of 100,000. If he added the southern part of the state, that pushed the number into the millions. He searched his desk for the folder Lena had left him. As ordered, she had summarized all of the reported rape cases in the Tri-County area. There was a total of 36 unsolved rapes, which felt like a too exact number. None of the MOs matched the Grant County women. None of the victims shared any similarities to Tommy Humphrey, Rebecca Caterino, or Leslie Truong. Jeffrey closed the folder. At the police academy, and during every subsequent seminar Jeffrey had ever attended, he'd been taught that rapists stuck to a type. They were drawn to a particular age group, or a particular look. Young blondes with ponytails, grandmothers with pin curls, cheerleaders, prostitutes, single mothers. Attackers had their choice of victims, and they chose according to their own sick fantasies. That theory didn't seem to be holding up in the Grant County cases. Tommy's hair was short and blonde at the time of her attack. Becky's hair was brunette and long. Leslie's was black, cut in a page boy. One had reportedly been a virgin, the other a lesbian, the third someone who, according to her mother, was experienced. All three victims were students at Grant Tech, but their ages, physical builds, skin tones, even the shapes of their faces, were all different. Jeffrey rubbed his face. He couldn't keep going in these same circles. 2 women had been attacked in 2 days. Now they were starting another day. What was going to happen? He checked the time again before picking up the landline and dialing a familiar number.
"Morning,"
Nick Shelton said.
"What can I do for you?"
"It's Jeffrey. How long would it take for the FBI to generate a profile?"
"How long until you retire?"
"Shit,"
Jeffrey mumbled.
"That long?"
"I could winnow it down to a year if I got the right fella on the case."
Jeffrey did not want to think about what would happen if this case dragged on that long. He had seen what had happened to Leslie Truong. He had heard the details from Tommy Humphrey.
"Nick, being honest, if this thing goes to the end of the month, I'm going to get the state involved. This guy keeps learning. He's going to hurt more women."
"You really want to get into a pissing contest with my boss?"
Nick chuckled.
"No offense, Bubba, but her dick's bigger than both of ours put together."
Jeffrey rubbed his eyes. If he let himself go there, he could still see the broken neck of the wooden hammer.
"My ego will be fine. We've got to stop this guy."
"I hear you, buddy,"
Nick offered.
"Go on and send me the details. Might as well put it in the pipeline. Whether or not we end up taking over, if there's a trial, it'd be good to have a feedy on the stand looking all J. Edgar for the jury."
"You'll have it by the end of the day."
Jeffrey returned the receiver to the cradle. He kept his hand on the phone. He debated calling Brock for a report, but he knew that Sarah would have called immediately if something useful had turned up during the autopsy. He rolled up the topographical map and set it aside. He skimmed his emails. The mayor wanted to talk to him. The dean wanted a meeting. The district attorney wanted to check in. The Grant Tech student newspaper wanted a written interview. The Grant Observer wanted an in-person sit-down. Jeffrey sent back anodyne responses to everyone, resisting the desire to tell them what they wanted and what they actually needed were 2 different things. At least his mother was off his back. After the umpteenth missed call, he had finally called May to wish her happy birthday. When she'd balked, Jeffrey had gaslighted his own mother. He created a false memory of a conversation they'd never had, reminding May that he'd promised her months ago to take her out to dinner the weekend after her birthday. Like any knee-walking drunk, she'd pretended to remember. And like any child of an alcoholic, Jeffrey was simultaneously filled with satisfaction that he'd finally found a way to use her drinking in his favor, and eaten up with guilt for tricking her. He was saved further introspection by the fax machine grinding out a page behind him. Brock had sent him details on the hammer Sarah had excised from Leslie Truong's vagina. By sheer luck, there was a manufacturing mark stamped on the end. Jeffrey looked up the product number on his computer. He recognized the distinctive yellow and green stripes of the Tool brand. The Brawley 24-ounce cross peen was part of a 3-hammer set that was aptly called a machinist's dead blow kit. Peening hammers were specifically designed for metalwork. In fact, peening referred to the process of working a metal surface to improve its material properties. Brawley offered a straight peen hammer and a bossing mallet to round out its dead blow collection. Jeffrey scanned the details. The head of the 1.5-pound mallet was filled with sand and coated in polyurethane. The 2 hammers had plastic discs covering the flat sides of the heads. All of the tools were engineered to minimize the elastic rebound from a struck surface, hence the narrow neck of the wooden handle on the murder weapon. He zoomed in on the hammer. There was something sinister-looking about the metal head. The peen, the opposite end of the face, was conical in shape, used to shape sharp angles. He had no way of knowing whether the hammer had been used on Tommy Humphrey. Had the killer purchased it specifically for the attacks, Or was it something that he'd found lying around his shop? Brawley was a nationally known brand, as ubiquitous in the tool industry as Snap-on and Craftsman. Jeffrey did a general search for the cross-peen hammer and found it was readily available at Pep Boys, Home Depot, Costco, Walmart, and Amazon. Subpoenaing the records of sales in the area would be a David versus Goliath quest. Grant County's district attorney worked on a part-time basis. Filing the subpoenas would take days. Jeffrey didn't have days. He closed the tabs and returned to the Brawley site. The Dead Blow kit was under the Metalworks menu. He hovered the mouse over the submenus. Nothing stood out. He went to Woodworks and found exactly what he was looking for. Nails, sets, and awls. He studied the nail sets, which were used to sink finish nails into wood. The tool was tempered steel, round, about 6 inches in length, thick at the top so a hammer could strike it, narrow to a point at the bottom to countersink the head of a nail. Jeffrey fisted his hand. He had held his share of nail sets. The tool was too small to effectively use as a weapon, let alone as a device to puncture the spinal cord. He clicked on awls. Scratch awls, stitching awls, brattles. He zoomed in on the brattle, which was similar in look to a screwdriver. Instead of a flat or Phillips head, the metal tip was honed to a sharp point. The tool was another one that was familiar to Jeffrey. It was used to make indentations in wood to help guide a nail or screw into the correct position. It was also long enough, and precise enough, to puncture a woman's spinal cord. There was movement in the squad room. Matt was pouring himself a cup of coffee. Frank was taking off his suit jacket and hanging it on the back of his chair. Jeffrey went out to meet them, asking Frank,
"Autopsy?"
He shook his head.
"Nothing but a sick fuck."
Jeffrey had expected the news, but he was still frustrated.
"How many auto body and mechanic shops do you think we've got in town?"
"Between Avondale and Madison?"
Matt asked.
"I can think of 12 off the top of my head."
Since he was the first to volunteer the information, Jeffrey told him,
"I need you to go to each shop and discreetly figure out if anyone is missing a Brawley cross-peen hammer."
"Brawley,"
Frank said.
"That's my brand."
Matt volunteered,
"I'm a Milwaukee man myself."
They'd stumbled onto a good point. Men tended to stick with the same tool brand. Jeffrey's own workbench was marked by a distinctive DeWalt yellow. He told Matt,
"Mechanics usually have their own tools. Pay attention to who buys Brawley."
"Yes, sir."
Matt gave him a salute as he walked toward the door. Jeffrey asked Frank,
"Any luck tracking down the Daryl from Caterino's phone?"
"I checked all of our incident reports, FIs, traffic stops. The only Daryl that came up was Farley Daryl Zawalski, age 84.
"Another sick fuck."
They all knew the notorious flasher. One of the first arrests Jeffrey had made in Grant County was scooping up Zawoski outside the elementary school. He asked Frank,
"What about the sex offender registry?"
"We got 3 official predators registered in the county."
Jeffrey knew the number should be 10 times that.
"Let's do a briefing at 8. I should have the full Truong autopsy report by then. We need to get a plan."
"What kind of plan?"
Frank seemed genuinely curious.
"This killer is a hell of a lot smarter than we are."
Jeffrey couldn't counter the statement, but he asked,
"What makes you say that?"
"He's methodical, deliberate. He's stalking these gals, right? He doesn't just snatch them in broad daylight without a plan."
Frank shrugged.
"Stranger abductions are the hardest to solve. And if we're dealing with a serial component, well, hell, game over."
He sounded glib, but Jeffrey knew Frank was at that point in his career where nothing a person did, no matter how horrendous, could shock him. Jeffrey said,
"Okay. He stalks them. Then what?"
"I'm thinking he don't take 'em anywhere, right? Maybe he parked his van on that fire road, but that was for his getaway. What happened was he saw Leslie in the woods. He managed to get her off the path. He did his thing, then he left her there.
You're saying that he stayed in the woods after attacking Katerino? Then he saw Leslie Truong.
Or maybe she saw him?
Lena's pretty high on my shit list right now, but even she would have mentioned that Leslie Truong saw the man who attacked Becky Katerino.
Yeah, but maybe Truong didn't realize she saw the bad guy. Remember, for all she knew, it was an accident when she walked back to campus. Could be the bad guy followed her. She recognized his face from before, then he went after her. Or maybe he didn't give her time to recognize him. Maybe he was mad for interrupting him.
Jeffrey thought about the internal damage to Tommy Humphrey and Leslie Truong. Rebecca Caterino had been spared that one horror. Frank only knew about the 2 recent victims, so he had to ask,
What did Truong interrupt?
Fucking her?
Frank dragged up another shrug.
Bundy went back to the bodies. I heard this FBI jag-off this one time up in Atlanta. He had this whole presentation. Told us that Bundy would go back days, weeks, sometimes months later. He'd put makeup on them, fix their hair, jack off, screw 'em. He was a twisted individual, that guy. Sometimes he even cut off their heads and took them back to his place for some alone time.
Jeffrey didn't want to hear about Ted Bundy in relation to their case. The serial killer had been captured 3 times, twice after escaping from custody, though not through any Sherlockian feat of policing. All 3 times, he'd been pulled over for motor vehicle violations. That kind of luck was not going to happen in Grant County. Frank said,
Bundy targeted students. He had a type. Middle class, long dark hair, slim build, young. Same as my type, come to think about it.
Jeffrey's BlackBerry started ringing back in his office. He jogged over to catch it before it went to voicemail. The number belonged to Benita Truong. 3 hours ago, he had left her at the Kudzu Arms outside of Avondale. Jeffrey had told her to get some rest, but they had both known that was not going to happen. He answered,
Chief Tolliver.
He heard a gasp for breath on the other end of the line. Jeffrey closed his office door. He sat on the edge of his desk and listened to the woman cry. She tried. I'm so...
It's okay,
he told her.
I'm here.
She... Her words broke into an unintelligible wail. Jeffrey thought about the childless mother sitting alone in her room at the Kudzu Arms, the brown carpet that always felt damp, the sagging ceiling and cigarette-scarred bathroom sink. After Sarah had kicked him out, Jeffrey had spent many drunken nights at the sleazy roadside inn. Sometimes he'd been alone. Most times he'd been with a woman who'd left a phone number the morning after that they both knew he was never going to call. I'm sorry, Benita said.
Ma'am, you have no reason to apologize.
The validation brought another wave of tears. Jeffrey silently listened, because that was all he could do. He glanced into the squad room. Frank was at his desk. Marla Sims was helping herself to some coffee. He was mildly irritated that Lena wasn't there, but then he remembered he'd told her to go to the construction site and gather names. Benita tried. I can't believe she's gone. Jeffrey gritted his teeth so he wouldn't blurt out something stupid, like promise her that he was going to find and punish the man who had taken away her baby.
Mrs. Truong, I will do everything in my power to make sure you have justice.
Justice, she said, a useless word to someone drowning in grief. I found the picture, the one with the headband. You asked me to see if I had it. The woman had left San Francisco yesterday, thinking that she would need photographs for missing posters. Now, she would more than likely cull through them to display at her daughter's funeral. I talked... Benita's voice caught again. Her roommates told me that they had borrowed some things without asking permission. Clothing, some makeup.
I'd still like copies of the photos you brought from home,
Jeffrey requested. He needed to think about this case in terms of working it with Nick. He found a piece of paper and jotted down some notes about Frank's theory. The attacker returning to the bodies would be dangerous, not least of all because each new contact with the body could leave trace evidence. The killer had either lucked up with the rain or planned it that way. Benita's voice caught again. I need to figure out how this works. When can I need to take her home. She should be at home.
I can have the coroner call you. She'll explain the details.
Jeffrey knew Brock was technically in that position, but he wanted Sarah to help this woman.
Are you going to be at the hotel?
I guess. She gave a strained laugh. Where else do I have to go? There's nothing I can do, is there? Nothing at all. Jeffrey waited for her to say more, but the line went dead. He punched Sarah's number into his BlackBerry. His thumb hovered over the green button to make the call. Instead, he clicked the red button, erasing the number. The kudzu arms had stirred up some unflattering memories. He kept thinking about Sarah walking in on him in their bedroom, watching her roll her car into the lake. She had walked to her parents' house. He had wanted to follow her, but the farther away she got, the more he felt a slack in the rope that tied them together. Since then, he couldn't tell if she was playing tug-of-war or trying to tie a noose around his neck. Jeffrey clicked the scroll wheel to Sarah's email address, taking the coward's option. She was good with parents. She couldn't have kids of her own. An appendectomy had gone wrong when she was in college, but Sarah knew how to handle grief in a way that Brock did not. He forwarded Benita Truong's details and asked Sarah to reach out to the mother about arranging transportation of her daughter's body. The rest of the autopsy report was on Jeffrey's fax machine. He paged through to the summation. Sarah's findings backed up Frank's assessment. She had found exactly what he'd expected her to find: the puncture in the spinal cord, the blue liquid in the stomach. In other words, nothing that could point them in any direction. They would have to wait 3 to 4 weeks for the toxicology reports to come back from the GBI. A finding of GHB or Rohypnol was not going to break open any new leads. Morning. Brad Stevens was walking through the squad room with a box full of sealed evidence bags. He'd spent the night at Leslie Truong's apartment, cataloging her personal items. Jeffrey called to him. Anything?
No, Chief, not really.
Brad came into his office and put the box down on Jeffrey's desk.
I went through her contacts like you asked, but she didn't have any names, just phone numbers.
Jeffrey had his notebook in his pocket. He found the page where he had transcribed Daryl's number from Rebecca Caterino's cell phone. Brad flipped open Leslie Truong's phone and scrolled through her numbers.
Right here, third one down.
Jeffrey confirmed the information with his own eyes. 2 victims, both with the same 10-digit number stored in their phones. Then again, they were both students. If Daryl was a pot dealer, half the phones on campus probably had the same number. But he didn't know if Daryl was a pot dealer. The little bit Chuck Gaines had identified from his note cards had been arrested yesterday afternoon. Jeffrey was about to call Lena for more information on the arrest when he saw her sitting down at one of the desks. He looked at the clock. There was no way she'd had time to go by the construction site.
Lena?
His voice was louder than it should have been. He saw Brad cringe as he grabbed the box of evidence and hustled out of the office. Chief? Lena still had on her bulky jacket. The teeth of the zipper had worn a red mark on her neck. Is something wrong?
Close the door.
He motioned for her to sit, but he remained standing.
Why am I paying for your BlackBerry if you're not going to check it?
She looked startled. He watched her dig into her coat pocket for the phone.
I told you to go by that construction site on Mercer first thing.
She was reading the email as he spoke. I'm sorry, Chief. I was up all...
We were all up all night, Lena. That's the job. Are you telling me you can't do it?
No, sir.
Little bit.
She was still scrambling. Felix Floyd Abbott. I arrested him yesterday. He's in Holden on his way to...
Did he confirm he goes by the name Little Bit?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And he matches the description Chuck gave us. Skateboarder, long hair, carrying just under the line for intent to distribute.
Where are your notes? I told you to make copies.
She jumped up from the chair, He watched her run back to the desk, then returned to his office with a handful of photocopies.
I did them after I pulled all of those rape cases for you.
He snatched the papers out of her hand. Jeffrey scanned her neat block writing. Her notes read like a PowerPoint presentation.
You rewrote these. This isn't what you showed me yesterday.
He found the bullet-pointed steps she had taken to assess Rebecca Caterino's body. A passage had been added, explaining in detail how she had checked both the carotid and wrist twice.
Are you willing to put your hand on a Bible in front of a judge and swear this is the truth?
Lena's throat worked.
Yes, Chief.
Jesus.
He flipped through the copies. Every detail looked so uniform that it could have come out of a typewriter. He turned the page. Preliminary interview with Leslie Truong. Man with black knit cap. No idea how old, /hair color, /eye color. Can't remember what he was wearing. Did not speak to each other. Nothing suspicious. Jeffrey felt a sharp pain in his jaw. He'd read her official report. Nothing about a man with a black knit cap was anywhere to be found.
What the fuck is this?
Lena craned her neck to see.
What she said. Leslie, I wrote down...
Leslie Truong, the woman who found Rebecca Caterino, saw a man in a knit cap, and you didn't think that was important enough to tell me?
Lena's face told him she knew exactly how much she had fucked up.
It didn't seem important, Chief.
Jesus Christ. I told you everything was important. What else did she say?
Nothing, Lena said. I mean, something, what I wrote down. That's all she said. I swear to God. I asked her if she'd seen anybody in the area, and she said about 4 different people. 3 women she didn't know, but she thought they were students, and 1 guy, and that's the guy she described, but it's not really a description, is it? I swear that's all she said. It was nothing. We all thought Caterino was an accident.
Not all of us, Lena.
He was gripping the pages hard enough to crumple them in his hand.
Leslie Truong was mutilated. Do you know what was done to her? The witness you let walk away?
Jeffrey threw Sarah's summary in her direction. She struggled to catch it. Then she read the words. He watched the horror spread across her face.
That.
Jeffrey stabbed his finger into the paper.
That's what happened to the woman who saw the attacker's face. You let her go. She had a goddamn target on her back and you sent her into the woods on her own. And this is what happened to her.
Lena looked sick. Jeffrey was glad.
Chief, you need to get your ass over to that construction site right now before I take your badge and frog march you out of my squad room.
She jumped out of the chair. He wasn't going to let her off that easy.
You come directly back here when you're finished, you hear me? Don't dawdle around, don't wander off chasing your tail. Right back here. I mean it.
Yes, Chief.
He watched her run past Frank through the saloon doors. Jeffrey turned toward the window. Lena was in the parking lot. She was trying to unlock the door to her Celica.
Chief?
Frank was at the door expecting an explanation.
Not now.
Jeffrey had to get out of this building before he ripped it apart with his bare hands.
I'll be back for the briefing. I'm on my phone if something comes up.
Frank stepped aside to let him pass. Jeffrey ignored the looks in the squad room, Marla's pursed lips behind the reception desk. He resisted the temptation to kick open the saloon doors. He kept his shit together until he was outside on the sidewalk.
Fucking goddamn fucking shit!
He hissed, fisting his hands inside of his pockets. A cold breeze pushed back against him as he walked the length of Main Street. Still, he was sweating by the time he took a left toward the lake. The wind turned into a knife as it sliced across the water. The grass was still wet with dew. He watched the cuffs of his gray pants slowly turn black from the moisture. Jeffrey forced his hands to unclench. He tried to rationalize away his anger. Lena had fucked up, but she worked for him, which meant that every mistake she made fell squarely on his shoulders. He tried to see her side of things. He'd told her to clean up her notes. She had cleaned up her notes. When she had talked to Leslie Truong, she had believed that Rebecca Caterino had suffered from an unfortunate accident. Could Jeffrey honestly say that he would have found an escort to take the young woman back to campus?
He sure as fucking hell would have mentioned to his boss that there was a man in a black knit cap roaming around a crime scene. What kind of knit cap? What did nondescript mean? Average height, body type, hair color? Or did she mean his face was absent a beard, mustache, piercing, tattoo? Shit.
Jeffrey needed to talk to Lena again, this time without yelling at her. Her original notebook was somewhere. He needed to see the details from her interview with Leslie Truong. He turned around, glancing at the back of the houses along the lake. He was about half a mile from downtown. Sarah's house was another quarter-mile in the other direction. Jeffrey thought about knocking on her door. He had the pretense of the autopsy. He could pretend he hadn't seen the facts back in his office. Sarah would be getting ready for work, probably exhausted from the long night. Maybe they could take some coffee onto the back porch, and he could walk her through the case, and she could sprinkle around some of her white magic to clear his mind, and he could go back to the station and figure out how to stop a sadistic killer from attacking another student. Jeffrey rubbed his mouth. It was a nice fantasy while it lasted. He walked between two houses and found his way to her street. The wet hem of his pants stuck to the back of his calves. The sun was blinding. He held up his hand to shield his eyes. Sarah was standing 50 yards away. She was dressed in running gear, her hair tied up behind her head, her breath visible in the crisp morning air. She had her hands on her hips. She did not look happy to see him. Jeffrey lifted his hand to wave, but she turned her back on him and started to run. Without knowing what he was doing, Jeffrey found himself running after her. Call it stupidity or desperation or a cop's training. If someone was running away from you, then you chased after them. Sarah sprinted around a steep curve that followed the lakeshore. Jeffrey picked up his feet, pumped his arms. She had a head start, but he was a stronger runner. He saw her cut through Mrs. Beeman's front yard. He sidestepped into the Porter's driveway, then through their backyard. By the time they both reached the lake, he'd cut about 20 yards off her head start. Sarah wasn't good on the grass. She looked back over her shoulder. Jeffrey gained another 5 yards. He gulped a mouthful of air and pushed his legs until they were screaming. Another 5 yards gained, but Sarah had reached the back of her property. Her foot slipped as she sprinted up the steep slope toward the house, the same steep slope that her Honda had rolled down. Jeffrey narrowed the gap even more, jumping over the retaining wall, cutting across the lawn. He was close enough to smell the sweat on her as she darted up the stairs. He hurdled the steps, his foot catching on the top tread. He righted himself, but he couldn't stop his momentum. He watched the door slam, and then, Wile E. Coyote-like, Jeffrey slammed face first into the door.
Fuck!
His hands went to his nose. Blood poured between his fingers.
Fuck!
He leaned over. Blood dripped onto the deck. He saw stars. His nose had to be broken. He could feel it beating like a second heart.
Sarah?
He banged on the door.
Sarah?
Jeffrey heard an engine start. The Z4. He was familiar with the low grumble. He heard it every fucking time he was in his office, and Sarah started the $80,000 sports car across the street. He shook the blood off his hands. He found his handkerchief in his back pocket. It took every bit of Jeffrey's self-control not to run around to the side of the house and watch her drive away. Atlanta. Chapter 19. Gina Vogel forced her shoulders to slide away from her ears as she pushed her shopping cart up and down the aisles of the local Target. Her period had forced her out into the world. She'd scrounged up 2 tampons in her purse and 1 in her gym bag before running out of options. Her overly familiar relationship with her Instacart delivery boy precluded home delivery. Amazon 2-day shipping was 2 days too late, and she wasn't so far gone that she was willing to spend $49.65 to overnight a box of tampons that she could get for $8 at the store. Besides, a woman couldn't just buy tampons. She needed chocolate, Advil, more chocolate, and a bag of miniature-sized candy bars because treats did not have calories if you could fit the entire serving into your mouth. Despite these inducements, Shawshanking her way out of the house had been embarrassingly difficult. Gina had procrastinated for as long as she could, making do with so much wadded-up toilet paper that her bathroom looked like Jeffrey Dahmer's kitchen. Even then, Gina had found excuses. She had vacuumed the house top to bottom, cleaned the baseboards, dusted the ceiling fans, light fixtures, and the parts of the blinds she could reach with slats closed. She'd even worked through the night to finish her report for Beijing. Honestly, Gina hadn't been this manic since she'd tried coke those 300 times in college. Forcing herself to get dressed had been the hard part. Gina had always been of the mind that once you put on the proper attire, gym togs, business suits, edible panties, you were pretty much locked into the task appropriate to the outfit. Pulling on a pair of sweatpants had not been the hard part. Sweatpants were, in fact, an integral part of her day pajama Garanimal sets. Walking out the door, exposing herself to not only the nosy neighbor across the street, but to the public at large, had felt like an unbearably risky proposition. Gina was being watched. She knew this for a fact. But she was not sure enough about this fact to tell her sister, or the police. Just the thought of the 911 call made her cheeks catch fire. "Yes, could you please help me leave my house? I promise I'm not crazy, but you see, I stole this scrunchie from my mopey, annoying niece. Yes, that's the one. And now someone stole it from me, and I feel eyes on me wherever I go, and yes, I'll hold. Hello? Hello? Is there anybody out there?" Gina had started to compare her paranoia to one of those weird pantyhose masks that bank robbers wore in movies. Or maybe in real life. Whatever. The point was, she felt the weight of her trepidation like an actual thing that was smushing down her features. She had been so anxious about leaving the house that she had made 2 false starts, both times getting as far as the car, once even starting the engine, before running back inside like the stupid girl in a horror movie who you knew was going to trip and fall and get chainsawed in 2. Gina had pledged a sorority. It was totally on brand. Finally, a phone call from her sister had propelled her out into the world. Nancy was furious at her daughter. Gina relished these rare opportunities for cattiness because it was the only time her sister ever admitted that the girl was an ungodly sulk. This time, there had been a pregnancy scare, because who would have ever guessed that sometimes condoms did not work? Why wasn't there an article? Or a Discovery Investigates? Gina had gasped all the right, "Oh dears," and "How could she's," and "Oh no, she didn't," to pull out every juicy dramatic tidbit. But after an hour, Nancy had eventually gotten around to asking Gina what she was up to. "I was actually on my way to the Target," Gina had said, and vocalizing her intentions had been the final push that sent her not just out the door, not just behind the wheel of her car, but driving down the street like an adult person who knows how to drive down streets. Thankfully, her local Target was sparsely populated in the early morning hours. There seemed to be more clerks than shoppers. Gina groaned as a grocery cart twisted out of her grip. She had done that stupid thing where she'd pulled out a cart, then gotten 10 feet away before she'd realized that one of the wheels was wonky. But instead of simply walking 10 feet back, she had trudged on like that member of the Donner Party who kept insisting there was a jack-in-the-box just over the next hill. Gina checked the items in the cart against her mental list. Toilet paper, paper towels, ice cream, chocolate syrup, a bag of miniature chocolate bars, big chocolate bars, 2 Twix so they didn't get lonely, and Advil with the arthritis cap, even though she was too young to need it, but also too fucking old to see how to line up the arrows without a magnifying glass. And why did they make them so hard to pop off in the first place? "Duh," she mumbled. Tampons. Of course the feminine products were clear on the other side of the store, tucked into the back corner alongside baby diapers and incontinence panties, and all those other gross vagina products that need not ever trouble a man's gaze. Housewares, bed linens, towels, sporting goods. Target didn't sell guns. Neither did Walmart or Dick's. Shockingly, It was illegal to buy a gun online and have said gun shipped to your house. The closest gun boutique, or whatever it was called, that Gina could find online was located outside the perimeter. She might very well be paranoid and possibly in the throes of a psychotic break, but she was not going to drive outside the perimeter. Besides, this was America. Where was the fucking NRA? She should be able to buy an AK-47 from a vending machine outside any subway. Feminine products. Gina bypassed the giant boxes of pads. She slowed the cart to peruse the more discreet feminine offerings. Tampax had a line called Radiant that instantly brought to mind a spotlight shining out from her cooch. Pearl made her think of oysters, which reminded her of a cartoon an ex-boyfriend had once shown her. A blind man was walking by a display outside a fish market and said, "Good morning, ladies." Ha. Ha. Ex-boyfriend. Her eyes skipped around the various products, all colored in pink or blue, just like the baby crab. Cardboard applicator, plastic applicator, no applicator. Heavy flow, medium flow, light flow. Who were those bitches? Click Compact reminded her of a gynecologist speculum. Sport Fresh, because you love sweating on your period. Smooth, like the bottom of that baby that you are not going to have in 9 months. Security, a padlock for your pussy. Gentle Glide, worst pickup line ever. Organic, why go outside to compost? Anti-slip, rubbery grip, the hot new jam from Salt and Pepper. Gina ended up with her old standby, Playtex Sport with FlexFit technology. The box was the usual pink and blue, but it also showed the green silhouette of a happy, slim woman jogging along the road, Gone Girl hair flipping off to the side, iPhone strapped to her arm, earphone cords dangling, because, like Gina, she couldn't be bothered to figure out how to work the cordless Bluetooth earbuds that looked like white snot dripping out of everyone's ears. Gina imagined the marketing meeting at Playtex. The men had pitched the athletic, happily green gal, and the women had pitched a dark red, almost black silhouette of a perimenopausal female curled into the fetal position, screaming on the floor of her bathroom. Tough decision. The wonky wheel nearly sent her cart into a diaper display. Gina contemplated the vandalism with a sense of satisfaction, but she was not that kind of rogue, at least not at the moment. She muscled the cart around. She snagged a 24-pack of AAA batteries en route to the cash register, because her vibrator was wildly into period sex. She was looking for her card to swipe through the reader, when she realized that at least 10 minutes had passed, without experiencing debilitating paranoia. Gina glanced around the checkout area. An exhausted-looking mother struggled with a baby. A manager-looking employee stifled a yawn as she looked at her clipboard. The young guy at the cash register, who'd scanned through what an FBI profiler would call a period kit, had barely looked at her face. A full week had passed since Gina had felt herself genuinely smile. Ah, life's rich tapestry. 1 minute you were holed up in a bunker, Googling machine gun home delivery. The next, you were out in the world, tapping your foot to the Muzak version of Funky Cold Medina. This brother told me a secret on how to get more chicks. Tone Locke had been such a visionary. He'd predicted both the downfall of Bill Cosby and the glorious rise of RuPaul. "Ma'am?" The checkout guy was waiting. Gina would not let the ma'am break her cheery mood. She swiped her Amex through the reader. She swirled her signature across the box. She was overly polite to the checkout guy, which he clearly interpreted as MILF desperation. Or MILF, as the case may be. She shoved the tediously long receipt into her purse. She pushed the recalcitrant cart through the sliding doors. Sunshine! Who would have guessed it? Her car was parked in the rear of the lot, something she'd viewed as her own fear factor challenge when she'd first pulled into the shopping center. Now Gina was glad for the exercise. Her hamstrings had curled into question marks from liaising on the couch, Miss Pittypat style, nearly 24 hours a day. Sure, she felt gross and sweaty and crampy from her period. But for the first time in adult Gina history, that was not actually the worst thing currently happening in her life. They should put her silhouette on one of those damn boxes. Gina, bring on the clots. She opened her trunk. Even the wonky wheel, which jerked the card into her bumper, could not sully her mood. She tossed her bags into the car. She reached in for one of the Twix. Gina ripped open the wrapper with her teeth. She fed both crunchy, chocolatey bars into her mouth, like a piece of paper rolling into a typewriter, a simile that anyone under the age of 30 would not understand. Like an asshole, she was too lazy to walk all the way back to the store to return her cart. She had the decency to leave it on the grassy divider beside her car. She got into the driver's seat. She contemplated getting the other Twix out of her trunk, but the ice cream might melt. So she should eat the ice cream too. Should she go back into the Target and buy a spoon? Surely she could not eat such a thing with her hands. Surely she could not tip the carton and slurp from its wonders as the ancient gods took succor from helpless virgins. Gina heard a noise from the back seat. Her eyes nervously flicked to the rearview mirror. She saw a man's hand, then his arm, then his shoulder. Unusually, her gaze did not follow the natural direction toward his face. Her eyes snapped back to center, focusing on the flash of sunlight off metal. Her mouth, still full of Twix, dropped open. She felt her eyes go wide, her nostrils flare. In slow motion, she followed the path of the hammer swinging back, then forward, aimed directly at the side of her head. She had only one thought, and it was incredibly stupid. I was right. Chapter 20. Will stuck his hands in his pants pockets as he walked down the hall. The pain in his knuckle made him rethink the decision. A fresh streak of blood swiped across the back of his hand. Sarah had said that she was going to put a Band-Aid on the cut. It wasn't like her to forget, but they were both having to get used to new experiences. She was giving him space, respecting his feelings. This sounded great on paper, but in actual life, Will had never once had anyone give him space, let alone respect his feelings. He wasn't sure how to navigate his way back. When he got mad at Amanda, she bullied and humiliated him until he dropped it. Faith over-apologized, groveling, calling herself a bad person, until he gave in to shut her up and put them both out of their misery. Angie had hurt him all the time, but then she'd go away, and by the time she showed back up again, Will was over it. And sex-starved, which was another way she got him. None of these strategies was going to work with Sarah. The fact that she was unlike anyone in his life was one of her biggest draws. But this space thing was completely foreign territory. It felt like a very bad idea for Sarah to expect him to fix it. What he really wanted to do was text her an eggplant. Then she could text him a cowgirl. Then things would go back to normal. He ducked into the kitchen to wash the blood off his hand, but he found himself at the vending machine. Will hadn't eaten in over an hour. He fed a $1 bill into the slot. The spiral turned. The sticky bun dropped. Will got back a quarter, which was half of what he needed for a Sprite. He had to twist around to get the change out of his opposite pocket with his opposite hand. Will moved down to the sodas. He had a sick love of the high-tech machine. He fed in the money. He watched through the glass as the robot arm slid down the track so the robot hand could grip the can of Sprite and drop it into the bin below.
Sup, Bubba?
Nick came up beside him and did that weird shoulder grip pat.
I had some additional thoughts about that profile the Phoebes ran for the chief.
Will put his snack on the counter and washed the blood off his hand. The shoulder thing was starting to grate. Also grating? The way Nick called Tolliver the chief, like he was Crazy Horse drop-kicking Custer's ass into the Little Bighorn, instead of a small-town cop who had pissed off the wrong criminal and ended up getting himself murdered. Will dried his hands as he turned back around.
What about it?
Nick was digging in his pocket for change. His jeans were so tight that the outline of his fingers was visible.
You got any quarters?
Nope.
Will was flush with quarters, but his shoulder was hurting too badly from all the grab patting to retrieve them.
The report?
Right. I was looking at my old notebooks, and it jogged my memory about this conversation the chief and me had.
Nick extricated his hand. He picked out the coins, then dropped them into the machine as he told Will.
We were going over the profile. This was about a year after their arrest, you know? And the chief, He had a problem with how the profile was lining up against Nesbit.
Will remembered Nick's evaluation during the briefing.
You said it hit Nesbit in the sweetmeats.
Yeah, but reading through my notes just now, I saw where the chief wondered about that. He was suspicious because the profile was so exact. Like maybe some paper pusher Phoebe saw Nesbit was arrested and tailored the profile to fit him.
Nick shrugged.
Those fellas want to get the bad guys as much as we do. Maybe they got a little too eager and reverse engineered the profile so it matched what we knew about Nesbit.
Will leaned back against the counter, watching Nick punch his selection into the machine.
Damn, Hoss, did you get the last Sprite?
Nick punched the buttons a second time. He pressed his face against the glass to check the rows. Will turned, giving the Sprite can several hard shakes before turning back around.
Take mine. I've got another one in my office.
Nick took the can.
Thanks, buddy.
So why did the chief think somebody took a shortcut?
Nick paused, clearly registering Will's tone. Still, he said,
All we really had were photos from the true-on crime scene and a couple of shots taken on a BlackBerry of Katerina. That's two crime scenes that didn't have a lot of similarities. What do you call it when that happens?
Will could see he was expecting an answer. He shook his head. Nick tapped his finger twice on the top of the Sprite can.
Statistical conclusion validity.
Will thought it had more to do with the findings not generalizing due to an underpowered study, but he said,
It's possible.
Possible? I bet my left nut on it,
Nick said.
I trust the chief more than I trust my memory, if you catch my drift. The guy was as sharp as they come. Damn fine cop. Best man I ever knew.
Will caught his drift.
Anyway.
Nick popped the ring on the can. Sprite gushed up like Old Faithful.
Shit!
Nick stepped back, but not quickly enough to dodge the spray. His jeans were soaked through at the crotch. Some had even sprinkled into his beard.
Shit!
Will reached over for some paper towels. Nick glared up at him, calculating. Will calculated back. There were the obvious numbers. Nick was 15 years older and 30 pounds lighter, not to mention at least a foot shorter. Then there were the variables. They worked together. The Sarah factor. They had kept up this charade for so long that breaking it would be admitting that the game was being played in the first place.
Boys.
Amanda had quietly appeared in the kitchen. Nick chucked the Sprite can into the garbage on his way out the door. Amanda raised an eyebrow at Will. Why can't I see your phone? Will had forgotten about turning off his phone. He held it up so Amanda could see. How many lines are you going to cross this morning?
2.
He indicated the suit he'd changed into.
The first one has been rectified.
Amanda frowned, but let it go. Catch me up on this interminable holding pattern we're all stuck in. Will heard his inner Faith pointing out that there were steps that would take them out of the holding pattern, such as talking to several different police jurisdictions about a serial killer, but he was not Faith, and he had tripped over enough lines already. He said,
We're still waiting for Dirk Masterson's ISP to process the subpoena. Faith's been working through Gerald Caterino's murder closet. I put out a statewide APB for any missing women, or women who've reported that they're being stalked. Then I followed up on our other open cases.
Ah, actual police work, Amanda said.
Bullet points.
Will gave her the rundown. An arson investigation in Chattooga was about to lead to an arrest. A lie detector exam had been scheduled for a suspect in a string of Muskogee liquor store robberies. He'd sent a sketch artist to Forsyth to talk to the possible victim of a serial rapist. The Trutland County Sheriff's Office was sending a deputy with some saliva samples to process. Good. I want you to email your reports to Caroline. I've got a busy day. She's handling my workload. Caroline was Amanda's assistant, a patient woman who was impervious to shaming.
Yes, ma'am.
Sarah's on her way to Grant County. The coroner gave her the key to his storage facility. I told her to call me when she has the talk screen. Will tried to act like he hadn't just been punched in the face. He did not want Sarah in Grant County right now. which was the kind of thought an overbearing, controlling boyfriend would have. Amanda looked at her watch. I've got Caroline working on getting Shay Van Dorn's parents here. Hopefully, Sarah will be back in time. I want this Dirk Masterson thing sorted ASAP. Make a call to the ISP. Tell them to put their skates on.
Do you think Masterson knows something?
I think I'm the boss, and you do what I tell you to do. Will couldn't argue with that logic. He took his sticky bun with him as he left the kitchen. He powered on his phone. It had been a dick move to hide his whereabouts from Sarah. Then again, he was the one who'd set up the Find My app on her phone. He doubted she'd ever even opened it. He tapped through to her location. She was already in Grant County, Mercer Avenue. The blue pin indicated she was inside a place called the U Store. He zoomed out the map. He toggled it into satellite mode. It looked like she was across from a rolling pasture. With tombstones. Fuck me. No amount of eggplants and cowgirls could make this better. Will stuck the phone back in his pocket. He knocked on Faith's door as he opened it. She was sitting at her desk, injecting herself with insulin. Will started to back out, but she waved for him to sit, then pointed to her phone, which was on speaker. Sweetheart? Faith rolled down her shirt and disposed of the insulin pen. I can't solve this for you. You need to talk to her in person, not on the phone, and figure it out. Will recognized Faith's tone, which had the mixture of undying love and mild irritation that she only used with her children. Come on, Mom, Jeremy begged. You told me that I can always come to you for help. This is me coming to you for your help. Faith laughed. Good try, sport, but if you think I'm going to jeopardize the relationship that saves me $24,000 a year in childcare, then you don't know your mother. His groan sounded identical to Faith's. I'll bring my laundry this weekend. Bring detergent because you're doing it yourself. Faith tapped her phone. She told Will, Jeremy is pissed off at my mother. I'm trying to let this be a teaching moment. Will saw an opportunity.
Maybe your mom should give him some space? To work through how he feels?
Faith stared at him. Blink once if the kidnappers can hear us. Will cleared his throat. He was in this now.
It's just, so he's hurt, right? But he probably needs time to let it go, so she should back off. And then he can tell her it's okay, like, in a few hours? Or days, maybe. Would it be days?
Days seems like a long time.
So, hours?
He asked.
How many hours?
12? She saw his face. No, 3. Will peeled the plastic wrap off his sticky bun and took in a mouthful. I'm sorry. Faith sounded genuinely disappointed with herself. My son is fighting with my mother. I promised my daughter I would introduce her to Detective Pikachu if she let me pee in privacy. I did the mother load cheat because that's the only way I can give my Sims the life they deserve. Am I really the best person to ask about being an emotionally healthy adult? Will studied the sticky bun. The white frosting was melting. He took another large bite. Faith said, I'm useless. I suck. I'm a terrible human being.
It's okay.
Will was desperate to erase the last 5 minutes of this conversation. He tried.
There's 1,000 reasons we should go about our day.
You asshole, don't you dare try to put a song from Frozen in my head. She jerked her chair back to her computer, obviously getting the message. Did you see Nick? He was looking for you. Nick was probably rinsing his balls in the bathroom sink.
He said his notes jogged his memory. Tolliver wasn't satisfied with the profile.
You mean the chief? He loved her for saying that.
Tolliver thought it was the tail wagging the dog.
Faith drummed her fingers on the desk. We all know the FBI isn't infallible. Look at that scandal over ballistics testing. Or the scandal over microscopic hair analysis. Or the scandal over scandals. Will finished the sticky bun.
What about the photocopies of Lena's notes?
Faith laughed. They read like Dickens. I mean actual Dickens. Like someone edited and copy-edited and printed them up for public consumption. Even her handwriting looks like a typewriter. Will couldn't be disappointed because he wasn't surprised. Faith asked, why did Tolliver keep her around? She wasn't expecting a response, but he had one.
There's something to be said for giving somebody a second chance. There's also something to be said for not wanting to admit you made a mistake.
You think he was blinded by his own stubbornness?
That's Sarah's theory, that he couldn't admit that he was wrong about her. My theory is that Lena was his gray rabbit.
Will had seen the dynamic playing out in multiple police stations over the years.
The chief needs some dirty work done. He sends his gray rabbit hopping into the gray areas so that he can keep his hands lily-white. He can't fire her because she knows all of his secrets. He can't let her go because he might need her again. Usually, neither one of them sees it as a hostile transactional relationship, but they both get something out of it. Friends in foxholes, maybe.
Faith was silent for as long as you would expect to be silent if you were smearing a dead cop who happened to be the dead husband of one of your best friends. That makes a hell of a lot of sense. She's been playing the same role on the Macon force, too. He licked the sugar off his fingers. Okay, this has nothing to do with Lena. Faith clasped her hands on the desk, facing him. I actually do have relationship advice, and it's the same thing I told Jeremy, and probably the last thing you want to hear. Talk to Sarah. In person. Tell her how you feel. Tell her how to fix it. She loves you. You love her. Work it out. Will rubbed his jaw. His fingers were sticky. He nodded toward Faith's computer. Images from Gerald Caterino's murder closet were paused on the screen.
Anything?
Sadness. Faith rolled back to her monitor. I know how crime affects families. I see it every day, and it's soul-killing and awful. But I look at everything Gerald has done. The freedom of information requests, and the lawyers, and the lawsuits, and the PIs, and the notes and phone calls, and all the money he spent, and I just... She shook her head, because there was nothing more to say. He told her,
Amanda's pushing on Masterson. I don't know why, but she smells something rotten, and she's usually right.
Short of driving to Austin and sitting on their laps, I'm not sure I can do anything to make the ISP move faster. She slid a printout across her desk. Look at this invoice from Detective Dirk. Past due. And that's the most recent one. Caterino is into this asshole for almost 30 grand. Will saw the numbers at the top of the page.
This has a street address. I thought you said all of the checks were mailed to a post office box.
She slid over another piece of paper with a map, web address, and phone number. Mail Center Station. It's at one of those shipping stores where you can rent a post office box and get a street address. Will was familiar with the service. His ex-wife had been a prolific user of shadow addresses. He had been forced on a few occasions to track her down through less than legal means. He asked,
What sounds more threatening to an average person on the street? Telling them you've got a warrant, or telling them you've got a subpoena?
She considered the question. I don't know. Half the federal government has ignored subpoenas. I guess a warrant? Will punched the speakerphone button on Faith's landline, knowing it showed up as the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on any caller ID. She asked, Are you getting sugar on my phone?
Yes.
He dialed the number. The phone rang once.
Mailbox Center Station?
A chirpy young man said.
This is Brian. How can I help you?
Brian?
Will made his voice higher and added a thick South Georgia drawl.
This is Special Agent Nick Shelton with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm filling out an official warrant for a perpetrator who rents Post Office Box 3421 at your location. The judge is requesting the name of the box holder before he'll approve the warrant to send out the fugitive apprehension team.
Faith shook her head at the subterfuge, because anyone with a passing understanding of how the law worked would laugh in his face. Brian did not laugh. Faith's eyes bulged as they heard him typing on a keyboard. He said,
Yes, sir. I mean, Special Agent. I've got it. Okay, so 3421 is rented to Miranda Newberry. Do you need her address?
Faith knocked over her pencil cup, scrambling for something to write with. Will said,
Go ahead, son. It's 4825 Dutch Drive, Marietta, 30062. Thanks, fella.
Will hung up the phone.
Holy shit.
Faith threw up her arms like a ref calling a field goal.
That was amazing.
Miranda Newberry.
Faith swung around to her computer. She started typing, then frowning, then growling.
Oh, for the love of...
Will waited as she furiously clicked the mouse. Finally, Faith said,
Miranda Newberry is an unmarried 29-year-old CPA who graduated from Georgia State and spends most of her time on crime blogs and... Are you kidding me? She's on 6 different YM message boards. That's exactly what I need. A white suburban millennial dictating what books are culturally appropriate for my brown daughter.
Fraud?
Will said, because it wasn't necessarily a crime to impersonate someone online, but it was definitely illegal to do it for money.
Impersonating a police officer?
Oh shit, look.
Faith pointed to the screen.
She just insted a photo of the big chicken. She says she's meeting her boyfriend for lunch in an hour.
Will stood up.
I'll drive.
The big chicken was located at the intersection of Cobb Parkway and Roswell Road. The name came from the nearly 60-foot-tall sign that was shaped like a giant chicken, sticking up its head from an otherwise unremarkable Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant. Locals used it as a landmark. Directions were given based on whether they were before or after, to the left or to the right, of the big chicken. Will glanced over his shoulder as the door opened. The KFC was packed with lunchgoers from local businesses. He saw Faith holding down their spot at a booth in the back. She was looking down at her phone. They had gotten here 15 minutes ahead of Miranda Newberry, who was running 15 minutes late. The door opened. He glanced over his shoulder again. Still no Miranda Newberry. Will finished filling up his cup with Dr. Pepper at the soda machine. He walked back toward Faith, scanning the other booths. Miranda Newberry's Facebook banner had showed a very thin woman holding 2 Pomeranians she had dressed like Bonnie and Clyde. Will had silently endured Faith's small dog jokes. Betty, his dog, was a Chihuahua. Sometimes people got stuck with small dogs and all they could do was take care of them. Nothing. Faith was still bent over her phone as he sat down across from her.
She's clearly a liar. She could have been lying about meeting her boyfriend. I bet he lives in Canada.
Will said nothing. He had fond memories of his own Canadian girlfriend from high school. She had been a supermodel. He asked,
Do you want something else to eat?
Faith scrunched up her face. Her salad had looked like someone had already eaten it. She asked,
Why am I so annoyed about her young adult book reviews?
Will drank his Dr. Pepper.
Okay. I admit I look like the textbook white lady who screams at the guy working the omelet station because cheese costs 50 cents extra.
She took a breath.
But the only reason, and I mean the only reason I never tried Coke, was because of what happened to Regina Morrow. And don't even get me started on Go Ask Alice. That book scared the ever-loving shit out of me. I had no idea what the hell angel dust was, and I was still terrified. Does it matter if some 200-year-old ghostwriter thought Dig It Man was how young people talked?
The door opened. Faith tensed. Will shook his head. Faith ripped a handful of napkins from the dispenser and cleaned off her phone.
Did I tell you the other day I wiped some guacamole off my iPad and accidentally liked a post by this moron I went to high school with?
Heads up.
The door had opened again. Miranda Newberry looked almost exactly like her photos. Her bangs were shorter. She was wearing a bright orange dress with blue and green flowers. Her purse was as big as a feed bag, with dangly tassels and beadwork. Will cataloged the various types of weapons that could be concealed inside, from a switchblade to a .357 Magnum. Judging her based solely on her social media, he assumed it was more likely she had some outfits for her dogs and several stolen credit cards. Faith turned her camera on selfie mode so she could watch the action behind her. Miranda did not look around the restaurant like a person who was looking for a boyfriend she was supposed to have lunch with. She stood off to the side of the packed front counter, held up her phone, smiled, took a selfie, then headed back out the door. Faith jumped out of the booth ahead of Will. They jogged across the dining room. Outside, Miranda did not get into a white Honda CRX that was registered in her name. She stayed on foot, crossing the narrow street that curved behind the Big Chicken. Then she kept going through a row of shrubs. Will caught up with Faith in the parking lot of a truck dealership.
I hope we don't lose sight of her.
She was joking. The bright orange dress was like a parking cone. Where is she going? Faith edged between two white vans. Will smelled French fries.
Wendy's.
He was right. Miranda headed directly toward the low-slung building and yanked open the door. Will and Faith slowed their roll. Through the plate glass, he could see Miranda standing in line to order. The Wendy's was only half full. There were plenty of spaces in the parking lot. He'd just eaten a 3-piece big box meal, but the smell of fries made him hungry again. They split off inside the restaurant, taking opposite roles. Will found a booth in the dining room. Faith stood behind Miranda in the line. From his perch, Will could see Faith peering over the woman's shoulder, reading her phone. Like most people, Miranda was wholly consumed by the screen. She had no idea that a cop was standing behind her, though Faith's gun was on her hip under her suit jacket. Will watched 2 more patrons enter the restaurant. He tried to put himself in Miranda's position. What kind of person posted a photo of a restaurant that she was not going to eat at and mentioned a boyfriend that she did not have? He guessed the sort of person who catfished a desperate father and built him out of 30 grand. Faith caught his attention as Miranda waited for her order to be filled. Faith looked pissed, but that was nothing new. The cashier called her up. Faith kept her body turned sideways, placing an order while she kept Miranda in her sightline. The woman remained oblivious. She was clearly enthralled by whatever was on her phone. Will could see a tiny bump in the back of her neck, where the vertebrae had conformed to her head, constantly being bent toward a screen. Miranda finally glanced up. Her order was ready. She took the tray that was waiting for her on the counter. Single, fries, drink. She filled her cup with unsweetened tea. Faith was directly beside her, filling her cup with soda, while Miranda moved on to the condiments. Straw, napkins, salt, plastic silverware. She pumped the ketchup dispenser, filling 6 tiny paper cups. Miranda headed toward the side of the dining area where a slim countertop and tall bar stools afforded a view of the muffler shop across the street.
Ma'am.
Faith flashed her ID. Miranda nearly dropped her tray.
Over there.
Faith pointed toward Will. She was in her cop stance, which instantly drew everyone's attention.
Move.
Will watched Miranda's eyes slide around the dining room. She looked guilty just standing there. Will hadn't chosen the booth at random. Between his position and Faith's, they had effectively covered all exit points. Tea splashed out of Miranda's cup. Her hands were shaking. She took some very small steps toward the booth. Then some large ones, when Faith turned her cop attitude to loud. Faith was a petite woman, but she could be menacing when the situation called for it. Miranda slid into the booth across from Will. Faith got in beside her and pushed Miranda farther along the bench until she was effectively trapped against the wall. Will made the introductions, because Faith had taken his usual position of being the silent, unpredictable one.
I'm Trent. This is Mitchell.
Miranda studied his ID. Her hands were still trembling.
Is this real?
Faith slapped her business card on the table.
Call the number.
Miranda picked up the card. She stared at it. Her eyes were wet with tears. He could see her jaw working as she gritted her teeth back and forth. The card went back down on the table. She took a French fry, dipped it into each of the 6 ketchups, then shoved it into her mouth. Will looked at Faith while Miranda silently chewed. He guessed the woman had decided to pretend like they weren't there until they gave up and left her alone. Will said,
We're here to talk to you about Gerald Caterino.
The chewing paused for a second, but she 6-dipped another fry and stuck it into her mouth. Faith reached over and, Jenga-like, pulled one of the fries from the pile. Miranda gave a forced sigh.
I know my rights. I don't have to talk to the police if I don't want to.
Will channeled his inner Faith.
Did you learn that at the police academy, Detective Masterson?
Miranda stopped chewing.
It's not illegal to adopt an online pseudonym.
Debatable,
Will said, putting his own spin on Faith's irritated tone.
But it's illegal to impersonate a police officer, even a retired one who never existed.
The news clearly startled her. Faith put her arms along the back of the booth. Her jacket hung open. Her gun was visible to anyone who looked down. Miranda looked down. She swallowed so hard that the sound carried.
My dog got sick,
Miranda said.
She needed surgery, and then my car broke down.
Will asked,
All of that cost $30,000.
I worked for free for a whole year before I asked for anything. And then I had to keep charging because...
She realized that her voice was too loud.
I had to keep charging because it would look suspicious if I didn't. Smart,
Faith said. Miranda's eyes cut in her direction, but she told Will,
The Masterson persona gives me validity. No one would listen to me if they knew I was a woman. You have no idea how hard.
Faith pretended to snore. Miranda said,
I'll pay you fine. I'll return the money. It's no big deal.
You're a CPA, right?
Will waited for her to nod.
Did you pay taxes on that income?
Her eyes went shifty again.
Yes,
Will said.
I need a copy of your private investigator's license, your love-to-see murder business license, and your federal ID number or social security number so I can verify.
The money was paid out over 2 years. That qualifies for a gift tax exemption.
Faith blew out a stream of air between her lips. Will used one of Faith's favorite lines.
Can we cut the bullshit?
Miranda's jaw tightened.
I don't have to talk to you.
We can arrest you on the catfishing alone.
She pushed away the tray.
Look, okay, I accepted Gerald's gift money, but I was really helping him. Do you think that dinosaur knows how to do a deep dive on the internet?
Faith couldn't stay silent. Is $30K the going rate for setting up a Google alert and cutting out some articles?
I did a heck of a lot more than that. Hours more. I crunched the data. I showed him patterns.
She reached into her purse. Faith clamped her hand around the woman's wrist.
Ow!
Miranda winced.
I was just getting my phone. It's in my bag.
Faith took the plastic fork off Miranda's tray and poked around the feed sack. Finally, she nodded.
Geesh!
Miranda retrieved her phone. Her thumb started sliding across the screen.
You're right. I sent Gerald the Google alerts that highlighted articles that reported similar attacks to the one Becky suffered. Have you seen the pictures of her? She nearly died. A lot of women are dead. I'm not just investigating a string of murders. I'm hunting a freaking serial killer.
Will wasn't going to indulge her.
What patterns did you show Gerald?
Miranda worked her phone as she talked.
The cases I sent him, all of the women were abducted in either the last week of March or the last week of October. All of them disappeared in the early morning hours between 5 and noon.
He saw Faith stiffen, because the time of the women's disappearances was a detail she hadn't been privy to. Will said,
We already know about the dates and times. What else?
Did Gerald tell you about the hair stuff and the stalking?
Yes.
Which cases did he show you?
Will hedged.
Which cases do you think he showed us?
I need to start from the beginning.
Miranda turned the phone sideways and angled it so that both Will and Faith could see the screen.
Okay, so here's the original Excel spreadsheet showing all the raw data I sent to Gerald. My search criteria was women missing in Georgia over the last 8 years. It took days, sometimes weeks and months, even a year, to track down what happened after they were reported missing. We are talking thousands of hours of my time to gather this into a searchable database.
Will said,
Keep going.
This cell tells you what happened to them.
She flicked her finger across the screen to a new column.
The majority of the women showed back up, which is common. Women just need a break sometimes. The rest of them ended up getting arrested for drugs or whatever. A few of them were in women's shelters because their husbands were abusive. Some never came back, but maybe they left the state or ran off with a boyfriend. But a small number of them turned up dead. Look at this column.
Faith read,
Joan Feeney, Pia Dansky, Shay Van Dorn, Alexandra McAllister.
The same names that Faith had weeded out from Gerald's list. Will said,
According to Gerald Caterino, there were more victims than what you have in the columns.
He was wrong. I swear he was just seeing what he wanted to see. I bet he never showed you my total list here.
She swiped the screen again.
This cell has the October abductions over the last 8 years. This has the March ones. Gerald dismissed a lot of the names I gave him because he either couldn't get in touch with the family, or they didn't report hearing about a missing hair item, or the victims never reported that they felt like they were being stalked. But I thought a few of the women belonged on the list because they fit the other criteria.
Will saw an imperceptible shift in Faith's features. She was reading ahead. She knew Miranda was onto something. Will asked,
What about the other criteria?
Like I said, they all disappeared in the morning sometime in the last week of March or the last week of October. Except for Caterino and Truong. They were going about a fairly predictable routine. On a run, heading to work, hitting the supermarket or drugstore, when they were abducted. Then, however long later, they were all found in the woods, off the official path, with their bodies mutilated in what the coroners chalked up to animal activity.
Chalked up?
Will asked.
We'll never know, because no autopsies were ever performed,
Miranda said.
This serial killer is clever, and he knows the system. He's spreading the victims across jurisdictions the same way Bundy did. He's torturing them like Dennis Rader. He's extremely methodical, the same as Kemper. He's smart enough to leave them out where animals will get to them. I don't know, maybe he's got some kind of twisted idea of Wiccan or Druid religion. This smacks of animal sacrifice, but where the animals get to eat the humans.
Will thought she'd gone off the rails, but he wasn't going to correct her.
Give me that.
Faith grabbed Miranda's phone away. She started typing. I'm emailing the spreadsheet to myself.
Good,
Miranda said.
Because I need help. I can't get the information I need to make the final connection.
What information? Miranda held out her hand for the phone. Faith made sure the email had gone through before she turned it over. Miranda tapped to a different tab on the spreadsheet.
Becky was the first victim 8 years ago in March. But she lived, so he took another victim, Leslie Truong, and murdered her. Then, in November of that year, another victim showed up in the woods surrounding Lake Lanier in Forsyth County.
Will recognized the details.
Pia Dansky.
Right. Dansky was reported missing the morning of October 24th. She was found dead 2 weeks later. Her body showed signs of animal mutilation.
Will knew all of this was already public record.
What else?
Okay, so Becky was his first victim? We can all agree that the killer started 8 years ago, right?
Will nodded, because she didn't know about Tommy Humphrey, and if it was up to him, she never would. Miranda continued.
Since then, we have 2 victims a year. Multiply that times 8.5 years, add in Becky and Leslie, and that equals 19 victims total. But if you add up the names on the list, we only have 16.
Faith had accessed the spreadsheet on her own phone. She visibly worked to cover her shock as she asked, What's this column with 3 names? Alice Scott, reported missing October of last year. Teresa Singer, March, 4 years ago. Callie Zanger, March, 2 years ago. Who are they?
Singer had PTSD and something called dissociative amnesia. She can't remember her own name most days. Scott suffered a TBI. Her parents are taking care of her on their horse farm. Zanger lives and works in downtown Atlanta, but she won't return my calls. I DM'd her on Facebook, sent emails. I even mailed her an actual snail mail letter. She sent me a cease and desist. She's got a lot of money or something.
Back up, Faith said. What are you saying?
Those are the 3 missing victims from the last 8 years,
Miranda said.
Singer, Scott, Zanger. They're the women who got away.
Grant County, Thursday. Chapter 21. The tiny broken bones in Jeffrey's nose clanged like cymbals with every word he spoke. He didn't have the option of silence. He was at the tail end of the morning patrol briefing, and already he could feel the bruises welling up under his eyes. In normal circumstances, he could walk across the street and have a doctor set the brake, but he didn't want to admit that one of those doctors had broken his nose by slamming the door in his face. If the 8 patrolmen who were watching Jeffrey thought it was strange that their boss had toilet paper shoved up his nostrils, no one had the balls to comment. Jeffrey had given them the highlights of the Katerino attack and the Truong murder, holding back the more troubling details. He believed in showing his work as much as possible. These men all lived in town. They had grown up here. They felt the same responsibility toward the community as Jeffrey. More importantly, he was about to give them a shitty assignment, and he needed them as on-side as was humanly possible. He pointed to the numbers on the whiteboard, saying,
There are 11,680 vans registered in the Tri-County area. The Grant County share is 3,498. Of those, 1,699 are dark in color. I want each of you to take a list from the stack on your way out. Do your normal patrols. But any time you catch a breather, I want you knocking on doors, eyeballing the owners, running down their details. If the name Daryl comes up in any way, shape, or form, call me, Frank, or Matt immediately. If anyone looks even remotely suspicious, then call me, Frank, or Matt immediately. Don't push them. Take a step back. Make the call. Keep yourself safe. Understood?
8 voices called.
Yes, Chief.
Jeffrey stacked together his notes. Looking down sent a small explosion into his nose. He sniffed back blood. Stars filled his vision. Frank came into the room as the patrolman left. He told Jeffrey,
I talked to Chuck Gaines. He's going to put out an alert on the student message board to see if we can locate the 3 women and the man in the black knit cap that Leslie Truong saw in the woods.
Good.
Jeffrey wasn't holding out any hope. They had already put out an alert for witnesses the day that Katerino had been attacked. 22 students had come forward, but none of them had seen anything. At least half of them probably weren't even in the woods at the right time. Jeffrey said,
Fucking Lena.
Frank put his foot on one of the chairs. He rested his elbow on his knee. Jeffrey gathered he wasn't airing out his undercarriage.
Say it.
Lena's a good cop. She could be the best cop on the force one day.
Not from where I'm sitting.
Then stand up so you can see better. The kid made the same mistake I would have made.
Frank's shoulder went up in a shrug.
I was there too, Chief. I saw Becky Katerino. I figured she was dead.
Based on what, Lena?
Based on she looked dead. And I'm being honest here. I'm in her shoes. I got a dead student on my hands. I got the gal who found her. And the gal says she wants to walk back. I'm gonna let that gal walk back to campus if she wants to, because why wouldn't I?
Jeffrey shook his head, because the more he asked himself the question, the more certain he was that he never would have let Truong go off on her own. Even assuming Katerino had been the victim of an accident, Truong was a kid. She'd just found a dead body. You took care of people like that. Frank was silent, except for the whistle of air through his congested lungs.
Look, there's a reason I didn't want your job. It sucks.
You think?
You're a good chief. I can't vouch for the other parts of your life. If you were fucking my daughter, a broken nose would be the least of your worries.
Frank smiled without smiling.
When you were in Birmingham, how many murders did you roll up on?
Jeffrey shook his head. Birmingham was 10 times the size of Grant County. There were over 100 homicides a year.
Probably dozens, right? And even without the DOAs, you saw blood every week, maybe every day. Stabbings, shootings, all kinds of shit. While here in Grant County, we get some ODs, some vehicle fatalities, a few tractor accidents, maybe a couple of knockdown women.
Frank shrugged again.
You're bringing Birmingham thinking to Grant County situations.
Jeffrey had never seen anything like what had happened to Tommy Humphrey and Leslie Truong in Birmingham.
That's what I was hired to do.
Then do it. Lena's got potential. She's got the instincts to do the job the way it has to be done. You can either be the chief who molds her into a good cop, or you can be the asshole who shreds her into nothing, because it makes you feel better.
I never took you for a psychiatrist.
Frank gave Jeffrey's shoulder that squeeze you give a man when you're bringing him to heel like a dog.
I never took you for a cheat, but here we are.
Thanks for the pep talk, Frank.
Anytime, Chief.
Frank graced him with another demeaning shoulder pat before taking his leave. Out of habit, Jeffrey flipped the whiteboard toward the wall before following him out. He gathered his notes off the podium. He was rewarded with another pulsing throb in his face. He gently traced the line of his nose. There was definitely something sticking out that should not be sticking out. He held his breath, upping the pressure, trying to click the bones back into place. His eyes watered. The pain was too intense. Unless he wanted to look like a 1930s gangster for the rest of his life, he was going to end up having to go to a doctor 3 towns over who would actually see him.
Chief?
Marla walked in with a bag of frozen French fries in one hand and a bottle of Advil in the other.
I got the fries from Pete at the diner. He wants them back.
Jeffrey pressed the bag to his nose. He nodded for Marla to open the bottle.
Is Lena back yet?
Saw her car pull in when I was tootling back from the diner.
Thanks.
Jeffrey dry swallowed 4 Advil as he walked back into the squad room. Lena was taking off her bulky coat. She did her usual deer in the headlights when she saw him. He didn't like the fear he saw in her eyes. 90% of being a cop was dealing with angry men. If she couldn't handle it from her boss, she wasn't going to make it on the street. He told her,
In my office.
Lena followed him inside. She closed the door without being told. She started to sit down, but he stopped her.
On your feet.
Jeffrey tossed the frozen bag of fries on his desk as he took a seat. The change in altitude made his nose throb harder. Chief! He jabbed his finger into the photocopies of her notes.
What is this bullshit?
Lena sucked in a breath. She had clearly hoped that her earlier ass-chewing was over.
Look at them.
He handed her the copies.
You're a cop. You want to be a detective one day? Tell me what's wrong with your notes, future detective.
She stared at the neatly printed words, the carefully outlined steps of her various actions. Lena cleared her throat. There's no mistakes.
Right, Jeffrey said. No run-on sentences, no stray marks, no cross-throughs, not even a misspelled word. You're either the smartest fucking cop in this building or you're the stupidest. Which one is it?
Lena placed the copies back on his desk. She shifted on her feet.
Which notes do you want me to keep, Lena? Which set do you want subpoenaed by Gerald Caterino's lawyers? Or Benito Truong's? Because her daughter was murdered when you told her to go back to the school on her own.
Lena kept her gaze down.
You're going to be sworn in under oath. Which set of notes is the truth?
Lena did not look up, but she put her hand on the copies. These? He sat back in his chair. The frozen bag of fries was leaving a wet mark on his desk.
Where's your original notebook?
At home.
Get rid of it,
he told her.
If this is your choice, then you need to stand by it.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about your interview with Leslie Truong.
Lena shifted nervously on her feet. I asked her if she had seen anyone else in the area. She said she passed 3 women on her walk into the woods. They were heading toward the college. 2 of them were wearing Grant Tech colors. The other wasn't, but she looked like a student. Leslie didn't recognize any of them. I really pressed her on it, and
the man?
She thought maybe he was a student, too. Lena briefly met his gaze, before quickly looking away. All she remembered was his knit cap. It was black knit, a beanie type. She couldn't remember his features, or his hair color or eyes, or how tall he was or how big.
She said he just looked like a regular guy, probably a student. He was jogging down the path.
Jogging, not running.
That's what I asked, and she said definitely jogging. He wasn't acting suspicious or anything. She assumed he was a student out for a run.
She said student, meaning he was in that age group.
I asked, and she said she couldn't say, except that he ran like he was younger. I guess older people, when they run, maybe they've got bad knees or they aren't as fast. She shrugged. I'm sorry, Chief. Is she dead because of... Her eyes met his. This time she did not look away. Frank's words came back to Jeffrey. He could crush her right now. He could say the thing that would grind her into dust, and she would never be able to do the job again. He said,
She's dead because someone murdered her.
The overhead light caught the moisture in her eyes.
The vast majority of policing is social work.
He had told her this before, but he hoped like hell this time the lesson had meaning.
I know what it's like being on patrol. You're writing tickets all day, looking for jaywalkers, bored out of your mind. Then, a dead body shows up and it's exciting.
Lena's guilty expression confirmed he had hit on the truth.
Excitement is great, but it gives you tunnel vision. You miss things, you make stupid mistakes. We don't get a lot of leeway as police officers. We have to see everything. Even the smallest detail can mean the difference between life and death.
I'm sorry, Chief, she promised. It won't happen again.
Jeffrey wasn't finished.
The reason I moved here from Birmingham is because I was sick of locking up one drug dealer for shooting another drug dealer. I wanted to feel connected to the people I was protecting. You can be a good cop, Lena. A damn good cop. But you need to work on that connection.
Yes, Chief, I will.
Jeffrey wasn't sure she would do a damn thing, but lecturing her for another 10 minutes or 10 hours was not going to change that.
Sit down.
Lena sat on the edge of the chair. Jeffrey's nose had started to itch, like he needed to sneeze. He put the frozen fries back to his face.
Tell me about the construction site.
Lena sucked in a quick breath as she took her notebook out of her back pocket.
I talked to everyone on the site. They're building a climate-controlled storage facility.
Jeffrey nodded for her to continue.
There's, like, extra workmen from what you'd expect. Garage door installers and welders and security, alongside the usual contractors and stuff. I was going to type this up, but...
She offered him the notebook. Jeffrey didn't take it.
You're the one who was there. Did any of the names stand out?
No, not really.
She glanced up, then back down. The guilt was back.
I was going to run all of the names through the database to check for records or outstanding warrants, but...
He knew he wasn't going to like what was coming, but said,
Out with it.
I know you told me to go to the site and get back here as soon as possible, but...
Lena looked up at him.
I drove to the Home Depot in Memmington.
Jeffrey sat with the information. She had disobeyed his orders, again, but her instincts were good. Every contractor in the Tri-County area relied on the undocumented workers who loitered around the Home Depot. Generally, the contractors picked them up in the early morning hours, worked them to the bone for slave wages, dropped them back off at the Home Depot that night, then went to church on Sunday and complained about how immigrants were ruining the country. He asked,
And?
I don't speak Spanish, but I figured they would talk to me.
Lena waited for him to motion for her to continue.
At first they were scared because of my uniform, but then I made it clear I wasn't going to hassle them, that I was looking for information.
Her voice had gone up on the last word. She was worried she was in trouble again. Jeffrey asked,
Did they talk to you?
Some of them did.
Lena had turned tentative again.
Read the room, Lena. I'm not yelling at you.
It's just that half of them said they'd worked on the storage construction site. They get rotated out depending on what's needed. But they said it was weird, because there was a gringo taking money under the table, too.
She paused, waiting for a nod.
They didn't know his name, but everybody called him BB. And so I pressed, and this one guy said he thought it stood for Big Bit.
Big Bit,
Jeffrey repeated. Something about the name was setting off an alarm.
Like a drill bit?
I'm not sure, Lena said, but it made me think about Felix Abbott because...
Fuck.
Jeffrey sat up so fast his nose ignited.
Felix admitted that he goes by the name Little Bit. There's gotta be a Big Bit. And maybe Big Bit is Daryl, and maybe Daryl has access to a van. Where's Felix now? Is he in Holden?
Lena stood up, because he'd stood up.
I checked on my way in. They're getting him ready to bus to the courthouse. His arraignment is this morning.
Go get him. Rip him out of the back of the bus if you have to. Get his arrest jacket from the guard and put him in interrogation. Go.
Lena banged open the door so hard that the glass shook.
Frank?
Jeffrey didn't see him in the squad room. He ran over to the kitchen.
Frank?
Frank looked up. He was standing over the sink, eating a bacon biscuit. Jeffrey said,
Felix Abbott, 23, skateboarder, pot dealer.
Why's his name coming up again?
Crumbs fell out of Frank's mouth.
You looking at him for the attacks?
Should I be?
The family tree is nothing but an oily, turd-filled toilet. But, nah. The younger generation squandered the family criminal enterprises. Typical succession issue. By the time you hit the third generation, they don't have the work ethic.
Frank coughed out some more crumbs.
I'd look at the kid's father. One of his...
Jeffrey stepped away from the scattershot as he coughed again.
His uncles, I was saying.
Frank spat into the sink. He turned on the faucet to wash it down.
You got 5 or 6 families in Memminger you look at when anything hinky goes down. The Abbotts are at the top of the pile. Though good luck keeping them straight. They all crossbreed like bitches in heat.
Tell me about the Abbotts.
Shit. Let me see if I can remember.
Frank coughed again.
If I've got the right shit stains, the grandfather's in Statesville for a double homicide. Granny tried to cover his tracks and wound up with a nickel in Wentworth. They had 6 sons. All of them bar brawlers and wife beaters with so many kids and stepkids and out-of-wedlock kids nobody can keep count.
Any of them named Daryl?
Fuck if I know. They're a Memminger problem. I hear their names and I just laugh.
You seem to know a lot about the family.
I do a monthly choir practice with a deputy over in Memminger. Guy knows how to sing.
When cops talked about choir practice, they meant the kind that took place in a bar, not at church.
Any of the Abbotts ever work at the college?
No way they'd pass a background check.
What about the nickname Big Bit? That ever come up?
Nah, but there's a fair amount of imbibing during choir,
Frank admitted.
I can call over to Memminger and do some digging around.
Do it. If I can prove Daryl is a gringo going by the name of Big Bit on the Mercer construction site, that puts him in proximity to the fire road that leads to the Truon crime scene.
Shit.
Shit is right. Get on the phone.
Jeffrey was on his toes, halfway between a fast walk and a run, as he headed toward the interrogation room. Lena was leading Felix Abbott down the hallway. His hands were cuffed behind his back. His feet were shuffling, though his ankles weren't chained. Jeffrey could smell the con on him. This wasn't the first time Felix had been arrested. He had his chest puffed out like a punk daring a cop to take a swing. Jeffrey felt tempted, but he opened the door to interrogation and waited for the kid to go in. Felix snarled his upper lip as he walked by. Shoulders back, chest out. For all his posturing, he looked like a normal 20-something-year-old. Not too tall, not too skinny. Floppy brown hair, just the way Chuck had described him. Felix was dressed like a skateboarder in board shorts, a zip-up hoodie, and faded Ramones t-shirt. The bruise on the side of Felix's head told Jeffrey that Lena had not been playing around when she tackled him off his skateboard. Felix took in Jeffrey's damaged nose, asking, "This bitch knock you around too?" Jeffrey dug the wadded-up pieces of toilet paper out of his nostrils and tossed them into the trash. The room was small, but typical to most cop shops. A table bolted to the floor, chairs on either side, a one-way mirror to a tiny viewing room that doubled as a storage closet. Lena tossed Felix Abbott's arrest jacket onto the table. Jeffrey did not sit down. He stood over the jacket, scanning the details. Felix had been arrested twice before, both for possession, both times receiving nothing more than a slap on the wrist. His tattoos were many. His AKA was Little Bit. According to his driver's license, Felix lived in Meminger. Jeffrey recognized the Doolally address, a Shitsville motel that rented by the week. All he needed from this kid was a name, not even a first name. Jeffrey knew in his gut that finding Daryl would either lead him to a clue or be the clue that broke the case wide open. Jeffrey looked up. Felix was standing at the other end of the table. His jaw was angled up again, inviting a punch. He had a pimple on his chin. The white, pus-filled head stared at Jeffrey like a rheumy eye. Jeffrey said, "Sit." Felix took his time shuffling around the table. Lena's hands clamped onto shoulders. She shoved him down into the plastic chair.
"Fuck!"
Felix complained. Jeffrey motioned for her to sit across from Felix. He crossed his arms, glaring down at the kid. Felix looked up at Jeffrey, then back at Lena. She had her arms crossed, too. Jeffrey started out small.
"You were arrested with some dub sex."
"So?"
Felix demanded.
"That's your third arrest for possession. I've already made a call to the district attorney. We're doing this new thing in town where we clamp down on recidivism."
His shoulder jerked up in a shrug.
"So?"
"So you're looking at big boy prison for this, not another Standen County lockup."
His shoulder jerked again. He probably had uncles in prison. His path would be smoother than most. Still, Jeffrey waited for a response. The kid offered a third.
"So?"
Lena's hand whipped out. She gave Felix an open-palm slap across the face.
"Jesus fuck, lady!"
Felix's hands went to his face. He looked at Jeffrey.
"What the fuck, man?"
Jeffrey nodded. Lena slapped him again.
"What?"
Felix shouted.
"What do you want?"
Jeffrey said,
"You go by the name Little Bit."
He rethought his answer.
"Is that a crime?"
Jeffrey asked.
"Where'd you get the nickname?"
"From I don't know. One of my uncles. I was little. They were all big."
Big.
"Jesus!"
Felix rubbed his cheek.
"What is up with you, bitch?"
Jeffrey snapped his fingers for Felix's attention.
"Don't worry about her. Look at me."
"What else should I be worried about, dude?"
He kept his hand to his face as he told Lena,
"You need to stop, okay? It really stinks."
Jeffrey drew in a breath of air. He wanted to shake this little shit until his teeth fell out, but the worst way to get information was to let the suspect know you needed it. He pressed his knuckles into the table and leaned over.
"You want me to hit you instead?"
Felix shook his head so hard that the hair flopped to the other side. Jeffrey glared down at him. Was he wrong about Daryl being their most likely suspect? Was Felix the man who had attacked Becky Caterino? Who had kicked a hammer between Leslie Truong's legs so hard that the head had splintered off?
"I need a doctor."
Felix kept rubbing his cheek. His bottom lip had pouted out. If he was a psychopath, he was a damn good one. Jeffrey asked,
"Where were you 2 days ago between the hours of 5 and 7 in the morning?"
2 days?
Felix pushed his hair back into place.
Shit, dude. I don't know. Asleep in my bed?
Lena took out her notebook and pen. Felix looked nervous at the prospect of going on the record. Jeffrey prompted,
"You were asleep 2 days ago between the hours of 5 and 7 in the morning?"
Maybe?
He looked at Lena, then Jeffrey.
I don't know, dude. One day I woke up in the drunk tank over in Meminger. I don't know if that was then.
Jeffrey watched Lena make a dash beside the note to follow up on the possible alibi. He told Felix,
The director of campus security identified you as a known pot dealer.
Felix didn't offer a rebuttal. Jeffrey asked,
You were at the college yesterday?
Yeah, dude.
Felix brushed back his hair again.
I was busting Benihanas outside the library. The security guards, you slip them a $5 and they look the other way.
Jeffrey wasn't surprised Chuck's men were taking bribes. He looked down at Lena's notebook. She had made another dash to check the security footage outside the library. He asked Felix,
Do you ever go into the woods?
What?
Felix looked repulsed.
No, man. You can't skate in the woods. There's dirt and shit.
Does anybody else in your family have nicknames?
Yeah? So?
He jerked back at the last minute, expecting another slap.
What the fuck is up with you people? I thought you were gonna offer me a deal.
A deal for what?
Like, I don't know. My supplier?
No deals,
Jeffrey said.
Tell me about the nicknames.
Felix was confused enough to answer.
My Gramps is called Bumpy on account of he bumped off a few guys. I got an uncle called Rip, because he can rip a fart. There's Bubba, Bubba Sausage.
Jeffrey let him go through the list. He wasn't surprised it was long. Men gave each other nicknames. He'd been called Slick in high school. His best friend had been called Possum. Felix said,
My Uncle Axel's doing a stint at Wheeler, which is kind of funny. Axel Wheels, you get it?
Jeffrey had gathered from Frank that the Abbotts weren't into family planning. It was possible that Felix had an uncle who was close to his own age. He asked,
How long has Axel been inside?
3 months? I don't know. You guys can look it up.
Jeffrey watched Lena make another dash to follow up. He asked Felix,
Does Axel work on cars?
Sure. That's why they call him that. Dude wasn't born at Wheeler.
Jeffrey thought of the dead blow kit, the cross-peen hammer.
Does he do body work? Fix dents and scratches?
He works on anything, man. Dude's a motorhead genius. He even knows how to fix skateboards.
Jeffrey took a mental step back. He only had one chance with this kid.
You two must be close if he's working on your skateboards.
Nah, man. Axel never did shit for me. Can't stand my guts.
Jeffrey had started to sweat. He could feel he was close.
Who does Axel fix skateboards for?
His son? Only the dude isn't really his son, like, he never adopted him, even after his mom died.
Felix shook his hair out of his eyes. He was clearly more comfortable with this line of questioning, which is exactly what Jeffrey wanted.
My cuz, he's the one who got me into skating. I've been his shadow since forever. Dude was there when I pulled off my first alley-oop.
My cuz. Lena had looked up from her notebook. Felix's eyes darted her way. Jeffrey weighed his options. They could do a search for Felix's uncles, find the one nicknamed Axel who was in Wheeler State Prison, then drive over there and try to sweat the information out of the con. Or Jeffrey could join Frank on the phones and call around and see if anyone knew about the kid Axel had raised, who wasn't legally his son. Or Jeffrey could get the answer from this punk little jackass right now. Again he circled around the target, asking Felix,
What's an alley-oop?
Dude, it's awesome. You spin to one side and air to the other like a fish breaking out of water.
Sounds hard.
Oh, no doubt. You can get a gnarly hipper.
What's your cousin's name?
Like a switch being flipped, Felix's demeanor changed. He was no longer in laid-back skater mode. He was a kid from a criminal family who lived in a bad part of town, who knew you didn't rat out your own blood.
Why?
Jeffrey knelt down, putting himself at Felix's level.
They call him Big Bit, right? And you're Little Bit, because you're his shadow?
Felix's eyes darted back to Lena, then to Jeffrey, then back again. He was trying to figure out if he had given too much away. Jeffrey could only guess at the connections he was trying to make. He needed the words from Felix. He lifted his chin at Lena, indicating she should leave. Lena folded her notebook closed. She clicked her pen. She walked out the door. Jeffrey took his time standing up. He walked slowly to Lena's chair in order to give her time to take position behind the one-way mirror. He sat down. He gripped his hands together on the table. He tried to keep his options open, saying,
Daryl's not in any trouble.
Shit.
Felix's foot started tapping against the floor.
Shit.
Jeffrey took that as confirmation that he was on the right track. He tried to put himself in Felix's position. He wasn't going to flip on his cousin. At least, not on purpose.
Felix, I'm going to be straight with you. This is about the construction site on Mercer.
The tapping stopped.
The storage place.
The feds are getting involved because of OSHA violations.
Jeffrey felt the lie spreading like a drug through his brain.
Do you know what an OSHA investigation means?
They, come in when people are hurt on the job because the bosses are cutting corners.
That's right,
Jeffrey said.
OSHA is looking for witnesses against the bosses. They know Big Bit was working on the site. They want to talk to him off the record.
His hands came up together because of the handcuffs. He picked at the pimple on his chin.
How bad would people hurt?
Really bad.
Jeffrey debated which way to push. Would the offer of a fake reward be too obvious? Should he go back to skateboarding? In the end, Jeffrey chose silence, which was just as hard for him to pull off as it was for Felix to suffer through. The kid broke first, saying,
I don't want to jam up my cuz, yo.
Jeffrey leaned forward.
Are you worried about his rap sheet?
Felix's expression gave him the confirmation. His cousin had an arrest jacket, possibly an outstanding warrant or two. That was why Big Bit had been working on the job site for cash, like the other undocumented day laborers. He couldn't risk his social security number going into the system. Jeffrey said,
I don't care if he's been in trouble before. That's not what this is about.
You don't get it, dude. I told you. I've been like his shadow since I was a little grommet.
Jeffrey gave up on the lie. He went with a more reliable motivator, self-interest.
All right, Felix. How badly do you want a deal? You haven't been arraigned yet. I could kick the charge on the dub sacks. Hell, I could lose the paperwork. Just give me his name, and you could walk out of here right now.
Felix started digging at the pimple again. Jeffrey breathed through his broken nose. He could hear a slight whistle. This was going nowhere. He was going to have to make a decision. He gave the kid one last chance.
Well,
what?
Felix had turned angry.
He's not even my real cousin, okay? Uncle Axe shacked up with his mom for like a minute before she OD'd, and then he was stuck with him. I mean, we're close, but we're not technically related. We don't even have the same last name.
Jeffrey clenched his jaw, waiting.
Okay. Yeah,
Felix finally said.
He's been staying at Axel's house, right? Like, I'm stuck in Doolally with damn meth freaks, and he's living it up in Avondale rent-fucking-free.
I need his name, Felix.
Nesbitt,
Felix said.
Daryl Nesbitt.
Jeffrey felt his lungs open for the first time in 2 days. He had almost a full second of relief before the door banged open.
Chief,
Frank said.
I need you.
Jeffrey stood up. He felt off balance. Daryl Nesbitt. He needed to go back at Felix, figure out why Katarino and Truong had Daryl's number in their phones. Was Daryl part of the pop business? Were the phone numbers enough of a justification to bring Daryl into the station? Nesbitt had worked at the job site near the fire road. His father fixed damaged cars. Axel Abbott probably had a dead-blow hammer set in his toolbox, a toolbox that his stepson could be holding on to, while his dad was in prison. Did Daryl have access to a dark-colored van? Was he in the vicinity of the college over the last 2 days? Jeffrey would need cell phone records, credit card statements, arrest records, social media.
Over here.
Frank pulled him down the hall. Something was wrong. Jeffrey tried to shut down the list in his head, telling Frank,
I already got Daryl's.
The dean just called,
Frank said.
Another student is missing.
Atlanta. Chapter 22. Faith looked up from her phone, giving herself a break from reading so she didn't get carsick. Will was driving while she searched police reports, newspaper articles, and social media to pull together a profile of Callie Zanger. Faith had gone into the task thinking that she would prove that Miranda Newberry and her 80-tab color-coded spreadsheet was wrong, but everything so far pointed to a victim who had somehow managed to get away. Will asked,
Well,
"First off, Callie Zanger is freaking beautiful." Will pulled his eyes away from the road to look at the photo on Faith's phone. He didn't say anything, but he didn't have to. Zanger was gorgeous. Long, thick hair, perfect button nose, a chin that could cut diamonds. She probably got up at 4 every morning to do Pilates and update her vision board. Faith's vision board was a tattered photograph of her sleeping. She gave Will the summary. Zanger is a named partner at a watch shoe law firm called Guthrie, Hodges, and Zanger. Divorced, no children. She specializes in tax litigation. 41 years old. Lives in a $6 million penthouse at one museum across from the High. Was reported missing 2 years ago. March 28th.
early morning?
Will asked. Probably. She missed a mandatory Wednesday morning meeting. Apparently, she's a real type A. Never misses a meeting. So, everybody freaked. Called the hospitals, the cops, went by her place, checked her gym. Her BMW was in the garage. Zanger's mother, Veronica Houston Bailey, was at the downtown Atlanta precinct by noon with her family lawyer, which is why I'm assuming APD didn't tell her to come back in 24 hours.
Houston Bailey of Houston Bailey Realtors?
That's the one. The firm was by far the largest commercial real estate company in Atlanta. For what it's worth, I agree with APD moving fast on this. High-powered, politically connected female attorneys don't just disappear like that, especially when they're in the middle of a very nasty zillion-dollar divorce that's in the papers and on the news every day.
Did APD go with the husband?
Rod Zanger. And yes, they went at him like a pack of velociraptors. Rod claimed he had no idea where she was, why she was missing, all the usual. But he couldn't account for his whereabouts the Wednesday morning she disappeared. No receipts, no phone records, no alibi witnesses. He said he was home in their Buckhead mansion with a cold, on the maid's day off, and the gardeners. APD were really looking at him hard.
Was her car garaged at work?
In her space at one museum, conveniently located in a blind spot the security cameras didn't cover. She walked to work sometimes if the weather was good. But her purse and phone were found locked in the trunk.
That sounds familiar.
Almost like a pattern, she asked. Do you remember the divorce? It was pretty big, a reverse Cinderella story. They met at Duke Law School. Rod was the poor cowboy from Wyoming. Callie was the wealthy Southern debutante who swept him off his feet. The papers called him a kept man. Will shook his head, because he only read car magazines, and magazines about cars. Faith had gotten a text. She held up her phone in front of her face, instead of the other way around. Jeremy was still begging for her help. She swiped away the request, telling Will, "Here's where it gets interesting. 36 hours after Zanger was reported missing, she was found wandering along Cascade Road in the middle of the night. Dazed and confused. Blood was pouring from a head wound. Her clothes were torn. She was covered in mud. Her shoes were missing. At the hospital, they treated her for a severe concussion and exposure."
What kind of head wound?
He asked.
Hammer-shaped?
The police report doesn't specify, and the newspaper stories are annoyingly vague. But Zanger was taken to Grady, and Sarah used to work there, so...
You want her to violate patient privacy?
Faith pivoted away from that pipe dream. Zanger signed herself out of the hospital the next morning. According to the papers, there's no record of her being admitted to any other metro hospitals. According to APD, she refused to file an official statement, or to even submit to an informal interview. She wouldn't talk to anybody. The husband wouldn't talk. The mother sure as shit wouldn't talk. So the investigation was dropped,
and the divorce settlement was put under seal, and the newspapers had nothing else to report. And here we are 2 years later. Will asked,
How did Zanger get from Cascade Road to the hospital?
Older couple driving their grandbaby around trying to get her to fall asleep. Which only works on grandbabies, by the way, not on your own children.
There's a lot of wooded areas near Cascade.
I want to get a giant satellite map of the state so I can put X's on where the women lived, where they were found, and the last known location where they were seen alive.
I bet Miranda has a map.
Faith bristled, which was probably why he'd brought it up. Riddle me this, Batman. If Dirk Masterson was so sure that she was hunting a serial killer, then why didn't she go to the police?
Because she knew that exactly what's going to happen would happen.
Faith looked at her phone, responding to Jeremy's text with more attention than was warranted. Will had advocated for letting Miranda and Gerald Caterino work out a legally binding, interest-accruing repayment plan. But Will would have let Bonnie Parker skate so long as she pinky swore she would never rob a bank with Clyde Barrow again. Will said,
I'm not saying Miranda is an upstanding citizen, but we wouldn't know about any of this without her. She's the one who fed the information to Gerald. Gerald sent them to Nesbitt. Nesbitt got us here.
Thanks for the summary of the last 2 days, Faith said. Miranda Newberry can't even tell the truth about where she's going for lunch. She set up a fake company with a fake name and a fake website and a legitimate bank account so she could cash checks. Do you really think Gerald Caterino is her only victim? Will didn't have an answer this time. Cheater's gonna cheat, Faith reminded him. But seriously, can we talk about the obvious? I'd be damned if I'd be eating at Wendy's and wearing a dress the color of a clown's fart if someone had given me a tax-free windfall of $30,000. Will's phone started ringing. He tapped the button. Faith said, It's us. You're on speaker. Amanda asked,
How far away are you from Zanger's office?
Faith guessed, 5 minutes?
Sarah's about the same from HQ. The Van Dorns got here early. Caroline has put them in the conference room. I want you both back here ASAP.
Faith assumed they had decided to ask the parents for permission to exhume the body. She decided against pushing Amanda on the serial killer angle again. We're going to hit rush hour. I'm not sure how long it will take for us to get back. Will asked,
What about Brock's files?
Sarah took a preliminary look-see. Everything is there. The coroner's report, Sarah's original autopsy notes, the labs, photographs, even a video of the crime scene. The blood and urine screens came back negative, but for cannabinoids. Truong was a student. That only goes to reason. Amanda said, This is from Sarah. Rohypnol and GHB have short half-lives and undergo rapid metabolism. Thus, the toxicology results in and of themselves can't exclude possible drugging. The symptoms could include one or all of the following: amnesia, loss of consciousness, a sense of euphoria, a sense of paranoia, and loss of muscle control, meaning legs and arms paralyzed. The effects can linger for 8 to 12 hours. Will asked,
What about the blue Gatorade?
The lab confirmed a sugary substance consistent with a sports drink, blue in color, found in the stomach contents. Amanda ordered, Report back immediately after you speak with Zanger. Wait. Faith couldn't let it go after all. Are you going to ask anything about the serial killer spreadsheet? I would only ask why not one of my highly trained investigators spotted these possible connections before a civilian posing as a porn detective stumbled across them. Faith took the dig, because it was clearly meant for her. Do you realize how many cases I could find if I had 60 billion hours to waste in front of my computer? Will gave her the side-eye. Amanda said, The great thing about not learning from your mistakes, Faith, is that you get to keep making them until you do. Faith opened her mouth. Will ended the call before she could get a word out. He waited a beat, then told Faith,
You know Amanda's probably working this behind the scenes, right?
Faith wasn't going to get into a discussion about Amanda's habit of playing hide-and-seek with information. She liked being the great wizard behind the curtain.
Faith was tired of sitting in Dorothy's basket. Will said,
Amanda had a gut feeling about Masterson. That's why she kept pushing on the ISP. She knows this is a serial. You have to trust that she has a plan. She's trying to keep us reined in.
I guess this is the second day in a row I'm going to have to tell a man that I am not a horse.
Will stared ahead at the road.
Zanger was missing for 36 hours. What reason would she have for not filing a report?
Fear, Faith asked, because that was the reason most women didn't report attacks. She offered up the second one.
Maybe she was worried no one would believe her.
She had to go to the hospital. There was physical proof that she was injured.
Maybe she didn't want to deal with it. Her divorce was seriously nasty. Her husband was banging strippers. The strippers talked. Then Callie's ex-boyfriend came out with a story about her being an Adderall freak in college. All of this wasn't just local gossip. It made it to the national news. And then, on top of everything else, she gets raped?
Faith had been spared that particular trauma, but she'd been a pregnant 15-year-old, back when they still burned witches. She knew what it felt like to have everyone talking about you, judging you, dissecting you like a specimen under a microscope. She told Will,
We don't honestly know what happened to Callie Zanger in the woods. Look at the other side of the coin. She has a stressful, high-powered job. And in the middle of all of that, she's going through a bad divorce where her most intimate details are being shared by strangers. Maybe she couldn't take it anymore. She went into the woods to end it. Whatever she did didn't work, so she changed her mind and walked out. And now she's embarrassed.
Will didn't answer immediately.
Do you believe that's what happened?
Faith figured a woman like that would disappear into a Four Seasons spa before she walked into the woods.
No.
Me neither.
Faith tapped her phone over to Google Maps to make sure they were heading in the right direction. Will did not have sat-nav in his ancient Porsche 911. The car was nice inside, hand-restored by Will to its former glory. But unfortunately, those glory days had been before cup holders and global warming. The air conditioner only went as low as warm.
Here,
she pointed to the right.
Go down Crescent Avenue. The parking garage is accessed from the back of the building.
Will put on the blinker.
Do we call ahead of time? Or show up in her office?
Faith considered the options as they waited out the light.
Zanger refused to talk to the cops. She sent Dirk/Miranda a cease and desist letter. She's made it clear that she doesn't want an investigation.
She's a tax litigator, not a criminal lawyer. A phone call from the GBI would probably rattle the hell out of her.
He added.
But us showing up in person?
Faith said.
We're talking about freaking out a woman who was probably brutally attacked, right? Like, that was the worst day of her life. And she spent the last 2 years trying to forget about it? And now we're going to show up with our badges and pick at that scab until it bleeds?
I can think of 3 possibilities.
Will counted them out on his fingers.
She's either traumatized about what happened, and that's why she can't talk about it, or she's afraid the attacker will come back and hurt her again. Also traumatizing. Or she's scared of the publicity, because she was traumatized by it during her nasty divorce. Or she could be all of those things. But it doesn't matter, because any way you look at it, she's traumatized, and we're trying to force her into doing something she doesn't want to do, which is to talk about what happened.
Faith asked the question that they had both been avoiding.
What if she was hurt like Tommy Humphrey?
The car went silent. With very little effort, Faith was able to put herself back in the briefing room this morning. Sarah was holding up the photograph of the splintered wooden end of the hammer. 4 months. 120 days. That was the length of time Tommy Humphrey had to endure before doctors could begin to repair the physical damage to her body. The psychological damage would probably take an eternity. The young woman had tried to hang herself the day Daryl Nesbitt was convicted for possession of child pornography. Amanda had told Sarah to reach out to her. Maybe that wasn't possible. Maybe Tommy Humphrey had finally taken her own life and found peace in her grave. Faith told Will,
I can't imagine how Tommy Humphrey could have ever moved past what happened to her.
Will cleared his throat.
Probably by not talking about it.
Yeah. The car went quiet again. Faith felt weighted down, like her blood had turned to sand. Will said, I'll do it. Faith dialed the main number for Guthrie, Hodges, and Zanger. She talked to a way too snooty-sounding receptionist, giving her full GBI credentials, and asking to speak to Callie Zanger. Will had made the turn into Crescent and was looking for the entrance to the parking garage by the time Zanger came on the line.
What's this about?
Zanger's voice sounded as sharp as her chin. Faith said, I'm Special Agent.
I know who you are. What you want?
Zanger was speaking in a hoarse whisper. She sounded panicked, which was agonizing, but also presented an opening. Faith went with the easiest possibility first. I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Zanger, but my boss, the deputy director of the GBI, got a call from a reporter this morning. She referred it to our public relations department, but we needed to follow up with you on a few things.
What few things? She demanded. You say no comment and let it go.
Faith glanced at Will. He had pulled into a parking space on the street. Faith said, Unfortunately, we're a government agency. We really don't have the option of a no comment. We are answerable to the people.
Bullshit, she hissed. I don't have to.
I understand that you are under no obligation to talk to me. Faith tried another possibility. I think you want to, though. I think you're scared that what happened to you will happen again.
You're wrong about that.
She sounded damn sure of herself. Faith said, This will be completely off the record.
There's no such thing as off the record.
Look. Faith was out of possibilities. I'm outside the parking garage to your building. There's a restaurant across the street. I'll be at the bar for the next 10 minutes. Then I'm coming up to your office to talk to you in person.
God damn you.
The phone banged down twice before Zanger got the receiver into the cradle. Faith felt disgusted with herself. The last thing she had heard was Callie Zanger's pained cry. She put her head in her hands. I hate my job, Will said.
She'll expect you to be alone.
I know. Faith got out of the car. The sand in her veins continued to weigh her down as she walked toward the trendy-looking restaurant. Loud music was playing on the outdoor patio. She caught her own reflection in the glass door as she opened it. Will was 20 feet behind her, keeping his distance because he didn't want to spook Callie Zanger if she actually showed up. Faith prayed the woman would meet her at the bar. The phone call had probably set off a small explosion inside the office. Showing up in person with Will, flashing their IDs, would be a nuclear detonation. She looked at her watch as she took her place at the empty bar. 9 more minutes. She ordered an iced tea from a bartender wearing a stupid pork pie hat. 7 more minutes. Faith looked around the restaurant. Late afternoon. She was the only person at the bar. Will was one of 3 single men in suits, sitting at 3 separate tables. In Callie Zanger's shoes, Faith would have been furious about the intrusion into her life. But Faith had to think about Pia Dansky's shoes, Joan Feeney's, Shay Van Dorn's, Alexandra McAllister's, Rebecca Caterino's, Leslie Truong's. There were so many victims that Faith could not recall all of their names. She took her phone out of her purse. She accessed Miranda's spreadsheet. 8 years. 19 women. 20 if you added in Tommy Humphrey. Detective Mitchell. Faith didn't correct her on the title. She recognized Callie Zanger from her photos. The tax attorney wasn't wearing as much makeup and her hair was pulled back. But she was still a beautiful woman, even when she slumped down on the bar stool beside Faith. Callie told the bartender, "Double kettle one with a lime twist." Faith heard a practiced cadence in the woman's order. She would expect a high-priced tax attorney to be into wine, or even whiskey. Vodka straight from the bottle was a drinker's drink. Callie said, "Are you with that other detective, Masterson?" "No, and he's not a detective." Callie shook her head in distaste.
Let me guess. He's a reporter?
Faith studied the woman. She looked so beaten down. Was she recovering the same way Tommy Humphrey was recovering? Faith silently berated herself for letting her emotions get in the way. She worked to summon her professional reserve.
Ma'am?
The bartender tipped his hat as he placed the vodka double on the bar. Faith looked down at the drink, which was a very generous pour. Callie didn't seem to notice. She stirred the cocktail straw around the glass. She waited for the bartender to leave before telling Faith,
I hate men who wear hats to make up for not having a personality.
Faith immediately liked this woman.
This is about Rod?
Callie asked. Why do you think I'm here about your ex-husband?
Because my ex-husband is the one who abducted me.
Faith watched the woman gulp down half her drink. She didn't know what to do. Rod Zanger had not been any part of any possibilities. She reached for her purse to find her notebook.
Off the record,
Callie said.
That's what you promised on the phone.
Faith closed her purse. Callie finished the drink in one gulp. She signaled for a refill.
Nothing's really off the record, is it?
Faith couldn't lie to this woman. No. Callie took the straw out of her empty glass and slid it end over end against the bar.
I was 13 years old the first time a man touched me without my permission.
Faith watched the straw slip through the woman's fingers.
I was getting my teeth cleaned, and the dentist grabbed my breasts. I never told anybody.
She looked at Faith.
Why didn't I tell anybody?
Faith shook her head. She had her own story she could tell.
Because he'd call you a lying bitch?
Callie laughed.
They call me that anyway.
Faith laughed too, but she was putting the clues together. Did your husband hurt you? Callie nodded slowly, almost imperceptibly. Faith bit her tongue to hold back the rush of questions. Will was so much better at leaning into silence. All Faith could do was sip her iced tea and wait. The bartender returned. He did the hat tip, placed the double vodka on the bar. This time, the pour wasn't just generous. It was more like a triple. He saw Faith looking and winked before walking away. Callie stared down at the clear liquid. She had started chewing the inside of her lip.
I found one of those GPS things on my car.
This was 2 years ago?
Yes, during my divorce.
Callie started turning the glass in a circle.
The transceiver was in a black metal box, attached by a magnet to the wheel well. I don't know why I checked for it. Well, yes, actually I do. I felt like I was being watched. I knew Rod wouldn't let me go.
Faith asked, Did you tell anyone about it at the time?
My divorce lawyer.
She looked up at Faith.
Always listen to your lawyer. They know best.
Faith gathered from her tone that she was being sarcastic.
She told me to leave it on the car, exactly where I found it. She didn't want to tip off Rod. We wanted to maintain privilege, so her office contracted directly with an IT guy to try to trace the device. He finally told us that he couldn't get the information without a subpoena, and filing a subpoena would tip off Rod, so...
Faith longed for her notebook. If Callie gave her attorney permission to break privilege, Faith could have a subpoena within hours. She asked Callie, How did it happen?
I was sitting in my car, about to drive to work.
I had a meeting, but... She waved her hand, brushing it all away.
I don't think it was actually Rod who did it. He must have hired someone. He always liked to watch my face when he was beating me. This guy didn't want to be seen.
Callie took a long pull from her glass. She thumped it down on the counter. Her hands weren't shaking, but they were unsteady. She said,
I can still see it, you know. The hammer. I happened to look up into the rear view mirror. I have no idea why. I saw this hammer swinging down. It was strange looking, the head of the thing. I've done so many internet searches looking for what to call it, but there are hundreds of different hammers. And they've got fiberglass handles and wooden ones, and this hammer is for framing, and that hammer is for drywall. And do you know, there are even YouTube videos
that show the best way to knock out someone with a hammer? Faith shook her head, pretending like her heart had not dropped into her stomach. The last week of March, the early morning hour, the hammer. Callie signaled the bartender for another, telling him, "Bring one for my friend, too." Faith tried to stop her. Callie asked, "Are you off the record or not?" Faith nodded for the man to bring 2 drinks. Callie watched the bartender walk to the other end of the bar. She said, "He's got a nice ass." Faith didn't care about the man's ass. The air had folded in around them. She looked in the mirror. Will was still sitting at the table across the room. He was holding his phone in his hand, but his eyes were on the bar. Faith asked Callie, "What's the next thing you remember?" "I woke up in the woods, of all places." She took a breath. "Our first date was a picnic on the grounds of the Biltmore. Rod was always clever that way. He knew he couldn't impress me with a fancy restaurant or private club. He gave me something that money couldn't buy. Homemade sandwiches, chips, paper napkins, plastic cups. He even wrote me a poem. My romantic cowboy." She had moved away from that moment in the woods. Faith let her stray. "The first time Rod hit me, we were a week away from getting married. He knocked the hell out of me. Literally rang my bell." She stared longingly into the empty glass. "And then he cried like a baby. And it broke my heart. This big, strong cowboy was sobbing with his head in my lap, begging me to forgive him, promising me it would never, ever happen again, and I just—" Faith listened to her voice trail off. There was a tinge of sadness in her tone. Callie Zanger was a smart woman. She knew the exact point in her life when everything had turned bad. She glanced at Faith. "You've heard this old story before, right? As a police officer." Faith nodded. "It's so embarrassing how they all work from the same boring, predictable playbook," she explained. "They cry and you forgive them. Then eventually they realize that crying isn't going to work anymore, so they make you feel guilty. And then the guilt stops working and they resort to threats. And before you know it, you're terrified of leaving and terrified of staying. And 15 years has gone by and—" Faith couldn't let her trail off again. "What made you finally leave him?" "I got pregnant." She gave a thin smile. "Rod didn't want children." Faith didn't have to ask what had happened. Callie was right. She had heard this story countless times before. "It was a blessing, honestly. I couldn't protect myself. How could I protect a child?" The bartender made his third appearance. This time he skipped the hat tip. He put down the 2 glasses with a practiced twist of his wrists. Faith gathered he had seen Callie in here before. He knew that a double meant a triple. He more than likely knew he would be well compensated for the charade. Callie told Faith, "Drink up." Faith wrapped her hand around the glass. The liquid was cold. She pretended to take a sip. Callie took in a mouthful. She was 2 triples in, and on the cusp of tipsy. Faith wondered if she'd had something else before coming down to the restaurant. Her eyelids were heavy. She kept chewing the inside of her lip. "Rod toyed with me during the divorce," Callie said. "I thought I was losing my mind." Faith feigned another sip. "When we were married, he always checked after me to make sure I put things back where they belonged. If something was out of place—" She didn't have to finish the sentence. "When I moved out, when I got my own space, I just thought, I'm going to be messy. I'm going to drop my clothes on the floor and leave the milk out and throw caution to the wind." Her laugh sounded like crystal breaking. "You know what happens when you leave the milk out?" She gave Faith an eye roll. "I had 15 years of training. I couldn't break the neat freak habit. It made me too nervous. And I like knowing where things are. But suddenly, things were not where they were supposed to be." Faith felt a tightness in her chest. "Like what?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe everything was actually really where it was supposed to be. There was a comedian who had this joke about breaking into people's apartments,
and moving their things 1 centimeter away from where they should actually be. Isn't that crazy? Faith didn't answer. I just felt scrutinized? Callie didn't seem satisfied with the word. As if someone had been through my things, touched my things. Nothing was missing. But then one day, suddenly, I couldn't find my favorite hair tie. Faith's hand tightened around her glass. My hair tie, Callie repeated, as if to highlight the insignificance. I reached into my purse for it, and it wasn't there. And I just went mental. I tore the place apart, searching for it everywhere, but it was gone. What did it look like? Just a red hair tie. She shrugged. I paid a few $100 for it. Faith looked at the tie in Callie's hair. A gold charm dangled down from the elastic. She recognized the double C's of the Chanel logo. I know this sounds ludicrous, but that hair tie meant something to me. I usually had to get Rod's permission to buy a pack of gum. It was the first thing I bought on my own. And the reason was, he always made me wear my hair down. Always. He would spot check me at work. She gave a bitter laugh. So he broke into my apartment and stole it from me. Did the security cameras catch him? She shook her head. I never looked. I didn't want my super telling everyone in the building about the hysterical woman crying over a missing hair tie. Faith had assumed that a $6 million penthouse bought you some degree of indulgence. Callie said, That's how Rod always won. He made me feel crazy, like I couldn't tell anybody what was going on because they wouldn't believe me. Faith gently steered her back to the attack. You were hit in the head with a hammer. You were missing for 36 hours. I had a gift. Her tone made it clear that she was certain of this one thing. Rod was going to drag me into court and air every single piece of our dirty laundry. And believe me, there's a lot. Not just about me, but about my family, my mother, her business. Rod wanted to burn all of us in effigy. But then, he gave me this gift, this abhorrent, savage gift, and I traded my silence for my freedom. Rod slithered back to Wyoming with nothing but the clothes on his back. I walked away with my life. Faith looked down at the glass in her hand. Callie's anger sounded triumphant, avenged. But the more she talked, the more Faith was convinced that she was wrong. She tried. Do you remember how you got from your car to the woods? No. The doctor said that amnesia is normal after a significant blow to the head. She had finished her vodka. She motioned towards Faith's glass. I know what it looks like when someone is pretending to drink. Faith slid her glass toward Callie. She knew what it looked like when someone was an alcoholic. I remember waking up in the woods. Callie tossed back her head. Half the liquid disappeared. I woke up several times, actually. I don't know if it was a head wound or the shit he was forcing me to drink, but I kept falling asleep. Waking up, falling asleep. What did he make you drink? Whatever it was, it made me absolutely stoned. I was delirious. I couldn't control my thoughts. One minute I was terrified. The next I was floating in the ether. I couldn't move my arms and legs. I kept forgetting where I was. Even who I was. Faith thought that sounded a hell of a lot like Rohypnol. Did you recognize the taste? Sure. It tasted like piss and sugar. I prefer this. Callie raised the glass in a toast, then finished the vodka in one go. The alcohol seemed to catch up with her all at once. Her eyes turned glassy. She had trouble placing the empty glass flat on the counter. Faith reached over to help. You know, it's bittersweet that Rod's downfall was the thing that made me fall in love with him in the first place, she explained. He always needed to control me. He couldn't just leave me there to die. He had to keep coming back. 3 or 4 times. I would wake up and he was there. Did you see him? Faith asked. Did you see his face? No. He was too careful. But I could sense it was him. She slowly shook her head side to side. He always loved watching me.
When we first met, I thought it was unbearably sexy. I would go to the cafe or the library and see this tall, strapping cowboy hiding behind the corner with this intense look on his face. Faith watched her bring the glass to her lips, then frowned to find it empty. The bartender had disappeared into the kitchen. Will sat at the bar, drinking a Coke, staring into the mirror. When you're that young, you think that kind of behavior is desperately romantic. Now I realize he was stalking me. She gave Faith a knowing look. I figure it takes about 3 months of fucking you before a man really shows you how shitty he is. Faith pushed her back into the woods. What else do you remember? She lazily rubbed her eyes. The vodka had made her loose. Shadows. Leaves falling. The sound of Rod's cowboy boots getting caught in the mud. It rained quite a lot while I was out there. I'm sure he planned it that way. She had asked a question Faith did not know how to answer. The hair tie, the woods, the Gatorade, the paralysis. Callie said, I remember having this dream that he was brushing my hair. He started crying. Then I was crying. It was so strange because I felt at peace, you know? I was ready to give up. But I didn't. I wouldn't. And the best part is, it's all his fault. He really, really fucked up. How? Because he raped me. She shrugged as if it was nothing. He'd done it before. I mean, my God, how many times? So boring, Rod. Get a new playbook. Faith knew her matter-of-fact tone was a coping mechanism. He waited until it was dark. I couldn't see his face. I couldn't move. I couldn't feel my skin. But my body started. She raised herself up on the rungs of the bar stool, then let herself down, then raised herself again, simulating the motions of sex. And I remember thinking, this is the last time you are going to do this to me, Rodney Phillips Zanger. Callie shrugged it off again, but she was looking for the bartender. Faith said, Callie, what else? She slurred the words together. I spent 15 years of my marriage in training for the what else. Taking a punch. Learning how to pretend that my ribs weren't fractured, or my collarbone wasn't broken, or my ass wasn't bleeding. Her hand went to her mouth, as if she'd said something comically inappropriate. Faith asked, What else? He finished raping me. He made me drink the stuff. I swallowed it. He left. I threw it up. She smiled. Thank you, nasty teenage cunts at my boarding school, for teaching me how to vomit on command. Faith's throat felt like she had swallowed fire. I must have sloughed out the lining of my stomach. That's how hard I threw up. The pride in her voice was devastating. It was such a weird color. Her hand sloppily brushed the front of her blouse. I had to get rid of my clothes. I mean, not that I'd want to keep them, but it looked like one of those guys from that group where they dance and there's drums. What's that group? The one where they're blue. They played Vegas? Blue Man Group. Right. Callie searched for the bartender again. I looked like I was gangbanged by the Blue Man Group. She was laughing, but Faith could see the tears in her eyes. Anyway, I puked it all out. I stood up. I started walking. Stumbling, really. My legs were like spaghetti. I found the road. This nice couple picked me up. My God, I felt bad about that. I looked a mess, and they were so worried. I tried to pay them afterward, a sort of reward for saving me, and they refused. And I kept pushing. And finally they had me donate the money to their church building fund. She told Faith, It's a 501c3, but I didn't take the tax deduction. Shh, please don't tell anyone. My career would be over. Faith tried to swallow the burning in her throat. She asked, Did Rod ever admit to you that it was him? Again, she laughed. Oh, hell no. He's too much of a coward. That's his deep, dark secret. That's why he beats women, because he's terrified of them. And now He's terrified of me. Faith gripped together her hands. Callie was clearly drunk. How could Faith tell this woman that her moment of triumph, her final revenge, was a lie? Rod and I had this moment in my lawyer's office. Callie turned toward Faith. It was just the two of us. I told the lawyers to leave. I took my hair down. I shook it out like Cindy fucking Crawford. I said to Rod, "Your life is in my hands, asshole. I can destroy you with the snap of my fingers." What did he say? Oh, the usual. He called me a crazy bitch, kept insisting I was making the whole thing up. But it was the look in his eyes. Callie pointed to her own eyes. He was scared of me. His hands were shaking. He started groveling, begging me not to go to the police, whining about how he would never do anything like that he loved me, that he would never hurt me. Her bitter laughter carried across the room. You know what I said to him? She clearly wanted a response. Faith had to swallow before she could ask, "What?" I got in his face, looked him straight in his beady little pig eyes, and I said, "I won." She banged her fist on the bar. "Fuck you, Rod. I fucking won." Chapter 23. Gina couldn't open her eyes. Or maybe she could open them, but she really did not want to. She'd forgotten what it felt like to sleep. Like, for real sleep. The way you slept when you were a kid and you reached that sweet spot between puberty and college, and you could close your eyes and wake up at noon the next day in a state of full bliss. Where was she? Not where was she in the metaphoric sense, in the physical sense, like where the fuck was her body located on planet Earth right now? Her eyelids slitted open. Dusk, leaves, dirt, birds singing, trees swaying, insects insecting. Good God. Target's camping display was brilliantly realistic. She could practically smell s'mores cooking on an open flame. Or baked beans, like that scene in Blazing Saddles where they all started farting. Gina laughed. Then she coughed. Then she started to cry. She was lying on her back in the woods. She was bleeding where the hammer had cracked against her head. She was going to be raped. She needed to get the hell out of here. Why couldn't she move? Gina had no understanding of anatomy, but there had to be a power line of some sort that plugged into her brain and went to her legs and made them move up and down or sideways so that she could roll over and stand up. Gina kept her eyes closed. She tried to clear her mind. She imagined the line, tried to send a current into the line. Wake up, line. Let's get some movement, line. Hello, line. I'm a lineman for the county. Oh, how her mother had laughed at Gina, praising REM for Wichita lineman, when Glenn Close was the singer who'd made it famous. Glenn Close? Glenn Campbell. Had anyone seen Michael Stipe lately? He looked like Julian Assange had fucked the Unabomber. Gina's eyes flooded with tears. She was going to be raped. She was going to be raped. She was going to be raped. Why couldn't she move her legs? Her toes, feet, ankles, knees, fingers, elbows? Even her eyelids. Nothing would move. Was she paralyzed? She could hear breathing. She didn't think the breaths were coming from her own lungs. Someone was behind her, sitting behind her. The man from the car, the one with the hammer. He was sobbing. Gina had seen an adult man cry exactly once in her life. Her father on 9/11. Gina had been at the library when the news broke about the first airplane. She had jumped into her car and driven to the safest place she knew, her parents' home. They had all huddled around the television, Gina, her mother and father. Her sister Nancy was in lockdown at work. Diane Sawyer was in her red sweater. They watched in horror as thousands of people were murdered in front of their eyes. Her father had held onto Gina, grabbed onto her like he was afraid to let her go. His tears had mixed with Gina's. Everyone had been crying. The entire country had wept. Her father was dead from lung cancer less than a year later. And now Gina was in the woods. The crying man was not her father. He was going to rape her. He had hit her with a hammer. He had taken her into the woods. He had drugged her. He was going to rape her. Gina had seen his face in the car. The memory tickled at the back of her brain. She could not summon his features, but a sense of familiarity was there. She'd seen him before. In the gym? At the store. Inside the office when she went in for monthly meetings. The face belonged to the man who had been watching her. He was the source of her paranoia. He was the person who had stolen her pink scrunchie from the bowl on the sink. He was the reason Gina had shut her blinds, checked her locks, hermited inside of her house. Nancy had no idea that Gina was missing. They had talked on the phone before Gina had left for the Target. Her sister called once a month, maybe? Her mother called once a week, but the last call was yesterday, so the next call would not be for another 6 days. 6 days. Her 12-year-old boss already had her Beijing report. He would email her, but Gina had trained him not to expect quick responses to his tedious emails because elderly people did not understand computers. Her nosy neighbor was not actually that nosy. The only person who would notice her absence was the Instacart delivery boy, and she knew that he was seeing other people. Gina's brain clicked back into the present. The man's sobs died out like water gurgling down a drain. He sniffed once, with finality. He was up, moving around. Then his knees dug into either side of her hips and he was on top of her. He was going to rape her. He was going to rape her. Gina felt his fingers dig into her cheeks. He was forcing open her mouth. She wanted to resist, but her muscles would not respond. She waited for his penis to be shoved down her throat. She braced herself. She prayed for strength, for a momentary surge of power that forced her jaw to clamp closed when he started to rape her. Plastic clashed against her teeth. He was holding a bottle to her lips. She coughed, then choked, then swallowed the liquid that filled her mouth. It tasted... What did it taste like? Sugar, cotton candy, urine. Her mouth was closed. The man moved off her. Her head was lifted up. He scooted around in the leaves. He let her head rest against his crotch. The back of her head, not the front. His semi-erect cock fingered against her neck. His legs rested along either side of her body. He had pulled her into his lap, like they were old lovers watching fireworks together on the 4th. Gina felt her scalp being tugged. Pressure against her head. A gentle, familiar scratching. The man was brushing her hair. Chapter 24. Sarah felt jittery as she walked into GBI headquarters. Lack of sleep was catching up with her. The hour-and-a-half drive back from Grant County had stretched into 3 hours because of an accident and rush-hour traffic. The monotony had lulled her into a state of semi-consciousness. Her clothes reeked of formaldehyde from Brock's warehouse and damp from the musty U-store. She wanted desperately to get a coffee, but she was already running late. Sarah wrenched open the door to the stairs. Her brain felt as if it was pounding inside of her skull as she made her way up. Dr. Linton. Amanda was waiting for her on the first-floor landing. She looked up from her phone. Caroline put the Van Dorns in the conference room. Will and Faith are downtown interviewing a possible victim. Sarah instantly thought of Tommy Humphrey. What victim? Callie Zanger, tax lawyer. We'll get the details as they come. Amanda started up the stairs. I called the funeral home that handled Shay Van Dorn's body. They confirmed that she was buried in a composite vault. Air-sealed, as you mentioned. The parents are Amy and Larry. They divorced soon after Shay's death. Caroline told them that we were considering reopening the case, but she didn't specify why. You didn't talk to them yourself? Sarah stopped. You let Caroline handle it? Yes, Dr. Linton. It's easier to say you don't know the details when you actually don't know the details. Amanda kept climbing. Caroline says there's definitely some tension between them. You and I can work them together. Sarah didn't express her distaste of the word work. The Van Dorns were grieving parents. Their child had unexpectedly died 3 years ago. Their marriage had broken apart shortly after. Sarah wasn't here to manipulate them. She was here to give them a choice. She told Amanda, I'd like to speak to them alone.
Because?
Sarah was bone-tired of confrontations. Because I want to.
Your call, Dr. Linton.
Amanda already had her head buried in her phone as she took the next flight of stairs. Sarah rubbed her eyes. She could feel her mascara clumping. On the way to the conference room, she dashed into the bathroom to make sure she looked presentable. The mirror told her that she barely passed the mark, but at least her mascara hadn't turned her into a raccoon. Sarah splashed water onto her face. There was nothing she could do about the smell in her clothes. There was nothing she could do about any of this but knuckle through. She tried to brace herself as she headed toward the conference room. The Van Dorns both stood when Sarah opened the door. They had taken opposite sides of the long, wide conference table. Shay's parents did not look the way Sarah had expected. She had, for some reason, conjured the image of an older woman in a June Cleaver shirt dress and a suited man with a buzz cut. Amy Van Dorn was wearing a black silk blouse and black pencil skirt with heels. Her blonde-tipped hair was stylishly textured with a sweeping bang. Larry was in baggy jeans and a flannel work shirt. His hair was the color of dryer lint, longer than Sarah's, braided down the back. The divorced couple were the embodiment of city versus country folk. She said, "I'm Dr. Linton. I apologize for making you wait." They all shook hands, made introductions, and studiously ignored the nervous tension in the room. Sarah had to sit at the head of the table so that she could address both of them at once. She reminded herself that the only thing she could do to make this slightly less painful was to get straight to the point. She said, "I'm a medical examiner for the state. I know Caroline told you that we are considering reopening your daughter's case. The reason for that is, in the course of reviewing the coroner's report regarding Shay's accident, I found some inconsistencies that—"
I knew it, Larry.
Amy pointed her finger at her ex-husband.
I told you something wasn't right about that accident. I told you.
Larry had startled at the sound of Amy's voice. Sarah gave him a moment to recover before asking the woman, "Is there a reason you don't agree with the coroner's finding?"
Several.
Amy dove straight in.
Shay never went into the woods. Ever. And she was dressed for school. Why would she be out hiking when she had a class to teach? And why were her purse and phone locked in the trunk of her car? And then there was that creepy feeling she had. I know she dismissed it, but a mother knows when something is wrong with her daughter.
Sarah looked to Larry for confirmation. He cleared his throat.
Shay was depressed.
Amy crossed her arms.
She wasn't depressed. She was in transition. Every woman goes through a reckoning in their mid-30s. I did it. My mother did it.
Sarah could tell this was a familiar argument. She asked Larry, what was Shay depressed about?
Life? He guessed. Shay was getting older. Her job was becoming political. Things hadn't worked out with Tyler.
Her ex, Amy explained. They were together since college, but Shay didn't want children and Tyler did, so they agreed it was best to split up. It wasn't easy, but it was a decision they made together.
Sarah said, "From the police report, I gathered Shay was seeing someone new?"
A trifle, Amy said. He was just a sight of fun.
Larry countered,
"They spent a lot of nights together."
That's what you do when you're having fun,
Amy told Sarah.
Shay was still in love with Tyler. I thought she would change her mind about babies, but she was stubborn.
Larry said,
"Wonder where she gets that."
The observation could have sparked an argument, but it had the opposite effect. Amy smiled. Larry smiled. Sarah could tell there was still something between them. That something, she guessed, was their child. Sarah said, "There's no easy way to ask this, but I'd like to re-examine Shay's body." Neither parent had an immediate response. They looked at each other. They slowly turned back to Sarah. Larry was the first to speak.
"How? Is there a machine?"
Larry,
Amy said,
the woman's not talking about sonar. She wants to take Shay out of the ground.
His dry lips parted in surprise. "Officially it's called exhumation," Sarah said. "But yes, I am asking you if we can remove your daughter's body from her grave." Larry stared down at his hands. They were gnarled from arthritis. Sarah could see a callus along the webbing between the thumb and index finger of his right hand. He was used to holding tools, fixing or creating things. Amy was clearly a businesswoman, the one who took care of the details. Sarah's own parents shared the same dynamic. Sarah offered, "Let me walk you through the steps of what an exhumation encompasses. You can ask as many questions as you like. I will answer as honestly as I can. Then I can leave you alone, or you can go away to talk, so that you can both make an informed decision."
You need our permission?
Larry asked. Amanda could find a way around it, but not with Sarah's help. She told the father, "Yes, I need your written permission before I will exhume the body."
Could she have...
He searched for the words.
If she did it to herself, you would see that? You could tell us?
Sarah said, "I can't make guarantees, but if there is evidence of self-harm, it's possible I'll be able to find it." He said,
So you don't really know what you're looking for, and you don't really know what you'll find.
Sarah was not going to give him the brutal details. "I can only promise that I will be as respectful and as thorough with your daughter's remains as possible."
But,
Amy said,
you suspect something. You think something is suspicious, otherwise you wouldn't go through this, correct?
"Correct."
We don't...
Larry stopped himself.
I don't have a lot of money.
"You would not have to pay for the exhumation or the reinternment."
Okay. Well,
He was running out of reasons to say no. Other than that, his heart was shattering all over again.
when do you need an answer?
"I don't want to rush you." Sarah looked back at Amy so that she felt included. "This is an important decision, but if you're asking me for a deadline, I would say the sooner the better." He nodded slowly, acknowledging the information.
And then what, we write a letter?
"There are forms."
I don't need forms or steps or time,
Amy said.
You'll dig her up. You'll look inside of her. You'll tell us what happened. I say yes, do it now. Larry?
Larry's palm was pressed to his chest. He wasn't ready.
It's been 3 years. Wouldn't she be...
Sarah explained, "When you arranged the burial, you requested that she be placed in a vault. If the air seal is intact, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, then the body would be in good condition." Larry's eyes closed. Tears squeezed out. Every muscle in his body was tensed, as if he wanted to physically fight off Sarah's request. Amy wasn't blind to her ex-husband's pain. Her voice was softer when she told Sarah,
Maybe I do need the steps. How would this work?
"We would schedule the exhumation early in the morning. That's best so you don't get onlookers." She watched Larry wince. "You could be there if you wanted to be, or you don't have to attend. It's your choice. All of this is your choice."
Would we?
Larry stopped.
Would we see her?
"I would strongly advise against it." Amy had taken a tissue from her purse. She blotted away her tears, trying not to smudge her eyeliner.
You would do the autopsy here?
"Yes, ma'am," Sarah said. "She'll be brought to this building. I'll do x-rays to look for broken bones or fractures or any foreign objects that might have been previously missed. I'll perform an autopsy and examine the organs and tissue. Embalming interferes with toxicology studies, but hair and nails might provide answers."
Is it that obvious?
Amy asked.
Can you just tell us something is wrong?
Again, Sarah held back the details. "My goal is to be able to tell you both definitively whether Shay's death was accidental or by another means." Amy asked,
You mean murder?
Murder?
Larry struggled with the word.
What do you mean murder? Who would hurt our...
Larry,
Amy said, her voice softer.
Either Shay accidentally died alone in the woods, or she took her own life, or someone murdered her. There's nothing else that could have happened.
Larry looked to Sarah for confirmation. Sarah nodded.
What if...
Larry's voice caught.
Will you be able to tell other things?
Amy asked.
What other things?
Sarah knew what he was most afraid of. Mr. Van Dorn, if your daughter was murdered, it's possible that she was raped. He would not meet Sarah's gaze.
You'll be able to tell?
How? Amy asked. From sperm? Could you get his DNA?
No, ma'am. Any genetic material would have been absorbed. Sarah chose her words carefully. If there was bruising or internal tearing, the damage would still be apparent. Larry asked,
Tearing?
Yes. He stared at Sarah, unspeaking. His eyes were light green, like her own eyes, like her father's. Eddie had never asked, and Sarah had never shared with him the details of her rape, though the weight of it had shifted their relationship in subtle ways. Kathy likened it to Adam eating from the tree of knowledge. They had both been thrown out of paradise.
Larry.
Amy had her arms crossed again. She was visibly struggling to hold back her emotions.
You know where I stand. But this isn't my decision alone. Shay is just as much yours as she is mine.
Larry looked down at his twisted hands.
2 yeses, 1 no.
Sarah recognized the phrase from her work at the children's clinic. A lot of parents agreed to the dictum that on the important decisions, you had to have 2 yeses. One vote of no from either parent, for any reason, could shut down the conversation. Larry leaned up to find his handkerchief in his back pocket. He blew his nose. Sarah was about to offer to leave, but the father stopped her.
Yes,
He said.
dig her up. I want to know.
Sarah spread out Leslie Truong's paperwork across several desktops, trying to figure out what was bothering her.
There was no lightning bolt.
Her concentration was shot. Her brain had lost its sense of logic. She was standing in the briefing room, the same room they had all sat in this morning, but with another stressful 12 hours tacked onto her sleepless night. The timing. Something was bothering her about the timing. A wide yawn broke her train of thought. Neither of the 2 coffees she'd bolted down was having the desired effect. All Sarah wanted in the world was to put her head down on one of the desks and grab 5 minutes of sleep. She looked at the clock on the wall, 7:02 p.m. The floor-to-ceiling windows showed an ominous black outside. She rubbed her eyes. Stray bits of mascara still clung to her lashes. She had washed off in the shower at the back of the morgue. Her scrub smelled like the chemicals Gary used to scour the tables, but she'd trade that for the formaldehyde stench in U-Store damp any day. She looked at the clock again, because she kept losing track of time. That was what happened when you drove around town all night, with a blinding rush of shit in your brain. At least Tessa had gotten a good laugh out of it. She had to look at the clock a 3rd time. 7:03 p.m. Sarah's only hope was that she would catch her second wind when the briefing started. Then she would go home and fall into bed. Whether or not Will was beside her was completely out of her hands.
Doc!
Nick placed his rhinestone cowboy briefcase in one of the chairs.
Amanda told me you were in Grant County today.
For 2 seconds. Brock gave me access to his storage facility.
Find any taxidermied corpses dressed like his mother?
Sarah abhorred that kind of teasing. I found the files we need to investigate this case, and I'm grateful that Brock was willing to help us. Nick's eyebrows went up, but he didn't apologize. He unhooked his reading glasses from his shirt. He looked down at the papers on the desks.
This everything?
Yes. He ran his fingers down a few paragraphs.
It's hard for me to accept that Jeffrey was wrong on this one.
You mean the chief? Nick kept his eyes on the page, but she saw the sly grin on his lips. He had never called Jeffrey by that name. Nick, what you're doing with Will, Sarah said. I know that Jeffrey would have appreciated it, but I don't. He looked at her over his glasses. He gave a curt nod.
Message received.
Dr. Linton. The top of Amanda's head entered the room first. As usual, she was typing on her phone.
I sent the Van Dorn paperwork to Villarica. They've scheduled the exhumation for 5 tomorrow morning. The information is on the server.
Great, Sarah said, because standing in a cold, dark cemetery at the crack of dawn was much better than sleeping in her warm bed. Nick asked Amanda,
How'd it go with Zanger? Is she a victim? Or was that Miranda gal just blowing smoke up our asses?
I haven't been updated.
She asked Sarah.
Tommy Humphrey?
Sarah's brain took a moment to catch up. It wasn't like Faith and Will not to report in. I couldn't find Tommy online, not in our database or social media. I asked my mother to do some digging around.
Speaking to Humphrey is a priority.
Sarah bit her lips so she would not tell Amanda that everything couldn't be a priority. I'll call her again.
Do that.
Sarah gave into an eye roll as she stepped out into the hallway. She leaned her back against the wall. She closed her eyes. She was vibrating with exhaustion. She was incapable of summoning her inner medical student who had thrived on back-to-back shifts. Her phone vibrated with a new alert. Sarah had to blink her eyes several times to get them to focus. She swiped through her messages. Agents asking for reports. Gary requesting time off to take his cat to the vet. The state's attorney wanted to schedule prep on a case that was about to go to trial. Brock had texted to make sure Sarah had found everything she needed at the U-store. The thought of responding to any of them felt overwhelming. Only guilt made her reply to Brock. Got everything. Really helpful. Will return keys soon. Thanks. Sarah figured she might as well get her mother out of the way. A phone call felt like a burden. She texted in the formal style that Kathy demanded. Hey, Mama. Did Tessie ask you to find Tommy Humphrey's phone number or location for me? Her mother's information would work, too. It's for a very important case. We really need to speak with her as soon as possible. I love you. S. Sarah slid her phone into her pocket. She did not expect a quick response from her mother. Kathy's phone was probably sitting on the kitchen counter, hooked up to the charger, which is where she usually left it when she was inside the house. Of its own accord, Sarah's hand reached back into her pocket. The phone came out. Her thumb swiped up. She was like an addict. Hours had passed since her last hit. She could no longer resist the temptation. She opened the Find My app. Instead of Lena's address, the map showed an actual pin. Will had made himself visible to her again. He was inside the building. Sarah almost wept with relief. She held the phone to her chest, even as she berated herself for being so desperate. At that very moment, the stair door banged open. Will stepped aside, letting Faith stomp down the hall ahead of him. Sarah's first thought was that Faith looked worse than Sarah felt. Her shoulders were bowed. She was gripping her purse to her chest like a football. Her usual air of cheerful disgruntlement had been replaced by a crushing anguish. She took a left into the briefing room, telling Sarah, "Fuck my job." Will looked as haunted as Faith. Instead of speaking to Sarah, he shook his head. She followed him inside. Amanda asked,
Well, this.
Faith hurled her purse at one of the desks. The contents spilled onto the floor. She paced a few steps toward the window. Her hands went into her hair. Everyone but Will was stunned. Faith never acted out. Sarah had always thought of her as unflappable. She looked to Will, but he had knelt down to gather Faith's things back into her purse. Amanda told him, "Speak." Will set the purse upright on the desk. He said,
"We call Callie Zanger from the car outside her office building."
He carefully relayed Faith's phone conversation with the lawyer. Will had always been uncomfortable leading briefings. Now his voice had turned monotone, almost rote. Sarah sat down in the front row. Will was directing his words toward Faith, though she clearly already knew the details. Sarah realized that he was watching his partner, ready to step in if she needed him. He continued,
Zanger sat at the bar with Faith. I was at a table, about 10 feet away.
Sarah heard a roughness enter his tone. He was just as bruised by Callie Zanger's story. He laid it all out in painful detail. The abduction, the woman's certainty that her ex-husband was the man who had harmed her, who had raped her, who had left her for dead. As Will spoke, he worried his thumb over his wounded knuckle. Fresh blood slid down his fingers. By the time he had finished telling them what Callie Zanger thought was the truth of her abduction, the carpet beneath his hand was stained with dots of blood. Will said,
Zanger is sure it was her husband. We didn't tell her any different.
He said we, but Sarah knew from the story that Will had never spoken to the woman.
The bartender told me he'd make sure she didn't drive herself home.
Will said,
And then we left. That's it.
I couldn't tell her. Faith had sagged into a chair. She looked haunted by the weight of the day.
Callie thinks she won. That's what she said. I won.
No one spoke in the immediate. Nick pulled a string on the corner of his briefcase. Will leaned his back against the wall. Amanda let out a long, slow breath. She was the most hardened officer of them all, but she was also closely tied to the Mitchell family. Early in her career, she had been partnered with Evelyn, Faith's mother. She had dated Faith's uncle. Jeremy and Emma called her Aunt Mandy.
Nick?
Amanda said.
There's a bottle of bourbon in the bottom drawer of my desk.
Nick left at a sprint. Faith said, I don't want to drink.
I do.
Amanda was always on her feet, but she sat at the desk beside Faith. She asked Will.
Rod Zanger?
Will said,
We located him in Cheyenne. He's been in the Laramie County lockup for the last 3 months. He beats his new wife, too.
Faith put her head in her hands. I couldn't tell her.
She's barely holding it together. I'm barely holding it together.
Amanda asked Will,
The transceiver on her car?
He said,
We couldn't ask for it without telling her why.
I wasn't going to do that to her.
Faith said,
I couldn't take that away from her.
Amanda nodded for Will to continue. He said,
Rod's got an extensive social media presence going back 10 years. During the week of the Grant County attacks, he was in Antwerp with Callie Zanger for some kind of tax conference. There are photographs of them on an orange wooden escalator that's well known in the city.
Amanda said,
My recollection is that he had no alibi for his whereabouts when his wife was abducted. Yes,
Will said.
He always denied it.
He didn't do it.
Faith turned to Amanda, incredulous.
Jesus Christ, can you stop bullshitting around about this? It all lines up. The hair tie, the hammer, the month and time of day, the woods, the fucking blue Gatorade. Everything Callie said lines up, just like everything else lined up this morning when we were all sitting in this same damn room, and you were telling us, berating us, warning us, that we couldn't call this guy a serial killer when every single fucking clue was pointing to a serial killer.
Amanda ignored the accusation, telling Will,
I want to talk to the detective who worked the Zanger disappearance. Call the super in her building. He might have the hard drives from 2 years ago lying around his office. If we can get...
Faith stood up. She was looking at the photos from Leslie Truong's autopsy.
There are 19 women, Amanda. 19 women who were attacked. 15 are dead. And that doesn't even include Tommy Humphrey. You know what he did to her. You know!
Amanda took the abuse head on.
I do.
So why the fuck are we pretending this isn't connected when...
She held up one of the photos. Her voice was shaking.
Look at this. This is what he does. This is what would have happened to Callie Zanger if she hadn't somehow been able to think, to act, to walk out of those woods on her own.
Amanda let her vent.
How many more women are out there? He could be hurting another woman right now, Amanda. Right now. Because he is a serial killer of women. That is what he is. A fucking serial killer.
Amanda nodded once.
Yes, we are dealing with a serial killer.
The admission knocked the wind out of Faith. Amanda asked,
Does it make you feel better giving it a name?
No,
Faith said.
Because you wouldn't listen to me, but you listened to Miranda Newberry's stupid fucking spreadsheet.
The source of the data is immaterial,
Amanda said.
Chance favors the prepared.
Unbelievable.
Faith slumped back into the desk. Amanda directed her attention to Will.
Excluding Grant County and Alexandra McAllister, we have 13 separate jurisdictions where bodies were found. For now, we'll leave out the 3 cases where the women managed to escape. First thing in the morning, I want you and Faith to divvy up the counties with Nick. We need to light up the phones.
Start setting appointments and interviews. Keep it casual. Don't give away too much.
Will was obviously still concerned about Faith, but he suggested,
We could say we're doing a statewide random check on missing person cases.
Yes, good,
Amanda said.
Tell them we are studying how to streamline the reporting process. Focus on the names from our list. I need all of the witness statements, coroner reports, any photographs, recordings, forensics, maps, crime scene diagrams, investigators' logs, and the names of anyone who was on the scene. And I do mean softly, Wilbur. My phone calls this morning have already caused some ripples. Our killer could go underground if he gets wind of us laying the groundwork for a task force.
You were making phone calls this morning to set up a task force, Faith said. So it wasn't just a spreadsheet. You've been building up to this since the briefing, but for some reason, you not only held back that detail, you kept insisting that we ignore the obvious?
I've been working quietly since this morning, which is the operative word you seem to be missing.
Amanda put a fine point on it.
The last thing we need is some half-cocked hillbilly deputy in Butts County mouthing off to the press about how we've got the next Jack the Ripper in our backyard. This is how we keep that from happening. Baby steps.
Faith blew out an exasperated sigh. Amanda seemed ready to move on, but she recalibrated, telling Faith,
Yes, I could have told you earlier.
But, Faith asked.
But,
Amanda said,
I could have told you earlier.
This was the closest Sarah had ever heard Amanda come to admitting that she had made a mistake. Faith did not seem mollified. There was something else. I can't tell her, Mandy. When it's time, I can't be the one to tell Callie Zanger that it wasn't her husband. Amanda rubbed Faith's back with her hand.
We'll jump off that cliff when we get to it.
Nick returned with bourbon. He'd brought a ceramic mug from the kitchen. He poured a healthy serving. He offered it to Faith. She shook her head. I've got to drive.
I'll drive you,
Amanda said.
Emma is still with her father. We'll go to Evelyn's.
Faith took the mug. She pressed it to her mouth.
From across the room, Sarah could hear her swallow.
Dr. Linton,
Amanda said, let's talk about the killer returning to the victims. The Zanger story confirms a pattern.
Sarah felt caught out. Her brain was too depleted to make such a quick transition. Amanda prompted,
Dr. Linton.
Sarah struggled to generate a working thesis. Will saved her.
The pattern is, the killer somehow incapacitates his victims, probably with a hammer. Then he takes them to the woods. He drugs them. When the drug stops working, he punctures their spinal cords. His goal is to paralyze them, to completely control them. He keeps going back to the women until they're found.
Sarah said, the cut nerves in Alexandra McAllister's brachial plexus show a progression.
Amanda verified,
You mean from Tommy Humphrey?
I mean from all 3 Grant County victims. Sarah finally got her second wind. I've always thought the 3 victims, Humphrey, Caterino, Truong, were a case study in escalation. The killer was trying to find the right technique, the correct dosage in the Gatorade, the best tool to paralyze them and win. Amanda asked,
Why the Gatorade? Why not immediately paralyze them?
Sarah could only guess. The Rohypnol would have diminishing returns. Unless he's a pharmacologist, that's a very tricky drug to experiment with. Death is a severe side effect. The respiration reaches the point of hypoxia. Brain death occurs in minutes. Will said,
Unless he stayed with them the entire time, there must have been a point between when they were drugged and when they were physically paralyzed that they had a chance to get away.
He's had a lot of women to experiment with, Sarah said. He learns with each victim.
Nick offered, If you go back to the FBI profile, the guy's a risk taker. Could be in the beginning he's giving them a fighting chance.
Will said,
For what it's worth, Humphrey and Caterino got away. Zanger got away.
Faith cleared her throat. She was still struggling, but she said, Callie told me she threw up the blue liquid. Not just threw it up. She basically disgorged her stomach. That bought her some clarity so she could force herself to get up and look for help. Will added,
Miranda Newbury found 2 other women she thinks were living victims. They both walked out of the woods, but they suffered catastrophic damage.
Sarah was finally able to articulate what was bothering her about the Truong autopsy report. Leslie Truong feels like an outlier. Her body exhibited all the signatures of the killer. The mutilation, the punctured spinal cord, the blue liquid. But she was murdered and mutilated within a 30-minute time frame. There was no progression. He did everything at once.
A kitchen sink approach,
Amanda summarized.
He was panicked,
Nick said.
She was a possible witness.
Sarah couldn't quite get there. It bothers me that there were no traces of Rohypnol in her blood or urine. The drug metabolizes quickly, but death shuts down that function. There should have been traces found in her stomach contents. She had a blue stain on her lips, but I think that was left deliberately. Looking back at it, what I remember most about that scene is thinking that it felt staged, but staged by the same person who attacked Becky, which I realize doesn't make a lot of sense, but it felt different. Nick said,
Jeffrey figured the killer got sloppy with Truong because he knew we were onto him. The campus was crawling with cops. The whole town was on alert.
Sarah still couldn't pin down what was bothering her. I'm not saying that a different man attacked Leslie, but it's possible that the motivation was different. He kicked the hammer hard enough to break it off. That sounds like anger to me. Nothing we've learned about the killer so far points to uncontrolled anger. If anything, he's completely in control. Will said,
It would take a lot of force to break that handle. You'd have to kick it a few times.
Amanda said,
Leslie Truong's headband was missing. That's the only piece that makes me think she wasn't chosen simply because she could identify the killer.
Gerald hedged on that, remember? Faith asked. She was a student living with students. She probably met at the beginning of the semester. Kids steal each other's crap all the time. It drives me crazy.
Let's take the headband out of the equation, Amanda asked. Sarah?
The killer has always been very careful about covering his tracks. As far back as Tommy Humphrey, he brought a washcloth to the scene to wipe away DNA. The subsequent victims were believably staged to look like accidents. Her brain had finally sparked back to life. Think about this. With Leslie, he left a glaring piece of evidence on full display. Faith said, The hammer handle had a manufacturing number. Amanda asked Will,
Is that common?
No, he said.
It's usually stamped into the metal.
Faith had her notebook out. She was back in the game.
So, A plus B equals C, right? Whoever attacked Tommy, attacked Becky, attacked Leslie.
Nick said,
The only thing is, Daryl Nesbitt was a damn solid suspect. There was some real evidence against him.
All right, Amanda said. Let's look at that. Daryl was a good suspect because... Mostly because of Leslie Truong. Sarah ran through the corroborating details that Jeffrey had outlined in his notes. The hammer inside of Leslie was a very specific type. Daryl was in possession of Axel Abbott's tools while he was in prison. Daryl was familiar with the woods. He skateboarded with Felix on campus. Security footage was later found of them both practicing outside the library. Daryl worked near the fire road that accessed the Leslie Truong crime scene. A burner phone was later located in his house that tied back to the phone number in both Caterino and Truong's contacts. Faith said, Devil's advocate here. There's a reason Daryl Nesbitt's in prison for possession of child porn and not assault and murder. That's all circumstantial, or easily explained away. In retrospect, Sarah could not disagree. 8 years ago, she had been just as certain as Jeffrey. Amanda asked her,
What about the video from Truong's case files?
I haven't watched it yet. Sarah had hoped to preview it on her own so she could prepare herself, but that opportunity had passed. She walked over to the giant tube television. Will often looked at the VCR with disdain, but the machine was finally earning its real estate. Sarah slotted the videotape into the carriage. She pressed down the top. She found the remote. She unspooled the skinny cord as she sat back down. She pressed play. The image on the screen zigzagged, then started to roll. Will took over. He adjusted the dials, and suddenly, Sarah saw herself 8 years ago. She looked so young, was the first thought that came into her mind. Her hair was shinier. Her skin was smoother. Her lips were fuller. She was dressed in a white t-shirt, gray hoodie, and a pair of jeans. Exam gloves covered her hands. Her hair was pulled back. Younger Sarah was looking at the camera and giving the date, time, and location. I'm Dr. Sarah Linton. I'm with Dan Brock, the Grant County coroner, and Jeffrey Tolliver, the chief of police. Sarah bit her lip as the camera turned toward the face of each person her younger self named. Jeffrey was in a charcoal suit. A cotton mask covered his mouth and nose. He looked concerned. They all looked concerned. She watched the younger Sarah begin the preliminary exam, using a pen light to check for petechia, turning the head to better see the round red mark on Leslie Truong's temple. This could be the first blow, the younger Sarah said. The present Sarah, the living, breathing Sarah, wanted to look at Will, to study his face, to deduce what he was thinking. But she couldn't. On screen, the camera had tilted, the lens skewed out of focus. She could see the blurred white of Jeffrey's mask. Sarah could still remember the stench of feces and rot coming off the body. The smell had made her eyes water. Now she studied the blue staining along Leslie Truong's upper lip. She had expected to see a mark similar to the one that came from drinking the contents over a period of time. In retrospect, the blue looked like the liquid had been dropped onto her lips, then allowed to dry.
Blockages?
Brock's voice was loud. He had been holding the camera. Sarah listened to her younger self explain the findings. She sounded so damn sure of herself. 8 years later, Sarah seldom spoke with the same conviction. The price for having lived those ensuing years was that she'd come to understand that there were very few situations that could be viewed with absolute certainty. Jeffrey said,
We think the killer was trying to paralyze the victims.
A lump came into Sarah's throat. She had not thought far enough ahead to realize that she was going to hear Jeffrey's voice again. It carried with the same deep resonance that she remembered. She had felt her heartbeat falter at the sound. Her younger self was lifting up Leslie Truong's shirt, finding a dislocated rib. Sarah let her gaze travel down until she was staring at the flashing clock on the VCR. She heard her younger self tell Brock, "Get closer on this." Sarah parted her lips. She took in a deep breath. She could feel Will's eyes on her, could almost hear the self-doubt troubling his mind. He was slightly taller than Jeffrey, but not as classically handsome. Will was more fit. Jeffrey more confident. Will had Sarah. Did Jeffrey still have her, too? On the video, Brock said,
Ready.
Sarah looked up at the TV. Brock was helping her roll Leslie Truong onto her side. Jeffrey was behind the camera. He had zoomed wide to get the full length of the body. Dirt and stray twigs were stuck to the young woman's bare backside. Younger Sarah was postulating about whether the girl had pulled up her pants, or if the killer had done it for her. White. Faith stood up.
Pause it, go back.
Sarah looked for the buttons, but Faith took the remote.
Here.
She clicked the frame into slow motion.
By the trees.
Sarah squinted at the set. There were people in the distance, approximately 50 feet away. They were standing behind yellow police tape. She couldn't make out Brad Stevens' face, but she recognized his crisply starched uniform, his goofy gait, as he tried to cordon back the spectators.
This guy.
Faith paused the image. She pointed to one of the students.
He's wearing a black knit hat.
Sarah could make out the hat, but the face was a blur. Faith said,
Lena's notes outline the witness statement she took from Leslie Truong at the Caterino scene. Truong reported seeing 3 women and 1 man in the woods. She couldn't remember anything about the man, except that he was a student wearing a black beanie-style knit cap.
Sarah walked over to the set for a closer look. The videotape was old, the technology even older. The man's face was pixelated down to an amorphous blob. I recognize Brad because I know Brad, but that's it. Faith was looking at Amanda, a pleading expression on her face. Amanda's lips pursed. The chance that something could be done to enhance the image was slim. For Faith's benefit, she said,
"We'll have IT look at it."
Faith stopped the video. She punched the eject button. "I can take it downstairs now."
"Go."
Amanda looked at her watch.
"I'll meet you in the lobby."
Faith grabbed her purse. Sarah heard her running down the hallway. Like all of them, she was desperate for something to break.
"Will," Amanda said, "I want Faith at her desk tomorrow. There are plenty of phone calls that need to be made. We've got 13 different jurisdictions to butt heads with. We'll meet in my office at 7 tomorrow morning and establish the parameters. Yes?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"Nick," she said, "Will can catch you up on what you missed. My last order is for all of you. Go home. Get some sleep. Today was hard. Tomorrow will be harder."
Nick and Will both gave her a,
"Yes, ma'am."
Sarah started gathering up the paperwork from Leslie Truong's autopsy. She listened with half an ear as Will told Nick about the formation of a task force. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Sarah prayed it was not her mother, because she knew she couldn't put off finding Tommy Humphrey any longer. The text was from Brock, a question mark followed by, "Think this was meant for Kathy? I can ask around if you like." Sarah had accidentally sent Brock the text meant for her mother. She tapped out a quick apology, then copied and pasted the note to Kathy. Surprisingly, her mother wrote back in seconds. "Sweetheart, I have already left a message for Pastor Nelson. As you know, it is very late in the day for most people to return a phone call. However, Marla thinks that Delilah remarried and moved out of state after Adam died. Daddy sends his love, as do I. Mama. P.S. Why are you arguing with your sister?" Sarah stared at the postscript. Tessa had told their mother that they were arguing, which meant that the situation was more dire than Sarah had wanted to admit.
"Something wrong?"
Will asked. Sarah looked up. Nick was gone. They were alone in the room. "My mother's trying to find Tommy for me." Will nodded. And then he stood there, waiting. Sarah said, "I'm sorry about Callie's anger. That must have been—"
"You drove back home today."
He picked up the empty file box and put it on the desk.
"Did you have time to see anybody?"
"No. I had to drive back to meet the Van Dorns. Then I got stuck in traffic, which took forever." Sarah felt a flash of guilt, as if she were hiding something from him. She decided to put it out in the open. "The storage facility is across from the cemetery." He stacked the folders and dropped them into the box. "I didn't go in." Sarah had stopped that regular habit years ago, for the sake of her own sanity. "I put flowers on his grave once a year, you know that." He said,
"It was weird watching you on the tape. You look different."
"I was 8 years younger."
"That's not what I mean."
Will closed the box. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but he told her,
"I'm tired."
Sarah didn't know if he meant that he was physically tired, or that he was tired the way he had been last night when he'd walked out on her. She said, "Will—"
"I don't want to talk anymore."
Sarah bit her bottom lip to keep it from trembling.
"I want to go home, order a pizza, and watch TV until I fall asleep."
She tried to swallow the cotton in her throat. He turned to her.
"Will you do that with me?"
"Yes, please." Grant County, Thursday, Chapter 25. Jeffrey could only stare at Frank.
"What did you say?"
"The dean called,"
Frank repeated.
"Another student is missing. Rosario Lopez, age 21, missing for the last 5 hours."
Jeffrey heard a door open. Lena came out of the viewing room. Her BlackBerry was in her hand. Frank told Jeffrey,
"Chuck Gaines had his people turn the campus upside down. They're searching the woods now. The dean sent out a call for volunteers."
"Make sure everyone searches in pairs."
Jeffrey had broken into a cold sweat. 3 students in 3 days. His nightmare was coming true.
"Pull in Jefferson and Whitehall Patrol. Get them on top of that search. Meanwhile, I need you to find as much information as you can on Daryl Nesbitt."
"Nesbitt?
"He's got to have an arrest record. His stepfather—"
Hold on."
Frank had his notebook out.
"Go."
Daryl's got a common-law stepfather at Wheeler State Prison, goes by the name Axel, last name Abbott. He has a house in Avondale that Daryl is living in. Check the tax records. See if there are building plans or at least a plat that shows the orientation of the house on the property. Send Matt on a drive-by to check if anybody is home. Call the rest of the patrol shift and tell them to suspend the search for the dark van. Don't use your radio. We don't know if Daryl has a police scanner.
Frank was still writing when Jeffrey turned to Lena. She said, I called over to Meminger. Felix was sleeping it off in the drunk tank the morning that Katerino and Truong were attacked. He wasn't out until after lunch. There's no way it was him. He told her,
With me.
Jeffrey went back into the interrogation room. Felix Abbott was picking at the pimple on his chin.
Damn, dude, when can I go?
Jeffrey grabbed him by the front of his shirt and threw him into the wall.
What the?
Jeffrey jammed his forearm into Felix's throat hard enough to lift him off the floor.
Listen to me carefully, son, because right now you're either useful or you're not. Do you understand?
Felix's mouth gaped open as he tried to pull in air. He struggled to nod.
Becky Katerino. Leslie Truong.
Felix's eyes went wide. He tried to speak, but his throat was crushed. Jeffrey gave him a few centimeters of relief.
Do you know them?
They're,
He gasped for air.
students.
Daryl's number was in their phones. Why?
He struggled to breathe. His feet kicked wildly. His lips were turning blue. He coughed out,
Weed.
Daryl sold weed to Becky Katerino and Leslie Truong. He's a pot dealer.
Felix's eyelids started to flutter.
Yes.
For how long?
Felix coughed.
How long has Daryl been selling pot at the school?
Years.
What about Rosario Lopez?
I don't.
He gulped.
I can't.
Jeffrey stared him in the eye.
Do you know her?
I never.
He gasped again as Jeffrey's arm flexed into his throat.
No.
Jeffrey let him drop to the floor. Felix fell onto his knees. His face had turned red. He started coughing. Jeffrey told Lena,
Cuff him to the table. Keep him isolated. No phone calls. Get him some water. Lock the door. Come find me.
Yes, Chief. Jeffrey wiped his hands on his shirt as he walked toward the squad room. He saw Brad at one of the computers, Marla on the phone. He could feel an electrical current running through everything. Another student was missing. They could be zeroing in on the killer.
Matt's on his way to Abbott's house.
Frank came out of Jeffrey's office. He read from his notebook.
Daryl Eric Nesbitt, 28 years old. He's kept his nose clean, but my buddy over in Meminger says his juvie file's as long as my dick.
4.
Do lolly bullshit. Street fights, shoplifting, truancy. But get this. When Daryl was 15, he was babysitting his 6-year-old cousin. The girl came home with blood on her panties. Mom filed a complaint, but the family got her to withdraw it.
Sex offender. Criminal history. Acquainted with the victims. Jeffrey thought about Tommy Humphrey. Had she ever met Daryl Nesbitt? Had he watched her walking across campus and decided that he was going to hurt her? Chief? Brad pointed at his computer. Jeffrey saw the photo of Daryl Eric Nesbitt from his Georgia driver's license. He looked like a con. His hair was greasy. His eyes were beady. He glared at the camera like he was posing for a mugshot. Brad said,
Nesbitt's got an outstanding fine for driving on an expired license.
Was he in a van?
Truck. 1999 Chevy Silverado. It's impounded at the county lot.
Brad said,
I found the Avondale house. It's in Woodland Hills on Bennett Way.
Jeffrey walked to the large county-wide map that took up the entire back wall. He knew the section of town, which was exactly where you'd expect to find a car mechanic who didn't play by the rules.
Number?
3462.
Jeffrey traced his fingers along the road. He used a yellow post-it note to mark the spot. There was one other row of houses behind Nesbitt's current residence. Beyond that, the woods stretched out for miles, snaking along the back of the lake and leading to the college. Proximity to the crime scenes.
The house is 2 stories.
Frank was reading the monitor over Brad's shoulder.
The tax records have the plat and original blueprints.
Brad hit some keys.
I'm sending it to the printer.
The first page was still warm when Jeffrey ripped it off the machine. Front elevation? 1950s Cape Cod, with a square front porch and 2 dormers, eyebrowed out of the roofline. The second page came out. First floor layout. Jeffrey turned the paper so the front door was facing his chest. The back door lined up straight across from him. The entrance led straight into the living room, which took up the left front corner of the house. Dining room on the right, hall closet and stairs on either side of a short hall, den left, kitchen right, rear exit to the stoop off the back. Lena had joined them by the time the third sheet of paper was out of the printer. Upstairs, 4 bedrooms, 1 larger than the other 3, 2 windows each, small closets. Jeffrey knew the ceilings would be sloped with the line of the roof. 1 bathroom at the end of the hall. Tub, toilet, sink, small window. The third page showed the basement. The stairs leading down were tucked underneath the stairs that led up to the second floor. In the drawing, the space was an open square, with a small box to indicate the mechanical room. Support columns and footings were marked with open squares. Any illegal renovations would have been off the tax record, so there could be bedrooms down there. A den, laundry room, maybe even a cage, with Rosario Lopez trapped inside. Sarah had commented that the killer was learning with each new victim. Maybe the lesson from Katerino and Truong was that he needed privacy.
Chief?
Marla called from the front of the room.
Matt's on 3.
Jeffrey put him on speakerphone.
What have you got?
I just saw Nesbitt go into the house,
Matt said.
He was carrying 2 bags, one from Burger King and one from the hardware store.
Jeffrey felt his stomach grip into a fist. The hammer had been left inside of Leslie Truong. The killer would need a replacement. Matt said,
Darryl was driving an older model cargo van, a charcoal GMC Savannah. License plate 499XVM.
Brad started typing. He said,
It's registered to Vincent John Abbott. Axel, the stepfather,
Frank said.
I confirmed he's been locked up in Wheeler for the last 3 months.
Matt told them,
The basement's fully underground. No exterior entry, but it looks like it's got 2 hoppers on each side.
Hoppers were narrow windows that hinged open to circulate fresh air. They were too small for an adult to fit through, even a small woman. Matt said,
I'm driving off, but I got a peek inside the garage. The door's open. Looks like there's a wheeled tool cart inside, maybe 5 feet by 5, stacked with drawers. Green and yellow stripes.
Frank said,
That's the colors Brawley uses.
Brawley, the same brand of hammer found inside of Leslie Truong. Access to the murder weapon. Jeffrey checked the last page on the printer. The plat showed the size of the lot and the position of the house. There were 2 outbuildings. One was a detached garage on the living room side of the house. The other was a 10-by-10 shed, approximately 15 feet from the back door. He told Matt,
There's a shed in the back.
I can't see it from the street.
It's behind the house.
Jeffrey referenced the street map on the wall. He looked above the yellow post-it note.
You got your binoculars?
On the speakerphone, he could hear Matt moving around. A click. A glove box slamming closed.
Yep.
There's a road that goes behind Bennett, Valley Ridge. The lots are short. Maybe you can see the backyard from there.
Driving around now,
Matt said.
We'll stay on the line.
They could hear the road noise as Matt drove around the block. His police scanner was turned down low. He cleared his throat. The brakes groaned at the stop sign. His hands rubbed along the steering wheel as he took the turn. The tension was almost unbearable. They were all staring at the phone, waiting. Brad had turned in his chair. Lena was leaning forward in a runner's stance. Frank was sitting with his hands gripped tightly together. There were 8 men on patrol right now. 2 had been sent to search the woods behind the college. That left Jeffrey with 10 bodies to move around the board. He checked through the list he'd been cataloging in his head. Sex offender, criminal history, proximity to the crime scenes, known to Caterino and Truong, access to a dark van, access to the murder weapon, worked at the U-store, close to the fire road. The detail about the van had come from Tommy Humphrey. She hadn't made an official statement. The U-store was a loose connection based on a nickname. Daryl's number being in the phones of 2 victims could be explained by his weed trafficking. Jeffrey had enough probable cause to justify knocking on Daryl Nesbitt's door, but not enough to bust it down. He couldn't risk this animal skating on a technicality. He added another detail. Rosario Lopez, student, missing for 5 hours. A drop of sweat rolled down his back. Jeffrey had no connection between Daryl and Rosario Lopez. He had a gut feeling, but there wasn't a judge in town who would sign off on his gut. His eyes went back to the desk phone. Matt had coughed again. This was taking too long. Woodland Hills was 3 miles from where they stood. Had Jeffrey sent one of his detectives to circle around the neighborhood, while Rosario Lopez was being tortured, paralyzed, raped? His stomach was clenched so hard that the muscles spasmed. Tommy Humphrey had told Jeffrey what the killer was capable of. Leslie Truong's body illustrated in excruciating detail exactly how sadistic the man could be. How could all these cops be standing around when another young woman might be feeling a metal awl piercing her neck?
I'm here, Matt finally said. Got my binoculars. I can see the top of the shed. Roof sloped like a ski jump and shit!
The brake squealed over the phone. Matt said,
The shed has a window in the back. It's painted over, but it's got security bars over the glass and... Fuck me. I can see the door on the side. It's got metal bars, too. There's a padlock.
Jeffrey felt the tension in the room stretch as taut as a noose. Rosario Lopez could be locked inside of that shed. Matt said,
You want me to go in? Not yet.
Jeffrey wasn't going to send him in alone. He returned to the wall map. He traced his finger along the route.
Park on Hollister. If Nesbitt leaves the house, that's his only route out of the neighborhood. Keep the line open. You need to hear this.
Yes, Chief.
Marla,
Jeffrey said.
Cell phones only. I need Landry, Cheshire, Dawson, Lamb, Hendricks, and Schroeder. Tell them to stage at Matt's location. Lights, but no sirens.
Marla swung around to her phone. Jeffrey cleared off the closest desk with a sweep of his arm. Papers and pens scattered onto the floor. Jeffrey laid out the drawings of the house. Front elevation, first floor, second floor, plat. He found a pen.
Everybody follow what I'm saying, because you're in charge of your team. Matt,
still here.
You're with Hendricks. I want you both backing me up at the front door, keeping an eye on the windows and hoppers on the side of the house. We need some distance. I don't want Nesbitt to panic.
Matt said,
There's a car parked across the street from his front door. We can take cover behind it.
Good.
Jeffrey said.
Lena, you're knocking on the door.
She looked stunned.
I'll be right behind you.
He took her through it.
You'll knock on the door. You'll tell Nesbitt you're there because of the ticket on the expired license.
The shock slightly abated. If there was one thing the county knew about Jeffrey Tolliver, it was that he was an asshole about motor vehicle violations. The fines made up half of the department's budget. He told Lena,
Keep him calm. Tell him it's routine, nothing to worry about. You're there to take him down to the station and he can either pay the fine or bond himself out in an hour. If he comes, great. If he refuses, then let him go.
Her lips parted in surprise. Sir?
We need probable cause to enter that house.
Jeffrey chose his words carefully.
Felix just confirmed that Daryl sold pot to Caterino and Truong. Could be you smell weed on Daryl when he opens the door. Or maybe you hear a noise inside. We need to be able to clearly articulate to the district attorney our reason for going into that house.
Lena slowly nodded. Of everyone in the room, she knew what he was asking.
Lena, if you believe there's probable cause to enter the house,
Then give me the signal and step away. I'm first through the door.
Jeffrey found the drawing of the main floor. He made an X in the center of the hallway.
Lena, this is the choke point. If Nesbit goes down the basement stairs, or up the stairs to the second floor, you'll be able to see them from this spot.
Lena pressed together her lips. She nodded.
Coat closet.
He drew a circle.
Don't put your back to it unless you've checked inside. Windows, doors, and hands, right?
Yes, Chief.
Brad?
Jeffrey tapped his pen to the kitchen door.
You're in charge of the rear of the house. You'll set up with Landry. Approach from the Valley Ridge side. Keep an eye on the side windows. No one gets out.
Brad looked terrified, but he said, Yes, Chief.
We'll put Dawson and Cheshire on either end of Bennett Street. Shoulder and Lamb will block off Valley Ridge in case he makes it that far. Frank, I want you to secure the shed.
Frank's jaw was set. Jeffrey gripped Frank's shoulder to remind him who was in charge. He didn't have time for bruised egos, and he wasn't going to lose Daryl Nesbit because Frank couldn't run more than 20 steps without losing his breath.
If Rosario Lopez is in that shed, I don't want anyone else finding her.
Frank wasn't buying it.
And what if when Lena knocks, Nesbit opens the front door, sees what's up, grabs Lena and takes her hostage?
Then I'll put a bullet in his head before he can shut the door.
Jeffrey took his keys out of his pocket as he walked toward the armory. He pulled out 2 shotguns, shells, cartridges, speed loaders, Kevlar vests, and passed them around. Lena slid off her bulky jacket. She swung the vest around her torso. The front plate was wider than her body. The tail hung down past her ass. Jeffrey adjusted the plates. He realigned the Velcro straps. Lena stood still, her arms out to the side. He'd never dressed a child before, but this was probably what it felt like. He let his gaze meet Lena's. She looked scared, but so damn eager. This was exactly what she had signed up for. The danger, the action. He saw in her face his own desperate need to prove himself when he'd first put on the uniform. The only other time Jeffrey had seen that man in the mirror was when he was putting on the suit for his wedding.
Let's go.
Jeffrey checked his Glock to make sure there was a bullet in the chamber as they followed Lena outside. He looked up, wincing in the sunlight. His gaze fell on the children's clinic, the same way it always did. Sarah's BMW was parked at its usual showroom angle. Jeffrey touched his fingers to his mouth. A trail of blood had dried down from his broken nose. Lena's Kevlar vest nearly swallowed her as she sat in the passenger's seat. Jeffrey had to force himself not to grip the steering wheel. The car stayed silent until they were turning off Main Street. She asked, Am I knocking on Nesbit's door because you think he won't be intimidated by a woman?
You're on that door because we need ironclad probable cause.
Lena nodded once. She understood that he was counting on her to lie. She fed his earlier words back to him. He's a pot dealer. I smelled weed on him.
Good.
Jeffrey swung the car around the sharp curve that marked the Hartsdale-Avondale line. He felt pain shooting through his jaw from clenching his teeth. Every second that went by gave Nesbit the opportunity to run, to go out to the shed, to walk down the street, to head into the woods with a hammer. 3 women. 3 days. Nesbit could not be free for a 4th one. He counted 6 Grant County squad cars at the mouth of Hollister Road. Matt was giving Landry, Cheshire, Dawson, Lamb, Hendricks, and Schroeder their orders. His BlackBerry was out. He was showing them Nesbit's driver's license photo. They were all wearing Kevlar vests. Guns were being checked. Shotguns were being loaded. Their shared anxiety came out in the usual ways, pushing each other around, bouncing on the balls of their feet, while inside, their guts coiled like springs. Frank and Brad swerved around Jeffrey's car. They stopped to pick up Landry, then headed to Valley Ridge. 3 men on the back of the house, 4 on the front, 4 squad cars securing the perimeter. Was it enough? Jeffrey slowed his car to a stop. He wanted to look each man in the eye. He said,
We're radio silent. You've got 3 minutes to get into position.
Yes, Chief.
They sounded like a platoon, but they were husbands, sons, boyfriends, fathers and brothers. And they were Jeffrey's responsibility, because he was the one sending them into the line of fire. He watched them split into groups. The 4 squad cars peeled off. Matt and Hendricks jogged toward Daryl's house, hands holding down their holsters so their Glocks didn't slap at their sides. Jeffrey looked at his watch. He wanted to give them every second of those 3 minutes to set up. He needed them to do what they were trained to do. Take their position, take a breath, and give themselves a moment to adjust to the adrenaline shooting like amphetamines through their bloodstream. He saw Lena's mouth open as she drew in air. He asked,
"You okay in that vest?"
She nodded. Her chin hit the collar.
"We're going to look at supply catalogs tomorrow morning," he said. "I bet those vests come in pink."
She was angry until she realized he was joking. She took another breath. She smiled back. Her cheek twitched from the effort. He said,
"You wouldn't be here if I didn't know that you can do this."
Her throat worked again. She nodded again. She stared out the window, waiting. Jeffrey watched the second hand rotate around his watch.
"We're on."
He kept his speed under 30 as he drove down Bennett Street. He spotted Matt and Hendricks kneeling behind an old Chevy Malibu that was parked across from Nesbitt's front door. Jeffrey stopped his town car a foot from the charcoal van, making sure it was blocked in. He looked up at the house. The blinds on the front windows were open. The porch light was on. No faces appeared in the glass. He told himself this was going to go easy. Nesbitt would open the door. Lena would tell him to step outside. The handcuffs would come out. They would find Rosario Lopez. They would put Daryl Nesbitt in a hole that he would never be able to crawl out of. He told Lena,
"You're in the lead."
Her hand went to the door handle. She took another breath and held it. Jeffrey followed Lena as she got out of the car. She adjusted her vest, put her game face on. She'd obviously decided to treat this like any other arrest. Nothing was ever routine, but some things were less difficult than others. A guy with an outstanding ticket and his truck stuck in impound. Another $600 added to the police budget. One more mark on the quota that Jeffrey denied even existed. Lena tapped her fingers on the rear quarter panel of the charcoal van as she walked by. Jeffrey did the same. He glanced into the garage. The green and yellow rolling tool cart was padlocked. He could see a tool placed on top. Green and yellow stripes. The 1.5-pound mallet was filled with sand and coated in polyurethane. It was one of 3 hammers in the Brawley dead blow set. Jeffrey unsnapped his holster. Lena stood on the porch. He stopped in front of the steps, taking a wide stance. There was 12 feet between him and the door. Enough space for Daryl Nesbitt to try to run. Enough space for Jeffrey to stop him. Lena didn't look to Jeffrey for his go-ahead. She raised her arm, banged her fist on the door. She stepped back. She waited. Nothing. Jeffrey counted slowly in his head. When he got to 19, Lena banged on the door again. Jeffrey was about to correct her. This was Patrol 101. She was supposed to call out Nesbitt's name, tell him that she was a police officer.
Fuck!
Someone yelled from deep inside the house. Male voice. Irritated.
What the fuck?
Footsteps. A chain sliding. Deadbolts clicking back. The door swung open. Jeffrey recognized Daryl Nesbitt from his license photo. His greasy hair was the color of a pine cone. He was wearing a pair of yellow gym shorts. The only other item of clothing he wore was a pair of white gym socks with blue stripes around the tops. His bare chest was flushed red up to his face. Even from 12 feet away, Jeffrey could see the man had an erection. He didn't smell of pot. He smelled of sex. Lena's chin tilted up. She had smelt it too.
What?
Daryl glared down at her.
What the fuck do you want?
Daryl Nesbitt? Lena asked.
He doesn't live here anymore, Daryl said. He moved to Alabama last week.
The door started to close. Lena reached out. It happened so fast that Jeffrey only had time to think the word, "Don't." Lena's hand clamped around Daryl's wrist. He tried to jerk away. He stepped backward. Lena stumbled forward. Her left foot crossed the threshold, then her right. She was inside the house. She kept moving forward. Daryl's arms swung out, disappearing behind the door jamb. He could be reaching for a knife, a gun, a hammer. The door started to close. Jeffrey felt his finger on the trigger of his Glock before he realized that he'd pulled it out of the holster, raised it up in the air, and aimed it at Daryl Nesbitt's head. The gun exploded. The door splintered as it banged closed. Jeffrey leapt across the porch. The door was locked. He took a step back and kicked it open. His gun pointed around the room, but nothing looked like he'd been expecting. The dining room, the living room, the kitchen, he couldn't see any of it. There were doors everywhere, all of them closed.
On your left!
Matt bolted past him. Hendricks took up the rear. The gunshot had been like a starting pistol. Matt busted through the flimsy door into the hallway. Hendricks broke into the dining room. Jeffrey took a step. His foot hit something hard. He watched Lena's gun skitter across the floor.
Lena!
He yelled. A shotgun went off. Brad Stevens stumbled into the kitchen.
Lena!
Jeffrey took the stairs 2 at a time. He was halfway up before he remembered that someone could have been at the top, waiting to blow off his head. Jeffrey ducked and rolled. He ended up in the hall bathroom. He looked behind him. 4 bedrooms. The doors were closed. Lena screamed. Jeffrey ran toward the master bedroom. He splintered open the door. Lena was crumpled by the bed. Her head was bleeding. She had fallen against a wooden desk. Jeffrey felt sick as he ran toward her. His responsibility. His fuck-up. Lena's life. He checked her pulse. The tap of her carotid against his fingertips slowed down his own heartbeat by a millisecond. He glanced up. He saw the laptop computer on the desk. Children. Jeffrey swallowed the bile that swirled up his throat. He swiveled his eyes around the room. Cheap plastic blind on the window. The closet door was missing. Clothes were piled onto the floor. The bed was a mattress on the carpet. A dirty white gym sock was crumpled on the floor.
Chief!
Matt was at the end of the hall. Brad was taking up his rear. They started busting open doors. Lena whispered, Jeffrey? The world slowed down as he turned back toward her. She had never called him by his name before. There was something so intimate about the way she said it. Lena's arm was raised. Her hand was wavering from the effort. She was pointing to the window. The plastic slats clicked in the breeze.
Shit!
Jeffrey ripped away the blinds. The window had guillotined, the top panel sliding down behind the bottom. Daryl Nesbitt was inches away, standing on the overhang above the kitchen door. As Jeffrey watched, the man ran and jumped. Daryl's arms were out. His legs bicycled through the air. He landed with a thump on the roof of the shed. Jeffrey didn't stop to think. He kicked out the window. He stepped onto the overhang, which gave him no more than 5 feet. 10 more feet to the shed. The roof sloped just the way Matt had said, like a ski jump. Jeffrey took a running start and hurled his body through the air. His arms flailed. He tried to line up his feet for landing. He found himself calculating all the things that could go wrong. He could miss the roof, break through the plywood, land sideways, break his leg, his arm, his fucking neck. Jeffrey landed on the toes of his right foot. He felt his body twist on impact, his spine painfully torquing. He caught himself on his left foot, stuttered back onto his right, then tumbled down the back side of the slope. He landed flat on his ass on the ground. He had to shake the stars out of his eyes. The wind was knocked out of him. He looked around. Daryl was running through the backyard. He glanced over his shoulder at Jeffrey as he hurdled the fence to his neighbor's yard. Jeffrey was up and running after him, gasping for breath as he jumped the fence. His foot slipped on the grass. His skull was pounding. He felt like something had ripped in his back. He gained his footing as he ran around the side of the house. He saw Daryl sprinting toward the street. His arms started windmilling as he took a sharp turn onto Valley Ridge. His bare feet skipped across the asphalt. By the time Jeffrey made the turn, the man was 30 yards away.
No, no, no,
Jeffrey begged. He couldn't close the gap. The kid was too fast. Jeffrey looked down the street, searching for Dawson. The patrol car was a football field away. Dawson had seen Daryl. He was out of his car, running toward the action. Jeffrey's sense of relief was cut off by a woman's piercing scream. Again, the world slowed down to a crawl, the blur of houses and trees in Jeffrey's periphery, stuttering into freeze frame. The woman had been walking to her car. Jeffrey saw her mouth open. He watched Daryl's fist swing back. Jeffrey tried.
No!
It was too late. The woman collapsed to the ground. Daryl scooped up her car keys. Jeffrey kept running. He earned 15 hard feet while Daryl fumbled with the door of the woman's red station wagon. Another 5 feet while Daryl tried to crank the engine. Another 5 while he shifted the gear into reverse. Jeffrey squeezed out the last ounce of adrenaline in his body and lunged toward the open car door. His hand grabbed the first thing he could reach, a fistful of Daryl's greasy hair.
Motherfucker!
Daryl punched at him, his foot still on the gas. Jeffrey's head snapped back. His shoes skipped along the road. Daryl punched him again, then again. All at once, Jeffrey's muscles gave in to exhaustion. Daryl's hair slid through his fingers. Jeffrey hit the pavement. His head cracked against the asphalt. Something told him to get back on his feet as quickly as possible. He pushed his hands against the pavement. He looked up. From behind the windshield, Daryl's mouth twisted into a smirk. He was going to run Jeffrey over. The kid stood on the gas pedal. Jeffrey scrambled. Instead of lurching forward, the car shot back, bouncing over the curb, slamming into the house across the street. Not just the house, the gas meter. Like every man who had ever started a barbecue grill, Jeffrey had seen fuel catch fire before. The blue-white glow was almost mesmerizing as the fumes ignited into thick flames. The gas meter on the front of the house was filled with nothing but fumes. He watched helplessly as the metal supply line was wrenched apart by 3,000 pounds of steel. There was nothing to enthrall him, just a spark of metal like a match being struck. Then the air burned with light. Jeffrey's arms flew up to cover his face. The explosion sent a fireball crashing around his body. Glass shattered. A car alarm wailed. His ears started ringing. He felt like his head was inside of a gong. The heat was like a sauna. Jeffrey tried to stand. He lost his balance. His knee pounded into the asphalt.
Help!
Daryl was still in the car. He was stuck. He rammed his shoulder against the door, furiously trying to get out. His screams were like a siren.
Chief!
Dawson was 50 yards away. His arms pumped as he ran.
Help!
Daryl yelled. He was halfway out of the car.
Help me!
Jeffrey stumbled across the road. The heat felt like it was chewing at his face.
Help!
Daryl screamed. Fire licked at his back. He was folded over the door, clawing at the ground. His leg was caught inside. He couldn't get out.
Please, help me!
Jeffrey dodged the flames. He grabbed Daryl's wrists and pulled.
Harder!
Daryl started kicking at the steering wheel with his free leg. The flames shot higher. The heat was melting the paint off the car. Jeffrey could see the flat metal bottom of the gas tank, glowing red.
Pull!
Daryl begged. Jeffrey leaned back, using every ounce of weight in his body.
No!
Daryl screamed.
Oh, God! No!
Jeffrey felt something pop. The release was like a champagne cork flying across the room. His body fell backward. Daryl Nesbitt collapsed on top of him. Jeffrey tried to shift him off. The gas tank was going to blow.
Chief!
Dawson grabbed Jeffrey under his arms. He dragged him away from the flames. Someone threw water on his face. Someone else wrapped a jacket around his shoulders. Jeffrey coughed up a pool of black liquid onto the ground. His eyes were burning. His skin felt singed. The hair had burned off his arms.
Chief?
Matt said. Brad was with him. Cheshire, Hendricks, Dawson. Jeffrey rolled over. Blood dripped down his throat. His nose was broken again. He turned his head. Daryl Nesbitt was flat on his back, arms out, eyes closed, unmoving. Just like Tommy Humphrey. Just like Becky Caterino. Just like Leslie Truong. Jeffrey pushed himself up on his elbow. He saw a thick line of blood in the grass that traced all the way back to the burning car. He followed the line to Daryl. The champagne cork. The pop had come from Daryl Nesbitt's ankle joint, as his foot had been ripped away from his leg. Atlanta, Chapter 26. Will pecked at his keyboard, carefully filling out the last box on the application for subpoena. He had driven by the one museum condo complex on the way to work. Callie Zanger's building superintendent hadn't appreciated being roused from bed at 5 a.m, but the man had been coherent enough to give Will the information that he needed. There were no 2-year-old hard drives lying around. The state-of-the-art building security system was backed up to the cloud. The building's insurance company required them to store the encrypted data for 5 years. Will was asking the judge to grant the GBI access to all of the recordings from the 3 months before and after Callie Zanger's abduction. He touched his finger under each word, checking for mistakes before uploading the request to the system. He sat back in his chair. The subpoena could take as long as 4 hours to get a judge's approval. Then the lawyers would get involved. Another day might pass before the data was transferred. Streaming through over 2,000 hours of video would take more eyes than Will had in his head. He looked at the time. Amanda had called their meeting for 7 sharp. He would ask her to put a rush on the subpoena. For now, he had 8 minutes apiece before his day ramped up. He allotted himself 4 minutes to worry. First up was Faith. She had been gutted by the Callie Zanger interview. Will hadn't been much better. The drive back to headquarters had been excruciating for both of them. Faith because she was trying not to cry, and Will because seeing Faith trying so hard not to cry had made him want to break things. He craned his ear toward his open office door. Faith's door was closed. She had arrived 15 minutes ago. He could hear her poking around, but she hadn't come by, and he wasn't sure she wanted to be bothered. Will looked at the clock on his computer. 1 minute down. He let his thoughts travel to the next woman he was worried about, Sarah. The exhumation of Shay Van Dorn was not going to be easy. But that wasn't all that was troubling him. They had both fallen asleep on the couch last night, Sarah's head like dead weight on his chest. But every time Will thought about the connection between them, his brain threw up the image of an extension cord lying 2 feet away from the socket. Will couldn't figure out a way to plug back in. Sarah had told him about the used store being across the street from the cemetery, and Will had believed her when she said that she hadn't visited Jeffrey. But every time he found himself thinking about the chief, he wanted to grab Sarah, throw her over his shoulder, and lock her in a room like a caveman. Or a serial killer. Will picked at the Band-Aid Sarah had wrapped around his knuckle. He had never thought of himself as the jealous type. Then again, Angie had never wholly belonged to him. She'd been screwing around since she was old enough to sneak out of a window. Will had been mildly irritated by her bad reputation, and furious about the syphilis. But he had found all kinds of ways to justify her non-monogamy. Angie had been damaged by so many men in her life. Sex was her way of stealing back some of that power. Will was the only man she had ever really loved. Or at least that's what she had told him. Being with Sarah, knowing what love really felt like, had exposed the extent of her lie.
"Morning, Hoss."
Nick sauntered into his office.
"Meeting's about to start."
Will thought about punching him.
"Look it, bud."
Nick sat down on the couch without being asked.
"Can I be honest with you?"
Will turned his chair to face him. Usually when someone asked if they could be honest, that meant they'd either been lying before, or they were going to start lying now. Nick said,
"First time I heard you were hooking up with Sarah, I gotta admit, I wanted to kill you so dead that even God wouldn't look for your body."
Will had never hooked up with Sarah.
"You could still try."
"Nah, man, I can see where her heart is."
Will didn't know what to say, so he said nothing.
You fuck it up, though.
Nick grinned like an angry clown.
Take a little advice from a dead man's grave.
Ain't no woman on earth as good as the one you got right there in the palm of your hand.
They locked eyes. Will ran through a few responses, but he figured throwing out a "no shit, hoss" was probably not going to keep this pissing contest at a draw. He went with his old standard. He grunted, then nodded, then waited for Nick to leave. Will's eyes slid back to the time on his computer. Nick had run up a 1-minute deficit. Faith's office was on the way to the stairs. Will did the door knock walk-in thing to tell her it was time for the meeting. The words got caught in his throat. Faith's head was on the desk. Her face was buried in her arm. Will swallowed, trying to find the right thing to say.
Faith?
She turned her head, squinting at Will. I am so fucking hung over. Will's relief was cut by exasperation. He had never been a fan of alcohol. When he was a kid, a drunk adult generally meant Will was about to take a beating.
It's almost 7.
Super. Faith gathered up her notebook and Starbucks coffee. Her clothes were wrinkled. She had dark circles under her eyes. Amanda and Mom forced me into choir practice last night. I passed out when they started talking about their chips fantasies. Will winced. Right? Faith closed the door behind her. I totally get horn-dogging over Eric Estrada. But Larry Wilcox? Seriously, Amanda?
So you two are okay?
Yeah. I'm not going to change. She's not going to change. Naysayer's going to nay. Faith laughed. And that is my third and last horse joke in as many days. Will wasn't sure it was a joke, but he was glad to hear Faith back to her usual sarcastic self. He held open the door to the stairs. Faith's voice echoed off the concrete as she told him a story about her ex taking Emma and some of her friends to play at the fun zone. Welcome to parenthood, my dude. Faith cackled. You paid $60 to expose your kid to a communicable disease. Will held open the next door. Faith started another story. He let his thoughts wander back to Sarah. He could still feel the weight of her head on his chest. The way she had looked at him last night was different. She was hesitant. She was still worried about his feelings. Will felt petty because a deep, dark, maybe even sadistic part of him liked the idea of her being unsure. Amanda was not in her office, but Nick had already snagged a spot on the couch. His cowboy boot rested on the edge of the coffee table. Faith sat next to him, diving into the usual small talk. Will leaned his back against the wall, which he had done so many times before that he was surprised his shoulder blades hadn't worn an indentation into the cinder block. He heard the clop of Amanda's tiny feet approaching. She looked exactly the same as she did every day. Salt and pepper helmet hair, skirt and matching jacket, makeup discreetly applied. If she was hungover, she was keeping it all on the inside. We need to make this quick. Amanda handed Faith a stack of papers. She shot Nick a look that sent his foot to the floor. She leaned against the desk, which was generally as close as she ever came to sitting down. I've got to drive to the Capitol this morning to brief the head of the Oversight Committee. One of our victims is in his district. I don't need his panties in a wad. Will looked down at the pages as Faith flipped through them. He recognized some of the names of the 13 law enforcement jurisdictions where the bodies had been found. Amanda asked Will, "What's the subpoena you filed this morning?" Will told her about his trip to one museum.
We know from APD that there was nothing from the parking lot, but there's a camera in the hallway outside Zanger's apartment. If you could put a rush on the...
I'll call the judge on my way downtown, she said. While you're waiting, I need you to be my eyes on the Van Dorn autopsy. The second, and I do mean the second, Sarah confirms or denies that Shay Van Dorn was murdered, you are to text me. Understood? She didn't wait for a response. She told Faith and Nick, your butts are in your desk chairs this morning. Go through the lists, make the appointments. Remember, we're ostensibly reviewing the collection of data regarding missing persons reports. Tread carefully as you feel people out. I don't want anyone getting suspicious. Do it quietly, Faith said. Amanda raised an eyebrow as they locked into a silent battle of the wills. Nick said.
Ma'am, if I may.
Amanda took her time looking in his direction.
I've been thinking about Daryl Nesbitt,
Nick said.
I know it's clear to just about everybody in this building how I felt about Jeffrey Tolliver, but it's hard for me to think that he got this case so damn wrong.
Amanda rolled her hand to keep him talking. Nick asked,
What made y'all exonerate Nesbitt so fast?
Will realized that he had not been told about Heath Caterino, Becky's son. This wasn't a naysayer situation. Amanda was keeping the information in a tight circle, because the boy could be in mortal danger. Good question. Amanda had always been an agile liar. She barely missed a beat. Our labs found an old DNA report from the Truong autopsy. We ran it against an envelope that Daryl Nesbitt mailed to Gerald Caterino. There wasn't a match. Nick pulled at his beard. He was clearly looking for holes in the story. Will knew the real story, and he saw a gaping hole that none of them had spotted.
Why are we so sure Daryl is the one who licked the back of the envelope?
The office was silent, except for the fan on Amanda's computer.
Fuck!
Faith turned around to look at Will.
Con's gonna con.
Nick? Amanda picked up the phone on her desk. She stabbed in a number, telling him, Go to the prison right now. I want a fresh buccal swab from Daryl Nesbitt in the lab by noon. She waited until Nick was gone to put down the phone. She told Faith, Speak. The lab report Gerald Caterino gave me was the original, not a copy. He sent Heath's buccal swab along with the envelope from Daryl Nesbitt to an AABB-accredited, court-recognized commercial lab. They specialize in paternity cases. The report was definitive. Nesbitt was completely ruled out as Heath's father.
Will is right. That information is predicated on trusting that Nesbitt is the person who licked the envelope.
Amanda turned to Will.
Thoughts? Nesbitt's been in prison for 8 years. Cons know more about forensic procedures and DNA than most cops do.
Faith added,
He's a chess player. Even Lena Adams figured that out. Nesbitt strategizes. He works people against each other. We know he's got access to the internet through contraband phones. He could have found out about Heath and done the same math that we all did.
Amanda nodded. She had made her decision.
Nesbitt's DNA is already in our database because he's a convicted sex offender. We need a clean chain of custody on Heath Caterino's DNA. I don't want to file a subpoena for obvious reasons.
Faith said,
You want me to ask Gerald Caterino if he'll volunteer to let me take a swab of his kid's mouth? The kid he pretends is his own child, because he's terrified Becky's attacker will find out.
Will said,
I can...
I'll do it,
Faith said.
Will's on the exhumation. He's waiting for the subpoena on the security footage. We both got jobs to do.
Good, Amanda said.
I'll put another team on the call lists. You can follow up with them when you're back.
Faith dropped the papers on the coffee table. Will's body tensed as she left. He didn't know if he wanted to stop her or go with her. Amanda said,
Wilbur, in this moment it is immaterial whether or not Daryl Nesbitt's DNA matches Heath Caterino's. What we have in front of us is an exhumed body that might offer new clues and a subpoena that could allow us access to a video that reveals the face of a killer.
Will knew a dismissal when he heard it. He tucked his hands into his pockets as he walked toward the stairs. His muscles were still tensed, but the short burst of urgency had come to a screeching halt. All that he was left with was anxiety. He didn't like the idea of Faith being alone. He was irritated that he hadn't thought to verify the DNA from the lab test. He was anxious, because Amanda was right. Nesbitt hadn't murdered 15 women and terrorized 5 others in the last 8 years. So who had? Someone with intimate knowledge of the crimes? Someone who was connected enough to Daryl Nesbitt to frame him? Someone who was clever enough to cover his tracks? Someone who had a collection of hairbands, combs, brushes, and ties? Acolyte? Copycat? Nutjob? Murderer? 2 days out, Will was asking the same questions they'd had back in the prison chapel. He exited through the door at the bottom of the stairs. The morgue was behind the headquarters building, in a metal structure that looked like a hangar. The wind whipped at his jacket as he walked up the sidewalk. Will kept his eyes on the ground. There wasn't much to look at in the sky. Dark clouds, thunder. He could feel tiny slivers of rain stabbing at his face. A black mortuary van was parked at the loading dock. Both sets of doors were open. Gary was helping the driver transfer Shay Van Dorn's casket onto a rolling table. When Will had thought about the exhumation, he had visualized broken chunks of dirt and debris. Maybe a crypt keeper hand sticking through rotted wood. The metal casket was pristine, the black paint still mirror glossy. The only indication that it hadn't just come off the display room floor was the string of cobwebs hanging off one of the corners. A spider had managed to get sealed inside the vault. Will walked through the front lobby of the morgue. Glass windows looked into the autopsy suite. 2 medical examiners were already at work. They were dressed in yellow aprons and blue scrubs, white surgical masks, colorful hats, off-white exam gloves. Sarah was in a tiny room at the end of a long hallway. Crime scene photos served as art on the walls. The back office was meant to be a temporary workspace for anyone who needed it. Desk, phone, 2 chairs, no window. Will slowed his pace so he could take her in. Sarah's arms were stretched out to the desk. She was staring down at her iPhone. She'd changed into scrubs. She was wearing glasses. Her long auburn hair was pinned up in a loose bun on the top of her head. Will studied her profile. I can see where her heart is. Will should be ashamed of himself, because Sarah had literally gotten down on her knees and repeatedly said that she loved Will and that she had chosen Will. But none of that had meant nearly as much as Nick Shelton casually stating that Will held Sarah in the palm of his hand. She still had not seen him. She put down her phone. He watched her open the top desk drawer. She found a tube of lotion. She started to smooth it onto her hands, then along her bare arms. Will had lingered long enough for a guy who kept telling himself he was not a serial killer. He announced his presence by telling Sarah,
Amanda wants me to witness the autopsy.
She smiled up at him, not her usual smile. Unsure. She said, Mom found an email address for Delilah Humphrey. I don't know what to say. Will didn't know what to say either. He had to find a way to put things right with Sarah. This disconnection was dragging on too long. He took the chair beside the desk. He let his knee touch her leg. Sarah looked down, but the leg touch didn't seem to be enough. Will cleared his throat. He held out his uninjured hand.
My skin is a little dry, too.
Her eyebrows knit, but she played along. She massaged lotion onto his hand. He watched her fingers gently smoothing his skin. Will felt the tension in his shoulders start to smooth out, too. His breathing slowed. So did Sarah's. Slowly, finally, the air changed in the windowless room. He could tell she felt it, too. She smiled as she gently squeezed each of his fingers, then used her thumb to follow the lines of his palm. Will's mother had been into astrology. He had found a palm reading poster among her belongings. He thought of the names as Sarah traced them. Lifeline, Fateline, Headline, Heartline. Sarah looked up. He said,
Hey.
She said, Hey. Like that. The plug slid back into the socket. Sarah leaned over. She pressed her lips to his palm. She was an unusual woman. She had a thing about Jeffrey's handwriting. She had a thing about Will's hands. He asked,
You want me to help with the email?
Yes, thank you. She picked up her phone again. Can I read you what I have? Will nodded. Sarah said, There's the usual reacquaintance stuff. I gave her my cell number in case she doesn't want me to put anything on the record. Then I wrote, I know this is difficult, but I would like to speak with Tommy. Anything she says will be on background the same as before. Please ask her to get in touch with me, but only if she's comfortable talking. I understand and respect her right to refuse. Will thought about Delilah's reaction when she read the email. There wasn't a reason for the mother to write back, let alone get her daughter involved.
Should you tell her why?
That's the part I can't decide. Sarah put down her phone again. She held onto his hand. Tommy never believed that Daryl Nesbitt was her attacker. I showed her his booking photo. She said it wasn't him. No hesitation. Will dropped the same bomb that had sent Nick and Faith careening in opposite directions across the state.
We're retesting DNA samples from Nesbitt and Heath Caterino.
Sarah's lips parted in surprise. She saw the gaping hole more quickly than Will had. You think Daryl had someone else to lick the envelope flap?
We know that Nesbitt likes to play games, and he definitely has an axe to grind. I never met a con who didn't blame somebody else for the mess he was in.
He blamed Jeffrey for the loss of his foot. He sued for damages as part of his lawsuit.
What about the evidence?
Sarah listed it out. The hammer matched the brand and set that was found in Nesbitt's garage. He lived 2 streets over from the woods. He was familiar with the town. 2 victims had his number in their phones. He had no alibi for the attacks. He worked on a construction site near the fire road. He drove a dark van like the one Tommy remembered. Of course, it was doubtful that Tommy would testify. Then, there was the shed. Will reminded himself to be careful. He wasn't going to trample on her dead husband's memory, at least not to her face.
I understand that he had his back to the wall because of the 3rd missing student, Rosario Lopez. But you take away the fog of war, and that's not a great case.
You won't get any disagreement from me. That's why Jeffrey didn't push the district attorney to press charges, Sarah explained. With Nesbitt locked up, he thought more witnesses would come forward or more evidence would be found. He worked the case for another full year, trying to find something, anything that would hang the attacks on Nesbitt. But no one came forward, and he couldn't make the case. And eventually, Nesbitt managed to add attempted murder to his jacket, so... Gary knocked on the doorframe. Dr. Linton, we're ready. I'll be there in a second. Sarah was back on her phone. She read the words aloud as she typed. Please ask Tommy to call or email me. It is possible that she was right about the photo. How does that sound?
It depends,
Will said.
Do you want to scare her?
Shouldn't she be scared? Will said.
Send it.
Sarah waited for the email to swoosh before sticking her phone into her back pocket. She told Will, Gary's never done an exhumation, so it's going to go slow, okay?
I'm good with slow.
She held onto Will's hand as they walked up the hall. Sarah didn't let him go until they reached the supply cabinet. She took out a yellow apron, blue surgical hat, 2 face masks. She reminded Will, with Alexandra McAllister, there were incised wounds made by a tool similar to a razor blade or scalpel. The killer knew the blood would lure predators to the body. The nerves in the brachial plexus were cleanly severed. The spinal puncture was masked, but I know what to look for. I should be able to tell you fairly quickly if Shay Van Dorn exhibits the same patterns of damage.
Amanda wants you to let her know ASAP.
Does Amanda ever want anything that's not ASAP? Sarah reached up to Will. She tied the face mask around the back of his neck, saying, The vault break dissipated most of the odor. You shouldn't need this, but it's okay if you do. She dressed herself next, wrapping the apron strings twice around her waist, tucking her hair beneath the surgical hat, pulling on exam gloves. Will noted the transformation as she prepared herself for Shay Van Dorn. Sometimes doctors joked around to make light of what was a very grim situation. Sarah never joked. She approached every death investigation with an air of respectful solemnity. Gary had rolled the casket into the anteroom. A clear plastic envelope was taped to the lid. Will saw paperwork and what looked like a window crank that you'd use to open an old aluminum window. Will loosened his tie. The lights acted as heat lamps, boiling the air. They jutted down from the ceiling like robot arms. There were cameras and microphones all around the room, including one that pointed straight down at the casket. A gurney with a folded white sheet and rubber neck block waited for the body. Another table was covered in brown paper to keep the clothes from cross-contaminating. A third table held a magnifying glass and surgical instruments. Gary had laid out a printed copy of Shay Van Dorn's original accident report. Color photographs from the scene were stacked beside them. Will hadn't downloaded the photos from the server. He looked through them now. Shay Van Dorn had been found on her back in the middle of the forest. She had been dressed in a pair of green khakis and a white knit polo. The clothes were shredded where animals had feasted on her breasts, torso, and pelvic area. Her lips and eyelids had been chewed off. Part of her nose was gone. Ready? Sarah waited for nods all around. She tapped a foot pedal to turn on the cameras and mics. Will heard her run through the date, time, introduce herself, and announce who else was in attendance. He couldn't help but think of the Leslie Truong video that had played on the ancient VCR last night. Sarah had looked so different. 8 years later, even though she was saying basically the same things, she sounded different too. I'll perform the preliminary exam in this room. Then Gary will take the x-rays. Then we'll roll her into the autopsy suite. Sarah was finished with the technicalities. She addressed her next words to Gary. Most wooden caskets are held closed with a metal clasp. The more expensive models use a lock that requires a hexagonal key. He asked, Like an Allen wrench? Exactly. Sarah peeled the plastic envelope off the casket. She tipped out the crank and held it up. This is a casket key. The shaft is longer because it unlocks a metal casket. The lock is always at the foot end, called the foot panel. The panel covering the upper part of the body is called the lid. Can you feel the rubber gasket? Gary ran his gloved fingers along the rim of the lid. Yes. The gasket seals the casket, but not hermetically. Remember what I told you about off-gassing during decomposition? If the seal on the casket or vault is too tight, then either or both can explode. Sarah walked to the foot of the casket. Some states require vaults. Others don't. Keep in mind that people are forced to make burial decisions at one of the lowest points in their lives. So, always remind yourself that whatever they choose to do is the best decision they can make for themselves at the time. Gary said, My grandma was a Georgia fan, so we got a red and black casket with a bulldog on the top. Will wondered if the young man had forgotten about the recording. Sarah obviously hadn't. She slotted the key into the hole. She continued the lesson, which was just as much for Gary's benefit as a future jury's. Wooden caskets open with a quarter turn to the left. Metal requires several turns. You're releasing the clamps that hold down the lid and the foot panel. Ready? Sarah didn't wait for an answer this time. She braced both hands on the crank. She put her shoulder into the turns. The gasket seal cracked. Will heard a rush of air, not unlike the swoosh from an iPhone, when an email was sent. His hand went to the face mask that hung around his neck, but Sarah was right. He didn't need it. The odor he was smelling was the same sickly sweet odor that had emanated from Shay Van Dorn's body 3 years ago, when she had been hermetically sealed inside the metal box. Sarah slipped her fingers under the rim of the foot panel. She waited for Gary to do the same with the lid. They both lifted at the same time. Will was standing behind Gary, but his height gave him a direct view into the casket. Shay Van Dorn's skin looked yellow and waxy. Bloating swelled her neck. Mold blotched her forehead. She was dressed in a black silk shirt and long black skirt. Her brunette hair was lank around her shoulders. Her cheeks were unnaturally pink and full. Her lips, nose, and eyelids had been expertly reconstructed with mortician's wax. Except for the variation in color, Will would have never guessed that an animal had ingested them. Makeup didn't absorb into dead skin. Her hands were folded over her chest. The fingernails were long and curled. She had held onto a small lace pouch for the last 3 years. Sarah carefully removed the pouch. She shook the contents into her hand. 2 wedding rings fell out. One a simple band, the other a large diamond. Will could see tears moisten Sarah's eyes. Her own wedding ring was with Jeffrey's. She kept them both inside a small wooden box. When Will had first met her, the box had been out on the fireplace mantel. Now it was on a shelf inside the guest room closet. Sarah told Gary, "You'll often find personal items with the deceased. Make sure you catalog and photograph them so they can be returned before burial." Gary took the pouch and carefully laid it on the brown paper. "Let's move her onto the table." Sarah dragged over a footstool. Gary found another one by the door. Will leaned against the wall. They didn't need his help transferring the 115-pound body onto the gurney. Gary lifted her by the shoulders. Sarah lifted the legs. Will saw Shay's hand drop down as she was placed onto the gurney. He looked at her bare feet. The toenails were curved, like a cat's claw. He craned his neck, locating a pair of high heels inside a plastic bag that had been tucked inside the coffin. Sarah said, "The waxy substance you're seeing on the skin is adipocere. The anaerobic bacterial hydrolysis of fat develops during putrefaction, the fifth stage of death. It's an urban legend that hair and nails continue to grow. The skin retracts, giving the nails a longer appearance. Embalming fluid can't circulate into the follicles, so the hair loses its luster." Gary moved the casket out from under the cameras and rolled the gurney in its place. He asked Sarah,
Why aren't her shoes on her feet?
"That's not uncommon, especially with high heels. Sometimes you'll find underwear placed in a bag at the feet. If an autopsy has been performed, you might find a sealed bag containing organs." Gary looked taken aback. "None of that is outside standard industry practices," she told Gary. "Let's get her undressed." Will kept his back against the wall as they worked. Gary unbuttoned Shay's blouse and laid it on the brown paper. The bra hooked in the front. The plastic clasp was broken. He carefully peeled it away. Cotton had been shoved into the cup where one of Shay's breasts was missing. The material had stuck to the open wound. The arm fell away from the body. More cotton was packed into the armpit. Sarah told Gary, "During embalming, cotton batting is used to pack the orifices in any open wounds. This keeps the fluid from leaking out." Sarah tugged down the skirt. There was no underwear. The thighs parted. Will saw more cotton packed between her legs, almost like a diaper. He could not help but think of Leslie Truong, Tommy Humphrey, Alexandra McAllister, and all of the other women from the spreadsheet. Sarah gently turned Shay's head. She rubbed her finger down the cervical vertebrae. Next, she looked at the armpits. She had to use the tweezers to strip away the cotton batting. From 5 feet away, Will could see nerves and veins sticking out of the woman's armpit like a bunch of cables that had been ripped out of a computer. Sarah used the magnifying glass to study the wound. She looked up at Will. She nodded. The puncture wound at C5, the cleanly sliced nerves at the brachial plexus. Shay Van Dorn was showing the same damage as Alexandra McAllister. While Sarah called out the findings for the recording, Will took his phone out of his pocket. He kept it low, out of the camera frame. He texted Amanda a thumbs up. She tapped back an okay. He was about to return the phone to his pocket when he thought of Faith. She was hooked into Will's location services. He saw that she had made good time. Faith was about 20 minutes out from Gerald Caterino's subdivision. He considered sending her a text of encouragement, but a thumbs up felt wrong. Faith had already been forced to deal with Callie Zanger on her own. Will didn't know how she would handle it if Gerald broke down again. The sound of the man's sobs in the small closet had been agonizing. Will had been reminded of the new infants that would sometimes end up at the children's home. They would cry for days until they figured out that no one was going to comfort them. He ended up texting her a yam emoji. Faith would understand.
Why?
Gary said. Will looked up. Sarah was explaining, "We won't find anything remarkable by opening her eyelids." Will put away his phone. He knew that she meant remarkable in the literal sense. Because of animal damage, the sockets would be empty under the plastic eye caps that kept the shape of the lid. There was nothing to remark upon. Sarah peeled away the wax that shaped Shay Van Dorn's lips. The jaws stayed closed. Sarah laid the wax on the brown paper. She pointed into the mouth, telling Gary, "See the 4 sets of wires attached to the top and bottom gingivae, or gums? Gary said.
They look like breadbag ties.
The embalmer used a needle injector to close the mouth. The device looks like a cross between a syringe and a pair of scissors, but think of it as operating like a small harpoon. The injector punches a pointed pin with a wire attached directly into the maxilla and mandible. You twist together the top and bottom wires to hold the mouth closed. I need the small wire cutters. Gary pressed the pliers into Sarah's hand. She clipped open the wires. The mouth slacked open, falling down into the side like the jaw was broken. Sarah pressed her fingers along the bone. The joint is dislocated. Will could tell from her voice that she was troubled by the finding. He picked up the coroner's report on the cart. The form was standard. He knew that the box labeled Description of Injuries, Summary, was on the 3rd page. His finger followed the single line of text. Animal activity in sex organs, as detailed in drawing. Will studied the anatomical drawing. The breasts and pelvis were circled. The eyes and mouth had X's on them. Nothing was marked in the area of the jaw. The Dougal County coroner was a dentist by training. The man would have noticed a dislocated jaw. Will looked back up. Sarah was shining a light into the mouth. She dragged the footstool back over. From the higher vantage point, she could see directly into the back of the throat. She pressed down the jaw, opening the mouth as far as it would go. Then she used the magnifying glass to look inside. For the recording, she explained, I'm looking at the upper right quadrant. A piece of latex or vinyl is lodged between the last molar and her wisdom tooth. Gary had picked up on the change in demeanor. He asked, Is that weird? She talked around the question. Wisdom teeth generally come in during your late teens or early 20s. Most of the time, they're misaligned. They can crowd the other teeth and cause significant pain. They are normally removed in pairs or all at once. So it's remarkable that a 35-year-old woman only has one wisdom tooth remaining. Sarah stepped down from the stool. The glance she gave Will told him something was terribly wrong. She spread out the photographs from the Dougal County coroner. She found what she was looking for. The latex wasn't there when the coroner took the mouth photos. Gary said, The embalmer would wear gloves, right? Because of disease? Yes, she told Gary. I need the forceps. Sarah returned to Shay's body. She angled the overhead light. She stuck the long tweezers into Shay's mouth. The latex stretched as she tried to pull it out. Then the jaw started to slip. Steady the jaw, she told Gary. It's really snagged in there. Gary cupped his fingers on either side of the chin and forced open the mouth as wide as it would go. Sarah tried again, pulling at the latex. The material was thin, almost translucent. Her phone started ringing. The sound was muffled in her back pocket. She turned to Will, frowning. Could you get that? It could be. Sarah didn't want to say Delilah Humphrey's name on the recording. Will fished the phone out of her back pocket. He showed her the screen. Sarah told Gary, I'm going to take this in the hall. Will followed her out of the room. She kept her gloved hands in the air. She couldn't touch the phone. She told him, You can hear this. Will tapped the speaker icon on the screen, then held the phone close to her mouth. Sarah said, Mrs. Humphrey? There was static. Will thought they'd let too many rings go by, but the timer was still counting up on the screen. Sarah said, Mrs. Humphrey, it's Dr. Linton. Are you there? More static, but a woman's voice said, What's up, Doc? Shock flashed in Sarah's eyes. Tommy? You got her. Tommy's voice was deeper than Will had imagined. He had thought of the woman as timid, broken. The voice on the other end of the line was hard as steel. Sarah said, I'm sorry to bother you. It's possible you were right about the photo. Tommy was quoting Sarah's email. I told you it wasn't Daryl Nesbitt 8 years ago. Sarah pressed together her lips. Will could tell she hadn't gotten this far. That texting her own mother, emailing Delilah, had been the only step she had walked herself through. Tommy, Sarah said, I need to know if you've remembered anything.
What would I remember?
The steel turned into a razor.
Why would I remember?
I know this is hard.
Yeah, I know you know.
Sarah nodded before Will could think about how to ask the question. She had told Tommy about her own rape. Tommy interrupted her with a long, pained sigh. Will could imagine cigarette smoke coming out of her mouth. She told Sarah,
I can't have kids.
Sarah's eyes found Will's again. She held onto his gaze. I'm so sorry. Will realized she was speaking to him. He shook his head. She didn't ever need to apologize for that. Tommy said,
I wanted to be happy, you know. I looked at you and I thought if Dr. Linton can be happy, then I can be happy.
Sarah didn't insult her with platitudes. It's hard. More silence. Will heard a lighter clicking, a mouth sucking in smoke, blowing it out. Tommy said,
I don't know how to be with a man unless he's hurting me.
The revelation came out in a rush. Will could see that Sarah was doing the same thing he was doing, slowing it down, trying to find a way around the certainty in the woman's voice. Sarah slowly shook her head. She couldn't find a way. She could only feel devastated. Tommy asked,
Are you that way too?
Sarah looked up at Will again. She said, Sometimes. Tommy blew out a long stream of smoke. She inhaled again. She said,
He told me it was my fault. That's what I remember, that it was my fault.
Sarah's mouth opened. She took a breath. Did he tell you why? Tommy paused again to smoke, going through the deep inhale, the slow exhale.
He said that he saw me, and he wanted me, and he knew that I was too stuck up to give him the time of day, so he had to make me.
Sarah said, Tommy, you know it's not your fault.
Yeah, we need to stop asking rape victims what they did wrong and start asking men why they rape.
There was a sing-song quality to her voice, as if she'd heard the mantra in a self-help group. Sarah said, I know you can't logic away that feeling. You're always going to have moments when you blame yourself.
Is that what you do?
Sometimes, Sarah admitted. But not all the time.
All the time is my time,
Tommy said.
All the fucking time.
Tommy.
He cried,
she said.
That's what I remember most. He cried like a fucking baby. Like down on his knees, just wailing and rocking himself like a little kid.
Will felt the air leave his lungs. Sweat beaded up at the back of his neck. Just yesterday, he had seen a man cry that same way. On his knees, rocking himself, sobbing like a child. Will had been standing in Gerald Caterino's murder closet. The father's obsession with his daughter's attack was splashed across the walls. Coroner's reports, newspaper articles, police reports, witness statements, DNA, a brush, a comb, a scrunchie, a headband, a hair clip. No one on earth knew as much about the attacks on Rebecca Caterino and Leslie Truong as Gerald Caterino. Acolyte? Copycat? Nutjob? Murderer? They had assumed Daryl Nesbitt had faked the DNA on the envelope. What if Gerald Caterino was the faker? Will struggled to reach for the phone in his pocket. Faith was probably pulling into Caterino's driveway right now. He had to warn her. Sarah knew something was wrong. She said, Tommy.
His mother was in the hospital.
What? Sarah's stunned question made Will freeze. She had almost shouted the word. Tommy said,
That's why he did it. That was his reason. His mother was sick in the hospital. He was afraid that she was going to die. He needed somebody to comfort him.
Tommy.
I'm a real fucking comfort.
She gave a bitter laugh.
Hey, Sarah, do me a favor. Lose this number. I can't help you. I can't even help myself.
The speaker clicked. She'd hung up. Will tapped his phone, pulling up Faith's number.
I've got to.
The latex, Sarah said. Will. It's not from a glove. It's from a condom. Grant County, Thursday, 1 week later. Chapter 27. Jeffrey tried not to limp as he walked down Main Street. Exactly 1 full week had passed since the raid on Darrell Nesbitt's house, and he wanted the town to see that their chief of police was all right. Or as all right as a man could be, with a broken nose, a strained back, and a wheeze in his lungs that sounded like a sick chihuahua. Rosario Lopez had never been in danger, and she hadn't even technically been missing. The student had gone home with a boy she'd met in the cafeteria, and like a lot of students, they ended up spending the day in bed, eating takeout and talking about their childhoods. The manhunt through the woods, Jeffrey's fear that she was being held captive in the shed, were both unfounded. He could torture himself with all the different ways he would have handled Darrell Nesbitt without the possible abduction of Rosario Lopez hanging over his head. But Jeffrey had learned a long time ago kicking yourself about the past would only trip you up in the future. Besides, there were bigger mistakes that he was losing sleep over. Rebecca Caterina was still in a coma. No one could say how much damage had been done to her brain. Everything was wait and see. Jeffrey kept telling himself that she would eventually recover. Becky would never be able to walk again, but she would have a life. She could go back to school. She could graduate. The county's insurance company was already negotiating a settlement with the girl's father. The school was going to pay through the nose. Way down on that list was the fact that Jeffrey would keep his job. For now, at least. Benita Truong had flown back to San Francisco with her daughter's body. She had called Jeffrey twice since then. Each time, all he could do was listen to her cry. There was nothing anyone could say that would lessen her grief. As Kathy Linton was known to say, time was a tincture. Jeffrey yearned for that healing elixir. He wanted the clock to speed up so that he was on the other side of his own sorrow. He had left Birmingham to get away from these kinds of violent, heartbreaking cases. He had thought that Grant County would be his Valhalla, where the worst thing that would happen was a stolen bike or a frat boy wrapping his car around a tree. He told himself that nothing had changed. Darrell Nesbitt was an aberration, a once-in-a-lifetime psychopath. Jeffrey's career from this point forward would be spent shaking hands at Rotary Club meetings and helping old ladies find their cats. He unwrapped a cough drop and flipped it into his mouth. Spring was making itself known from one end of Main Street to the other. Downtown still looked picture-perfect, despite the horrors that had unfolded in the woods last week. The leaves on the dogwoods waved frantically in the breeze. The flowers the garden club had planted were in full bloom. The gazebo display in front of the hardware store was being kept company by a wooden bench. The rack of clearance clothes had been picked clean outside the dress shop. Jeffrey coughed again. The smoke inhalation wasn't the only reason his throat was hurting. He'd spent the last hour arguing with the district attorney and the mayor about the evidence against Darrell Nesbitt. The hammer, the proximity, the phone number, the shed. Jeffrey was filled with dread every time he thought about the homemade prison in Darrell Nesbitt's backyard. The bars on the window and door had been installed with 8-inch one-way screws. They'd had to drill them out to open the door. Inside, they'd found a cot with a pastel pink blanket. There was a bucket in the corner, a pink hairbrush and matching comb. There was also a length of chain attached to a metal ring that was concreted into the floor. No blood, no fluids, no hair, no DNA. The shed looked like a prison cell, but having a shed that looked like a prison cell was not illegal. Neither was working near a fire road that offered easy access to the location where a body was found, or owning a 1.5-pound mallet that was part of a Brawley dead blow set, or driving a charcoal van, or your number showing up in the phones of 2 women who were both attacked. The child porn, on the other hand, was enough to put Darrell Nesbitt away for at least 5 years. 5 years. Jeffrey could work with that. Witnesses would come forward. People would remember things. Tommy Humphrey could decide to break her silence. Jeffrey was dubious of her negative response to Darrell Nesbitt's booking photo. He wanted to put the pedophile in a lineup, Allow Tommy time to study his face from the safety of darkness. Seeing a one-dimensional mugshot was very different from seeing a man in person. The biggest obstacle was Nesbitt's lawyer. He was from Meminger, well-versed in the defense of scumbags. The lawyer would fight a lineup. He'd already refused to grant access to his client. He'd wrangled Nesbitt an extended stay in the Macon hospital rather than in county lockup. Worse, he'd filed a motion to dismiss based on a lack of probable cause to enter the house. If a judge bought his story, then Daryl Nesbitt would be allowed to go free. Jeffrey and Lena were the only two people who could stop that from happening. Both of them had signed sworn statements under penalty of perjury. Both of them were willing to put their hand on a Bible and promised to tell the truth. Both of them knew that everything they said would be a lie. There was a doctrine in law called the fruit of the poisoned tree. Basically, if probable cause didn't exist to enter a residence, then anything the police found once they stepped inside the residence could be deemed inadmissible in court. Lena had definitely stepped inside the house without cause. It was perfectly legal to be inside your home with an erection. It was perfectly legal to refuse to speak to the police. You were even allowed to slam the door in their faces. The mistake Lena had made was grabbing Daryl's arm. He'd pulled away. Instead of letting go, she had stepped inside the house. Then she had taken another step. Then the door had closed, and all hell had broken loose. The "I smelled weed on him" defense had collapsed in that moment. Fortunately, Lena and Jeffrey had been able to arrive at an alternative set of events, where the thing that Frank had warned them about would happen had actually happened. Daryl had grabbed Lena and closed the door. It was worth the giant "I told you so" Frank kept hurling around. Matt and Hendricks were backing up the story. Jeffrey assumed they thought it was true. The men had been 50 feet away, crouched behind a Malibu. It was hard to tell at that distance who was pulling whom. There were a lot of embarrassing details that were glossed over by the lie. Lena failing to announce that she was a police officer. Matt and Hendricks breaking formation. Brad running into the kitchen and firing off his shotgun. Frank collapsing on the other side of the shed. Lena losing her gun as she chased Daryl up the stairs. And most crucially, Daryl flinging Lena across the bedroom like a rag doll. She'd banged her head against the desk. The laptop computer had been jostled awake. Dumb luck. But still luck. The child porn was the only reason Daryl Nesbitt was looking at a prison cell instead of stalking his next victim. There were a lot of bad things that could happen to a pedophile in prison. Grown men didn't tend to land behind bars because they'd had happy childhoods. There was probably at least one inmate who would be more than willing to take care of the Daryl Nesbitt problem. Barring that, men like Nesbitt tended to find all kinds of ways to keep themselves inside once the walls started to close in around them. Jeffrey stepped off the sidewalk, pretending like the strained muscles in his back hadn't balled into a fist. He'd finished the cough drop by the time he reached the Grant Medical Center. The parking lot was empty, but for the Linton and Daughters plumbing van. He opened the side door, hoping that Tessa would use the elevator. This hope was crushed on the 4th step down. Jeffrey heard whistling. He looked over the railing, expecting to see the top of a strawberry blonde head. Another crushing blow. Eddie Linton looked up. He was smiling. And then he saw Jeffrey. Jeffrey was in no shape to run. Even a fast clip wouldn't do the job. Sarah's father was remarkably fit for a man who spent most of his working life under a kitchen sink or shimmying through a crawl space. Eddie stopped on the landing below Jeffrey. His work belt was low on his hips. Between his plumbing business and real estate investments, Eddie was probably one of the wealthier men in town, but he dressed like a homeless person. Torn t-shirts, ripped jeans. His hair was seldom combed. His eyebrows corkscrewed like fusilli. Jeffrey broke the ice.
Eddie?
Eddie crossed his arms over his chest.
How's the Colton place treating you?
Like a man who needs a plumber. Eddie grinned.
Get a metal bucket. Plastic absorbs the smell.
Jeffrey had to admire the synchronicity.
How long is this going to last? How long do you expect to live?
Eddie was blocking the stairs. Jeffrey was not stupid enough to push past him, and he was too proud to walk away. Eddie said,
I've been giving a lot of thought to this situation we both find ourselves in.
Jeffrey figured only one of them was in it by choice.
My wife told me something profound when Sarah was born. You know my wife?
Jeffrey gave him a look.
I believe she goes to my church.
Yeah, well, she's a pretty smart lady.
I remember something she told me when Sarah was born. We were in the maternity ward. I was holding this beautiful little red-headed girl in my arms, and my wife, Kathy, that's her name, told me that I better stay on the straight and narrow because girls tend to marry men who are like their fathers.
He gave a wistful smile.
Right there in that hospital, I vowed to be kind and respectful to my baby girl, to listen to her and trust her, and to make it clear that she should only expect the best.
Jeffrey said,
I know there's a point in there somewhere.
The point is, I wasted my time.
He shrugged.
I should have ignored her, so she'd know how to deal with men who treat her like shit.
Eddie grabbed the railing and pulled himself up the stairs. His shoulder bumped Jeffrey's. The pulled muscle in his back screeched like a howler monkey, but he was not going to give Eddie Linton the satisfaction. Jeffrey grimaced as he took a step down. Pain gripped his spine. It was nothing compared to how he felt when he saw the closed door to the morgue. For his coroner duties, Brock used the basement of his family funeral home. Sarah had used the hospital morgue. Her name was still etched into the glass from her last stint in the job. The letters read, Sarah Tolliver. Masking tape covered his last name. Linton was written over it in black marker. Jeffrey guessed he could have chosen a different woman to cheat on Sarah with than the town's only sign-maker. He picked at the corner of the tape, but his sense of dignity kept him from ripping it away. He cocked his head, listening for sounds on the other side of the door. He wasn't in the mood to be pounced on by Tessa. He didn't hear voices. He heard music. Paul Simon. 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. Sarah was playing their song. Jeffrey straightened his shoulders. He ignored the twitch of protest in his back. He opened the door. Sarah was on her knees, rubber gloves on her hands, blue bandana tied around her head, as she scrubbed the tile floor. She looked up at Jeffrey over the rim of her glasses. Did you run into my father?
Yeah, he played me the full Gotterdammerung.
She caught herself before she smiled. The scrub brush dropped into the bucket. The gloves came off. She stood up and wiped the grime off her knees. She was in shorts and a paint-spattered t-shirt that had a faded orange and blue Hartsdale High logo on the front. She asked, Nesbitt?
The DA is holding back on everything but the porn charges. Between us, I can't blame him. It's a weak case. Everything is circumstantial, and that's being generous. We're looking at a lawsuit over Caterino. Nobody wants to jump unless we know where we're going to land.
You're certain it's Nesbitt?
Who else would it be?
Jeffrey asked.
Set aside the circumstantial evidence. The killer knows the woods. He knew about the fire road. He was familiar with the campus. He stalked the victims. He stole personal items. He knew their routines. All that points to a man who can easily blend in.
She said, all that points to someone who was raised in Grant County.
Darrell Nesbitt,
Jeffrey concluded. Sarah allowed, he attacked 2 women within half an hour of each other. It says something that no one else has been hurt since he was arrested.
I'm hoping that a con with daddy issues takes him out before he goes to trial.
Sarah frowned. She had the luxury of not believing in vigilante justice. As a cop, Jeffrey had learned that sometimes you had to skate into the gray areas to make sure the wrong people didn't get hurt. The trick was making sure you didn't spend your life there. She asked, Have you talked to Brock? Jeffrey had talked to Brock more times in the last week than he talked to any cop on his force. The man wanted to hear every single detail of the investigations.
I've got 5 voicemails on my phone. He's pretty upset about the attacks.
I don't think that's it, Sarah said. He's floundering without his father. You know how hard it is for Brock to make connections. His family means everything to him. Jeffrey felt guilty for brushing off Brock's calls, which was exactly what Sarah had intended.
He's still got his mother.
I'm not sure for how long, Sarah said. Myrna almost died last year. She was at home by herself and had a bad asthma attack. Brock is the one who found her. He was touch and go for a few weeks. I've seen him cry before, but never like that. He was sobbing. Jeffrey shook his head.
I don't remember.
I only remember the date, because the attack on Tommy Humphrey happened while Myrna was in the hospital. Sarah pulled the bandana off her head and shook out her hair. She explained, Brock asked me to sit with her. His daddy was drunk. Brock was effectively running the business. I stayed with her for a few hours to give him a break. He was so frantic when he came to relieve me. Almost giddy, I guess from lack of sleep and fear. I worried about him the rest of the night. Then I went to work that morning, and Sybil called me about Tommy. Jeffrey got the message.
I'll return Brock's calls.
Thank you. Sarah picked up the plastic bucket. She asked him, Did you want to take this home?
I've been told that metal is better.
Sarah was smiling as she carried the bucket to the sink. Jeffrey looked around the morgue while she rinsed out the soapy residue. He hadn't been inside the basement for at least a year. Nothing had changed, but then nothing had changed in almost a century. The hospital had been built in 1930, during one of the county's boom times. The basement hadn't been touched since then. The light blue tiles on the walls were so old that they were coming back into style. The floors were a mixed check pattern of green and tan. The autopsy table was porcelain, with cupped sides and a drain at the center. A shallow sink and faucet were at the foot. A scale like you'd find in a grocery store's produce section hung from the ceiling. Jeff? The faucet was off. Sarah was leaning against the counter. Why are you here?
I missed your pretty blue eyes.
He watched those eyes roll in her head. It was an old joke from their marriage. Sarah's eyes were green. He said,
I wanted to tell you that I'm glad you're taking over for Brock. The county needs a medical examiner. Things are changing. Even rural communities are experiencing a spike in violent crime.
Are you testing out a law enforcement workshop on me?
Sorry,
he said.
I'm a little off balance without my emotional scaffolding to hold me up.
She looked at his face for the first time since he'd walked through the door. How are your lungs? Did the doctor give you breathing exercises?
3 times a day.
Jeffrey made a mental note to start doing them.
My nose hurts more than anything else.
It looks broken.
You should see the other girl.
Sarah didn't smile this time. She took off her glasses and cleaned the lenses with the tail of her shirt. She didn't look back up at him until she was finished. Was that really why you cheated? Because I was spending too much time with my family? Jeffrey tried to recalibrate. That's what you said in my office last week. One of the many things you said. Sarah reminded him. That I should have spent more time with you instead of being with my family. Jeffrey took a cough drop out of his pocket. He carefully opened the wrapper. You've forgotten the sequence of events, Sarah said. I didn't waltz into town the next morning and file for a divorce without talking to you. I called you at the motel the night it happened. I was willing to hear you out. Jeffrey remembered his first drunken evening at the Kudzu Arms. He'd had a woman in the shower, and his furious, very soon-to-be ex-wife on the phone. She said, I asked you to go to couples therapy with me. He stuck the cough drop in his mouth.
I didn't want to pay for another woman to tell me I'm an asshole.
Sarah tucked her chin into her chest. They both knew that she would have been the one writing the checks. She said, You could have told me about my family, that it was bothering you.
We weren't talking that much by then.
Jeffrey saw an opening.
Before we were married, we used to talk all the time. Do you remember that?
She stared at him, her expression inscrutable.
I love talking to you, Sarah. I love the way your brain works. You see things in a way that I can't.
Her chin tucked down into her chest again.
It felt like your life turned into a secret that only your family could know.
They're my family.
They're a Jericho wall around you, which is fine. I knew that when I married you.
He told her the truth.
But you asked me what happened. You stopped talking to me. That was a big part of it.
The heartfelt confession earned him a quick laugh. I've never been accused of not talking enough.
I mean about the important things. How you feel. What's bothering you. Problems at work. I used to be your confidant. You could tell me anything.
He laid out all of his cards on the table.
I thought I was marrying my lover. I ended up with a silent wife.
He saw the change in her body, a familiar tension that she always held on to when she was hurting.
This,
he said, trying to keep his voice gentle.
This is what you do when I try to talk to you.
What do you want me to say? Her voice was little more than a whisper, another indication that she was hurt. What did you want me to say? He shook his head. He couldn't do this when she was upset. Tell me what I did wrong, she said. Tell me, because I'm going to eventually meet someone new, and I don't want to make the same mistake again. The thought of her meeting someone new made Jeffrey want to tear down the building.
I told you before I was okay with you choosing your family, but sometimes I wanted you to choose me.
Would it have changed anything? Sarah asked. You would have found another reason. You cheated on every woman you've ever been with. You're not happy unless you're in a constant state of limerence.
Limerence?
He tried to take some of the heat out of her tone.
Is this like when you said you wished that I was Semel Paris, and I was humiliated a second time because I had to look up the word?
She gave up a grudging smile. It's a state of infatuation. It's how you feel when you first fall in love with someone. You're obsessed with them. Euphoric. They're all you can think about.
Sounds great.
It is. But then you have to take out the garbage and pay the bills and pretend you like your in-laws, and that's a relationship. Limerence gets you into it, but there's got to be something else that keeps you there.
I know you're not accusing me of not loving you.
Jeffrey.
What can I do to win you back?
The question earned him a genuine laugh. I'm not a trophy. She had no idea. Jeffrey got out the words before common sense stopped him.
I still love you.
Her body held itself in tension again. He thought about her skin, the soft curves and crevices. They'd had sex just once since the divorce. Sarah had knocked on his door in the middle of the night. She hadn't given him time to ask why she was there. She was kissing him. Then they were in bed. They had both had tears in their eyes. Jeffrey hadn't realized at the time that Sarah was mourning something she had lost, while he was thinking that he'd gotten something precious back.
Sarah, I still love you.
The more he said it, the more he knew it was true.
I'm not going to give up. I'll keep pushing that boulder up the hill until it goes over.
She shook her head, asking, how did that work out for Sisyphus?
I don't know. He's been dead for 2,000 years and we're still talking about him.
Sarah's smile was still begrudging, but it was still a smile. She asked, be honest with me. It won't heal things, but it'll help them scab over. He knew what she wanted, but he said,
be honest about what?
The women. If you want to make this right, be honest. I know it wasn't just Jolene. She didn't know anything.
I told you, Sarah, it was only Jolene, only a few times. And none of it meant a damn thing.
She nodded her head once, like that settled it. I'm leaving.
Sarah?
My parents are expecting me for lunch. Jeffrey watched her gather her purse, her car keys. He said,
This isn't over, Sarah. I'm not going to lose you.
She walked toward him. She rested her hands on his shoulders. She raised herself onto her tiptoes so she could look him in the eye. They stayed like that for a moment, locked into each other. She chewed her bottom lip, drawing his attention to her exquisite mouth. Jeffrey started to move toward her. Her hands patted his shoulders. Turn off the lights when you leave. Jeffrey watched her until the door closed off his view. Her shadow didn't linger in the frosted glass. On the other side of the masking tape, he could still see the Tolliver. He took as deep a breath as his smoke-damaged lungs would allow. He looked around the ancient morgue. Sarah's office was in the back. He could see she'd brought in cardboard boxes to store her new files, a bulk pack of pens, an unopened stack of legal pads. The ancient compressor on the walk-in freezer started to whine as the motor ramped up. Other than buying a ridiculously expensive sports car, Sarah had made 2 life-altering decisions the day after she'd kicked Jeffrey out. She'd filed divorce papers down at the courthouse. She'd left her letter of resignation from the coroner's position with the mayor. Here they were 1 short year later, and only one of those things was still in effect. Jeffrey liked those odds. He took out his BlackBerry. He clicked the scroll wheel to access the notes section. Jeffrey was old school in every aspect of his life but one. He still had a Rolodex. All of his case notes and reminders were written down. He kept a paper calendar. His spiral-bound notebooks were stacked in boxes in his attic, and would probably end up in the attic of whatever house he was living in when he retired. Sarah was going to be living in that house with him if it was the last thing he did. Jeffrey looked at the secret list of names and phone numbers on his screen. Heidi, Lily, Kathy, Caitlin, Emmy, Jolene. One by one, he went through the list and deleted them. Atlanta, Chapter 28. Sarah's shirt was off. She stood with her arms out while Faith taped a small microphone to her bare chest. They were in the GBI's crime scene investigation bus. The monitors on the wall showed a live image of the closed back doors. The camera was concealed inside Sarah's purse. The tiny hole piercing the leather was no larger than the circumference of her pinky finger. Faith tore another piece of tape off the roll. Sarah looked up at the ceiling. She had to keep her eyes dry. But thinking about what she had missed, what had been right in front of her 8 years ago, made her feel like she was tumbling inside of an avalanche. The latex in Shay Van Dorn's teeth had set off the first tremor. Sarah had been mentally walking herself through the sequence. The latex had not been in the teeth before Shay was embalmed, yet it was there afterward, when Tommy Humphrey had called. The second tremor was caused by a familiar phrase. Tommy's attacker claimed he had been forced to abduct her because she was too stuck up to give him the time of day. Stuck up. Sarah could recall Brock staring longingly at the cheerleaders as they walked to the popular table in the cafeteria.
"They won't even look at me," Brock had whispered. "They're too stuck up to give me the time of day."
The third tremor was the sobbing. Sarah did not know Darryl Nesbitt personally, but she could not imagine him crying over any of his crimes. The only man she had ever met who routinely broke down was the same man who had sat beside her on a school bus for 10 years. The fourth and final tremor had brought down the sky. Brock's mother had been admitted to the hospital the last week of October. Sarah could not recall all of the details, but she could still remember how different Brock had been when he'd come to relieve her in the middle of the night. His overly obsequious manner was gone. He'd been animated, practically giddy. Sarah had chalked it up to anxiety about his mother. In retrospect, she could see his behavior for what it was. Triumph. Almost finished. Faith stood behind Sarah, clipping the transceiver for the microphone to the back of her pants. Dan Brock had spent 2 years earning his associate degree in mortuary sciences. The classes were intense, demanding an intimate understanding of thanatology, chemistry, and human anatomy. As a county coroner, he had been mandated to attend 40 hours of training at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center in Forsyth. There he had learned about forensics and crime scene investigation. Every year, he'd been required to undergo 24 hours of additional in-service training so that he was up to date on any advances in death investigation sciences. He would know how to paralyze a person. He would know how to cover his tracks. Beneath the rubble of the avalanche, Sarah had located the final, most damning clue. She had texted Brock's photo to Tommy Humphrey asking, "Is this him?" After 4 unbearable minutes, Tommy had texted back, "Yes." Okay, Faith said. You can put your shirt back on. Sarah buttoned her shirt. Her fingers felt thick. She thought about Faith's math equation during yesterday morning's briefing. A plus B equals C. The man who had attacked and mutilated Tommy Humphrey was the same man who had attacked Rebecca Caterino and Leslie Truong. He was the same man who had murdered the women on Miranda Newberry's spreadsheet. He was the same man who had abducted, drugged, and raped Callie Zanger. He was the same man that Sarah had called her friend. Tears flooded her eyes. She was angry. She was terrified. She was devastated. For over 3 decades, Sarah had felt such warmth and true affection for Dan Brock. How could the little boy who'd sat beside her in kindergarten, the gawky teenager who'd been so self-deprecatingly funny, be the monster who had tortured, raped, and killed so many women? Go ahead. Faith was holding one side of the headphones to her ear. Sarah tried to keep her voice as normal-sounding as possible. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Good. Faith rested the headphones on the table. Are you sure you want to do this? No, Sarah admitted. But we don't have bodies or crime scenes. We have guesses and a spreadsheet. The families deserve answers, and this is the only way to get them. We could roll the dice, Faith said. Arrest him, scare the shit out of him. He could still talk. Sarah knew that would never happen. Once it's out there in public, he will do everything he can to deny it. The Van Dorns, Callie Zanger, Gerald Caterino, all of the victims he left behind. They will never know the truth. Brock won't go on the record, especially while his mother is still alive. Faith looked grim. She opened the door. Will was standing vigil outside. He was wearing a Kevlar vest. His rifle was slung over his shoulder. Menace came off his body like sweat. He looked at Sarah, silent, but the silence said everything. Sarah pulled on her blue cardigan with the deep pockets. Amanda climbed into the van, telling Sarah, "The code word is salad." Sarah looked back at Will. He shook his head. He did not want her to do this. Amanda continued, "The moment you want to shut it down, for any reason, just say the word and we'll come running, yes?" Sarah cleared her throat. Yes. Faith studied the monitors. They were half a mile down the road from the all-care facility. The camera on the dashboard of Nick's car showed them the front of the warehouse. There were no cameras inside because of privacy concerns. Amanda coached, "A full confession to all of the murders would be glorious, but any specifics you can get out of Brock about Caterino or Truong will be enough to stick a needle in his arm." She meant the death penalty. Amanda said, "I've got men outside the loading dock and around the back, but we can't go in. We don't know if the window shutters inside Brock's office are still closed. Once you're in the warehouse, Will and Faith will stage in the corridor. That's the closest anyone can get without risking exposure. Everything the camera and mic pick up will stream to their phones. If you say the code word, count on it taking them roughly 8 to 10 seconds to breach the office door." Sarah nodded. Her body had gone numb. "Here." Faith held out a loaded revolver, the muzzle pointing down. "If you need to use this, keep pulling the trigger until the cylinder is empty, okay? 6 shots. Don't hesitate. Don't shoot to wound. Shoot to stop." Sarah weighed the revolver in her hand. She glanced at Will. She tucked the gun into one of the deep pockets of her cardigan. "Nick?" Amanda spoke into the radio. "Report."
"The target is still inside."
Nick's voice scratched through the speaker.
"Lunch shift cleared out the building. We snagged them once they hit the street. I hooked the manager and had a sit-down talk. They don't start back up taking deliveries until 1. We've got the street blocked off at both ends. There's 9 cars left in the parking lot. 1 belongs to Brock. The others are registered to employees. The manager says they're probably in the break room."
Amanda said, "Faith, job 1 is getting those civilians out without alerting Brock." "The break room has a window that overlooks the warehouse," Faith said. She had found the blueprints for the building on the county website. "We'll have to be careful."
Every second of this operation should be careful.
Amanda turned to Sarah.
Your call, Dr. Linton. We can take him down right now. Tommy can identify him. She would be a compelling witness. We can build a case without a confession.
Shay Van Dorn, Alexandra McAllister, Rebecca Caterino, Leslie Truong, Callie Zanger, Pia Dansky, Teresa Singer, Alice Scott, Joan Feeney. Sarah slipped the purse strap over her shoulder. I'm ready. Will helped her down from the van. She held onto his hand. She kissed him on the mouth. She told him, We'll get McDonald's for dinner. He wouldn't let her lighten the mood.
If he touches you, I will kill him.
Sarah squeezed his fingers before letting go. The farther she walked away from Will, the more numb she felt. A sort of anesthesia spread from her limbs into her chest, so that by the time Sarah made it to her car, her movements were robotic. She put on her seatbelt, started the engine, selected the gear, pulled onto the road. Will and Faith trailed behind her in a black sedan. Sarah could see the resigned set to Will's jaw in her rearview mirror. The half-mile drive to the warehouse stretched out endlessly. Her mind filled with everything and nothing at the same time. Should she do this? Could she do this? What if Brock didn't talk? What if he got angry? She had told everyone that Brock would never hurt her, that he could have done that long ago if he wanted. But what if the Brock that Sarah knew turned into the Brock who took pleasure in the suffering of women? She had seen first-hand evidence of his madness. He hadn't been content to rape the women. He had destroyed them. Sarah was about to push him to the brink. Would he try to destroy her, too? She tapped down the blinker. She made the turn. The all-care warehouse looked the same as it had the day before, except where it didn't. SWAT was already on the roof of the building. A glimpse across the street told her that a sniper was covering the front entrance. Sarah knew that another sniper would be guarding the rear. 2 more black-clad men were on either side of the concrete stairs to the lobby. If all went as planned, Brock would be waiting for her inside of his cluttered office. Sarah had called to tell him that she would drop off the key to his storage unit. Brock had sounded delighted that he would get to see her again. He would be eating lunch at his desk. He'd offered to share some cake that he'd brought from home. Mama's recipe. Sarah coasted into a parking space by the front door. She should take a moment to breathe, to calm her pounding heart, but the exercise would be futile. Nothing could calm her. She adjusted the purse on her right shoulder as she got out of the car, her left hand tucked into the pocket of the cardigan. She held onto the gun so that it wouldn't bump against her hip as she walked toward the entrance. 2 men with rifles were on either side of the concrete stoop. Their backs were to the wall. Their eyes tracked Sarah as she climbed the stairs. Behind her, a car engine turned off. Doors were opened and closed. Sarah did not turn to find Will again, but she knew what he was doing as he followed her from a distance. Her lover was an inveterate list-maker. He would be mentally cataloging all of the possible outcomes. 1. Brock confesses and gives himself up. 2. Brock confesses and doesn't give himself up. 3. Brock takes Sarah hostage. 4. Will shoots Brock. Sarah added her own addendum. 5. Brock explains how this is all a terrible misunderstanding. Inside the empty lobby, Sarah adjusted her purse so the camera pointed straight on. The receptionist had put an out-to-lunch sign on the counter. A plastic clock with adjustable hands read 1 p.m., indicating the time of her return. Sarah drew in a shallow breath. She gripped the strap of her purse. She tightened her hand around the revolver. She felt lightheaded as she walked down the corridor. She heard Will and Faith enter the lobby. Sarah desperately wanted to turn around, but she wasn't sure she could keep moving forward if she saw Will again. 8 to 10 seconds. That was how long Amanda estimated it would take to breach Brock's office. Sarah doubted it would take Will more than 3. The door to the warehouse was 5 steps away. A bead of sweat rolled down her chest. She could feel it slip past the concealed mic, pool into her bra. She glanced at the photographs on the wall. David Harper, Employee of the Month. Hal Watson, Facility Manager. Dan Brock, Director of Embalming Services. A map of the state was taped beside Brock's photo. Shaded blue areas indicated all CARE's territory. This was a newer version than the map in Brock's office. White County was solid blue. My stomping ground. Sarah heard the chatter of low voices. She turned around. Faith was clearing the employees out of the break room. Will had his hand on his rifle, finger resting along the trigger guard. Their eyes met one last time. Sarah took a deep breath. She opened the door and walked into the warehouse. Her senses were overloaded. The smell of formaldehyde, the harsh overhead lights that sharpened every corner of the room. The 30 stainless steel tables were empty but for one. An embalmer had washed the hair of the deceased woman at her station. Her hand stroked back and forth as she combed out the tangles. Sarah checked that the wooden shutters on Brock's office windows were closed. She cleared her throat. She told the woman, "Hal asked if you could come to his office for a second."
Hal?
The woman repeated, surprised.
I just need to...
Sarah checked the shutters again. Go. The woman's eyes went to the break room window, then back to Sarah. She put down the comb, removed her gloves. She untied her apron as she quickly walked away. Sarah felt her heart beat triple as she neared Brock's office. Her hands had started to shake. Years of practice as a doctor, a surgeon, and a medical examiner had given her the ability to mute her emotions. Standing outside Brock's closed office door, she found herself unable to flip the switch. He was one of her oldest friends. He was a rapist. He was a murderer. Sarah knocked on his door.
Sarah? Is that you?
The door swung open. Brock was smiling his same old smile. He went to hug her, but she backed away. Sorry. Sarah panicked over the stutter. She had planned this part. She had known he would try to hug her because they always hugged. I'm getting a cold. I don't want you to catch it.
I've got the constitution of a goat after working in this place.
He waved her in.
I'm sorry I couldn't go to lunch. I had to prepare for a meeting.
Sarah's left hand stayed in her pocket. The revolver was coated in her sweat. She forced her legs to move. She looked around, expecting everything to look the same as it had the day before. Nothing was the same. Brock had cleaned his office. He must have worked through the night. The overflowing files had been tidied away. The forms and purchase orders were neatly stacked in labeled trays. His desktop was clean, but for 2 large ring binders. Each one was at least 3 inches thick. The vinyl covers were dark green. She could see the All Care logos embossed in gold on the front. She tried not to look nervous as she glanced at the closed slats on the wooden shutters. They could not see out. No one could see in.
Sorry it's so warm in here.
Brock had unbuttoned the cuffs of his dress shirt. He was rolling up his sleeves.
Do you want some water or something to drink?
No, thank you. Sarah worked to keep the tremble out of her voice. You straightened up.
I was so ashamed yesterday after you left. I don't usually let things get that bad.
He motioned toward the small table.
Have a seat. Can you stay a while?
Sarah placed her purse on the table, making sure the camera was pointed toward the other chair. She sat all the way back, putting as much space as she could between them. Brock said,
Maybe I shouldn't risk getting your cold.
Instead of taking the chair across from her, Brock went behind his desk and sat down. The thick binders were in front of him. Sarah could see his hands resting on the desk, but the camera could not. The hole in her purse was too low. Will would be anxious. He would want to see Brock's hands at all times. She prayed that he would not come crashing through the door. Brock asked,
Did you get the number you were looking for?
She felt her eyebrows go up.
For Delilah? Brock said. I asked Mama, but you know how forgetful she can be, bless her heart.
Sarah felt a quiver in her bottom lip. This was too normal. She couldn't let this be normal.
Sarah?
Yes. She had to push out the words. I found her.
That's good, he said. How'd Lucas and them treat you in Villa Rica this morning?
She felt the surprise spread across her face. Lucas had assisted her with the exhumation of Shay Van Dorn. He said,
Lucas uses all care for his embalming.
Her lip would not stop quivering. She could not maintain this charade. There was latex. He waited. Her teeth, Sarah stuttered again. I found latex stuck in Shay's teeth. Brock's face was expressionless. From a condom, she said. Post-mortem. His face did not change. He straightened the green binders, making sure they were parallel to the edge of the desk.
You want to hear something funny, Sarah?
She felt her stomach drop. She had pushed him too fast, too soon. She tried.
Brock, after you left yesterday, I was thinking about the first time I realized you were my friend. I bet you didn't even notice when it happened, did you?
Sarah couldn't do this. Dan, please.
You were always so kind to me. You were the only one who was ever kind.
His voice had taken on a wistful tone.
I remember thinking, well, that Sarah Linton is kind to everybody, and I was an everybody, so that's why I was included. But then, one day, you stood up for me. Do you remember what you did?
She had to bite her lip to stop the quiver. What was he doing? She had told him about the latex. Ezra Ingle had probably shared the details of Alexandra McAllister's exam. Brock had read the text about Tommy Humphrey that Sarah had accidentally sent to him instead of her mother.
We were in 6th grade.
Brock held up his hands, wagged his fingers.
Coach Childers.
Sarah felt a distant memory creep into her consciousness. Childers had been a farmer. He'd supplemented his income at the school. He got caught in a combine.
That's right. The rollers on the corn picker pulled him in. Sheared off all his fingers on one hand. Ripped his other arm clean off, he said. Poor fella bled to death before anybody could save him.
Sarah shook her head. What was the point of this? Why was he telling her this story?
I remember when Daddy wheeled Coach Childers into the basement. I wasn't allowed down there on my own, but I just had to see.
Brock chuckled, as if he was relaying a youthful indiscretion.
I waited until everybody was asleep. Then I went down there and unzipped the bag. Coach Childers was lying there on his back. His arm was in a plastic bag on his chest. I guess they couldn't locate the fingers.
Sarah remembered now. The day after Coach Childers had died, Brock had gotten onto the bus to a chorus of taunting children. They all knew the details of the accident. They knew where Coach Childers' body had been taken. She said, "Dead man's hands." Brock's smile had no joy in it.
That's right. That's what they kept saying. Dead man's hands. Dead man's hands.
He waved his hands the same way the children had. Brock had suffered through their malicious teasing for weeks. He asked, "Do you remember what you did?" She tried to swallow. There was no spit left in her mouth. "I yelled at them."
You didn't just yell at them. You stood up in the middle of that bus and you howled at all of them to shut the fuck up.
Brock laughed, as if he was still amazed.
I don't think any of us had ever heard that word out loud before. Hell, most of us didn't even know what it meant. My mama, she said, "Oh, that Eddie Linton is a potty mouth cursing around them girls." But do you remember what happened next?
This felt so normal. How could it feel normal? She said, "I got detention."
You'd never been in trouble a day in your life.
His smile faltered.
You did that for me, Sarah. That's when I knew you were my friend.
She pressed together her lips. The room felt hot. Sweat was pouring down her back. She didn't know what to do, what to say. She begged, "Please."
"Oh, Sarah, I know this is hard."
Brock clasped together his hands on the desk.
"I'm sorry."
His voice was so familiar, so compassionate. She had heard him use the same comforting tone with countless mourners. She recalled it from her own experience the day she had gone to the funeral home to make arrangements for Jeffrey. Brock said,
"I took Coach's arm into the woods with me."
Sarah concentrated on the anxiousness in his eyes. He had always been terrified of rejection. She tried to force off the switch in her head, to blunt her emotions.
"I was so lonely."
He was watching her, trying to test how far he could go.
"I just wanted someone to be with. That's all it ever was for me, Sarah. I wanted somebody who couldn't laugh at me or push me away."
Her hand had gone to her mouth. Her mind refused to understand what he was saying. He said,
"It took me a while to figure out that blood is a lubricant."
Vomit churned into Sarah's throat. She swallowed it back down, trying to steel herself. She could not recoil from him. She had to keep him talking. This was for the families. This was for the victims they did not know about.
"You make a puncture here."
Brock rubbed his fingers across his chest.
"Then you press down, and blood fills the mouth."
Her throat tensed. He was making it sound almost gentle. But Shay Van Dorn's jaw had been dislocated. The condom had ripped against her teeth. Tommy Humphrey had been mutilated. Alexandra McAllister had been scraped out with a knitting needle. Sarah forced the images to leave her mind. She made herself meet Brock's needy gaze. He was waiting for her permission to continue. She could not trust herself to speak, so she nodded. She said,
"The first time was with Hannah Nesbitt."
She felt her throat constrict.
"I was home from college. Daryl was a kid, maybe 10 or 11 when his mama died. You can look it up, right?"
He was expecting an answer. She knew that Daryl Nesbitt's mother had OD'd when he was 8 years old, but she told him, "Yes."
"The family asked for an open casket. I was in the viewing room making sure everything looked right. And then I got this urge that I had to kiss her one last time."
"One last time?"
It was very chaste, just touching my lips to hers.
He held his breath a moment before letting it go.
I turned around, and there was Daryl, standing there, watching. Neither one of us said anything, but there was a silent communication between us. We were two lonely people who knew that something deep down inside of us was wrong.
Sarah struggled to keep her silence. She had been inside of that room. She could visualize the sickening scene in her head. Daryl was a child when he'd walked in on a grown man desecrating his mother's corpse. He'd probably been too frightened, too confused, to make sense of it.
I just knew he was going to tell.
Brock couldn't look at her anymore. He stared down at his desk.
I waited for him to run off and blab, but he didn't. He kept the secret. So I had to keep his.
Brock sniffed. He wiped his nose on the back of his hand.
Daddy did 10 or 12 services a year for a Nesbitt or an Abbott or some doolally who'd married in.
He told Sarah,
Daryl was always around the young girls, even his own cousins. He would rub up against them, play with their hair. Sometimes he would take them into the bathroom, and they would come out crying.
Brock's eyes were wet with tears.
I'd get so angry because I knew I couldn't report him. Daryl would tell on me, and Daddy and Mama would hear about it, and that would be the end of my life.
He looked at Sarah.
I could never do that to Mama. You understand what I'm saying? She can never know.
Sarah nodded, but not in agreement. Her emotional switch had flipped off once he'd confessed to bringing a child into his sick confidence. She slipped her hand back into the pocket of her cardigan. The revolver was sticky from her sweat.
A lot of people, when they drink, they do awful things. Then they sober up and they say it wasn't me, it was the booze. He looked down at his desk. But I always wondered, what if the person they are when they're drunk is who they really are? What if the person who's sober is the one who's really putting on an act? Sarah had discerned a pattern. He would wander off topic, then drop in a detail that he knew would keep her listening. She did not have to wait long for him to circle back around. Axel, Daryl's stepdaddy, he did work for us, Brock explained. Sometimes you get a metal casket in, and there's a crushed corner or a ding. Insurance pays for it, but you can still sell it if you can find somebody to fix the damage. Somebody who knows how to work with metal. Sarah said, The dead blow kit. Axel left the hammer in one of the caskets. Brock's weak smile had returned. I don't know why I kept it. I liked the weight of it. The end was pointed. I found it useful. Brock had stopped looking at her again. He picked at the corner of one of the green binders. The noise made a ticking sound. She said, You left the hammer inside Leslie. You knew it could be traced by the manufacturing number on the handle. I planned on saying something when you pulled it out, like, oh, I've seen that thing before. But I didn't know Axel was in prison, Brock said. Jeffrey told Frank something while we were all walking to the crime scene. Do you remember that day in the woods? Sarah remembered the video. The blood that had poured from between Leslie's legs. The splintered hammer, jutting out like broken shards of glass. Brock said, I heard Jeffrey ask Frank about Daryl. The idea was already in his head. I knew Daryl had access to Axel's tools, because sometimes Axel would bring Daryl to the house to help fix a casket. Sarah wanted his confession clear for the recording. You left the hammer inside Leslie Truong in order to frame Axel Abbott? Brock responded with a slight tilt of his head, which wasn't enough. She said, The hammer was jammed so deep inside of Leslie that I had to cut it out. Brock wiped his mouth with his fingers. For the very first time, he expressed regret. I got carried away. I had to work fast. She was almost at the campus when I caught up with her. There wasn't a lot of time to think it through. He hadn't been thinking at all. He had been acting on his darkest, most heinous instincts. Leslie Truong had not been one of his fantasies. She had been an impediment to Brock acting out his sick desires. She asked, Did you take something from Leslie? Were you stalking her? I didn't know her before that day. The randomness did not make the violation feel any less grievous. Sarah, you have to understand. There was no time to plan. She was walking back to the campus. I knew that she had seen me in the woods. If you hadn't been there, I was going to have to come up with a lie to tell Jeffrey so I could find her. Sarah remembered finding Brock leaning against a tree, sobbing about the recent loss of his father. At least that's what she had assumed at the time. Now she wondered if he was crying because he was terrified that he would get caught. Brock said, I had to take advantage of the opportunity. There was only a small amount of time to take care of her. And you're right about the hammer. I knew the number on the handle would help Jeffrey put together the pieces. That's why I left it. But I thought it was Axel who would get in trouble. And it ended up being Daryl. Everything lined up so perfectly, Sarah. It was like God meant it to be. It was more like dumb luck. Don't bring God into this. I stopped a pedophile from hurting more children, Brock said. You know about that shed, Sarah. Daryl was planning to take a child. He had everything ready to go. I stopped that from happening. I helped put a baby raper in prison. She bit her tongue so she wouldn't tell him that they were both rapists. Brock picked up on her reaction anyway. His eyes would no longer meet Sarah's. He started picking at the corner of the binder again. Tick, tick, tick. Mama had that asthma attack the October before Daddy died, he said. That's what you want to know about, right?
Sarah's heart lurched into her throat. Yes.
I needed comfort,
Brock said, the same thing he had told Tommy Humphrey 9 years ago.
I didn't plan on doing what I did, but I'd been watching her for so long, and the urge inside of me got so intense. And the next thing I knew, we were in the woods together.
Sarah knew this was a lie. He'd been prepared when he'd abducted Tommy. He'd brought the spiked Gatorade. He'd dipped the washcloth in bleach. He'd pressed a knitting needle against her neck. He had mutilated her so badly that she could not have children. The sadistic freak hadn't been looking for comfort. He'd wanted to create his own macabre version of a silent wife. Say her name, Sarah told him. She wasn't asking for the recording. She was asking for herself, for Tommy, for all the women he had destroyed. Say her name. He wouldn't do it. Brock said.
That was in October.
Then in March,
that's when Daddy died.
March. Rebecca Caterino. Leslie Truong. He asked,
Do you remember Johanna Mattis? I think you took care of her kids at the clinic.
He was teetering back on the far end of the circle. Sarah tried to push him along. She died in a car accident.
I was with her when Daddy came down the basement stairs.
Brock's voice took on a heaviness.
I was inside of her mouth, and Daddy walked in on us.
Sarah's hand went to her throat.
Daddy just dropped. He didn't even clutch his arm. I thought he'd fallen down the stairs. The heart attack wasn't what killed him. It was seeing me.
Brock opened his desk drawer. He took out a pack of tissues. He wiped his eyes.
I was so ashamed. But I felt this freedom, too. I didn't have to hide it anymore or sneak around. Mama never went into the basement. I could do what I wanted, but...
His voice trailed off.
I messed up so bad the first time. Nothing happened the way I thought it would. I didn't know the right dosage on the Rohypnol. She kept waking up and moving around. I couldn't get what I needed out of her. Do you get what I'm saying, Sarah? I needed her to be still.
Sarah had seen exactly what he had done. You mutilated Tommy.
She was so dry, and I needed...
His voice dropped to a whisper.
I know I got carried away. The hammer kept catching, and I didn't realize how sharp the knitting needle was, and I was used to the blood being cold. She was so warm, like a hand wrapping around me. I kept wanting more. It felt so good to be with someone who was a living, breathing thing.
Angry tears burned Sarah's eyes. Tommy was not a thing.
She tried her best to keep still, but she kept twitching, Brock said. That's why I had to use the awl on Becky, to make it so she couldn't move.
Sarah was able to take her first deep breath. There was his confession. He had finally spoken a name. Brock said,
The awl only paralyzed the lower extremities. I figured out how to fix that through trial and error.
Sarah could only think about all of the victims who represented those trials and errors.
With Becky, she kept swinging her little fists. She couldn't keep the Gatorade down. I had to hit her to make her stop. But here's the thing.
Sarah sat back as he leaned forward.
Becky got away, didn't she?
He held up his palm, indicating that Sarah wasn't meant to answer.
I gave them a chance. I left them alone. All of them at some point they had the opportunity to leave me.
Sarah shook her head at the lie. He hadn't given them a chance. He had drugged them until the drug stopped working, and then he had used the awl to paralyze them. Some of them, so very few of them, had been lucky enough to take advantage of the narrow window of time in between. Brock said,
When I would go visit them in the woods and see that they were still there, it was just magical.
There was something overtly sexual in the way he lightly traced his finger along his lips.
The ones who stayed with me, I would take my time with them. I brushed their hair, fixed their makeup. It wasn't always about making love. Sometimes I would hold their hands. And when they were gone, I let the animals have them. That's the natural order of things, isn't it? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
He was referencing their conversation from yesterday morning. Sarah wasn't going to let him justify his delusions. They all ended up back here, didn't they? I saw the map in the corridor. All the counties where you left the bodies are counties that you serve. That's how Shay Van Dorn got the condom stuck in her teeth. You raped her again when she was brought here. Brock opened another desk drawer. He reached inside. Sarah tensed, but then she saw what he was doing. Brock laid a pink scrunchie on top of one of the binders. The elastic band was sprinkled with white cartoon daisies. His hand disappeared again. He pulled out a plastic barrette, a pink headband, a red Chanel hair tie, a silver hairbrush, a plastic comb, a tortoiseshell hair clip with one of the teeth missing. Sarah lost count of the number of ties and bands until Brock retrieved the last of his trophies, a long piece of white ribbon. Sarah didn't need to read the orange and blue letters to recognize the Hartsdale High School logo. Is that?
I would never hurt you, Sarah.
Heat rushed through her body. High school. Tennis team. Sarah remembered tying up her hair with a ribbon exactly like the one that dangled between his fingers. She struggled to ask, "You took that from me?"
Yes, but only so you wouldn't use it anymore.
He carefully laid the ribbon across both the binders.
That's how they got my attention. A flick of the hair, running their fingers through their curls. They'd be in the store or at the gym and just reach up, and it was those private moments that always pulled me in. It was special. Only something that I would see. I would watch a light spread around them. Not like a spotlight, but a glow that came from within.
Sarah felt tears on her cheeks. She remembered the hair tie now. She had borrowed it from Tessa. Then she had lost it. Then there had been a screaming argument with slamming doors, and Kathy had finally sent them both to their rooms. Brock said,
Gina Vogel.
The name echoed inside of Sarah's head. She could not take her eyes off the ribbon.
I saw Gina at the grocery a few months ago. She's very funny. You'd like her.
What? Sarah could only see herself at the store, Brock watching her from afar as she untied the white ribbon from her hair.
Sarah?
He waited for her to look up.
I was saving Gina for March, but I had to move things along. I knew that I wouldn't fool you a second time.
Sarah felt the knowledge of what he was trying to say come down around her like another avalanche. The thing they had all feared the most was coming true. She said, "You abducted another woman?"
Gina is my insurance policy.
Sarah looked around his office with a new understanding. He had known that it was going to come down to this. The boxes were carefully labeled. All of the paperwork was filed. This was the office of a man who had decided to put all of his affairs in order. She said, "You want to trade Gina for what? You're not walking out of here, Brock. There's no way."
You'll take care of Mama for me, won't you?
Sarah moved to the edge of her chair. She could see over the green binders. Brock wasn't planning on walking out of here. He had placed a syringe out of view of the camera. The liquid inside was dirty brown. The plunger was pulled back as far as it would go. She shook her head. No.
I can tell you where Gina is.
Brock.
You're such a kind person, Sarah. That's why you're here. Don't you want to give the families closure?
She watched his eyes go to her purse. He had known that he was being recorded.
Gina is still salvageable,
he added.
if you find her in time.
Sarah frantically searched for a way to stop him. He was going to inject himself. What could she do? Take the revolver out of her pocket and threaten him? Shoot him? Say the code word and hope that Will killed Brock before he killed himself? Gina Vogel. Still salvageable.
You're a smart woman, Sarah. You'll put the pieces together.
His eyes flicked down to the binders. He was telling her what was inside.
I don't want a trial.
Tell me where Gina is, Sarah pleaded. We can stop this right now. His hands moved methodically behind the binder. He uncapped the syringe, pushed the air out of the plastic barrel.
You know they'll put me to death. Maybe I deserve it. I didn't really give those women a choice. I'm not so far gone that I can't see that.
Please, she begged.
I want to thank you for your friendship, Sarah. I really mean it.
Dad, we can work something out. Just tell me where she is.
Wallace Road intersects at 515, about a mile south of LJ.
Please. The needle slid into his vein. He rested his thumb on the plunger.
Gina is 2 miles west, about 50 yards from the fire road. I always did like a fire road.
Sarah said the last word that he would ever hear. Salad. Brock looked confused, but his thumb was already pressing down the plunger. The brown liquid shot into his vein. His mouth dropped open, his pupils constricted.
Oh!
He gasped, surprised by the rush. By the time Will busted down the door, Brock was dead. Chapter 29. Gina felt something wet hitting her face. She thought a dog was pissing on her. Then she thought she was in the shower. Then she remembered that she was in the woods. Her eyes opened. The trees swayed overhead. Dark clouds. Still daylight. A drop of rain tapped against her eyeball. Her eyes were open. She blinked. Then she blinked again to prove that she could do it. She was controlling her eyes. She was looking up, seeing things. It was daylight. She was alone. He wasn't here. She had to leave. Gina thought about the muscles in her stomach. The abs. The 6-pack. The 8-pack. What was wrong with her? Why did her only knowledge of stomach muscles come from Jersey Shore? For fuck's sakes. He was going to come back. He had told her that he would be back. She clenched her muscles. All of them. Every single streaky slab in her body. She opened her mouth. She screamed as loud as she could, as long as she could. One single word. Go! Her body flopped onto its side. She had no idea how she had managed to turn, but she had managed to turn, so she could probably manage other things. But she was so tired, and so dizzy that the world flipped upside down. Vomit spewed up her throat. The pain from clenching her stomach was a razor inside her body. She couldn't stop vomiting. The smell made her feel sicker. Her face was in it. She sniffed it up her nose. It was blue, with specks of black. She was vomiting blue. A moan came out of her throat. She sniffed. The chunk of vomit in her nose slid back down her throat. She closed her eyes. Don't close your eyes. She saw her hand in the puddle of vomit, close to her face. She could smell it, taste it. She watched her fingers move through the thick blue lumps. She was going to stand. She knew how to stand. She could feel everything now. Every nerve in her body was alive and on fire. Oh, the pain. She couldn't let the pain stop her. She had to move. She needed to get out of here. He was going to come back. He had promised that he would come back. He had begged her to wait for him. Move, move, move! She tried to push herself up. Knees on the ground. A girl push-up. She could do this. Her head was pounding. Her heart rolled like a wheel. Her eyelids fluttered. She was so tired. She heard footsteps. "Move, damn it! Move!" She saw shoes. Black Nikes. Black swoops. Black pants. He was going to rape her. He was going to rape her. Again. She squeezed her eyes closed. Don't drink it. Spit it up. Run. She heard the punch of his knees hitting the ground as he knelt down beside her. His fingers pressed open her eyelids. He was making her look at him. She had tried so hard not to see his face, to be able to honestly tell him that she had no idea what he looked like, that she wouldn't tell the police, that she could not identify him, that he could trust her, because she would never tell, and now he was making her, forcing her to look at his face. She felt her eyes roll wildly, like a rabid dog, as she looked at the ground, the vomit, the trees, anything but his face. "Gina Vogel?" the man said. Her eyes moved of their own accord. He was younger than she had thought. He was wearing a black baseball cap. She saw the word above the brim. Bright white letters stitched against the black. Police. "What?" she croaked. Her throat was too sore. From the cold. From the stuff he was making her drink. From the vomit. From him. "You're gonna be okay," the police told her. "I'm gonna stay with you until the ambulance comes." He wrapped a blanket around her body. She couldn't sit up. She was so dizzy. Light kept flashing in her eyes. So many lights. Her brain was like that turny thing inside of a police light, swirling and swirling, occasionally catching reality, then just as quickly letting it slip away. "The man who did this to you is dead," police told her. "He will never hurt another woman again." Gina's fist went to her lips. She tried to hold on to his words, to not let them slip away. She had survived this. She was alive. She would go home. She would make changes. She would become a healthier eater. She would work out 3 days a week. She would call her mother more often. She would be kind to her sulky, sullen niece. She would tell her 12-year-old boss that she actually did know how to sync her Outlook calendar. Police rubbed her arm. "Just try to breathe through it, okay? You've been drugged." "No shit, sir. That is abundantly clear." "They're almost here," police said. "Go on and cry if you need to. I'm not going to leave you." Gina realized she had shoved her fist into her mouth. She looked at her fingers like a mindless baby. Pointer, middle, ring, pinky, thumb. She could move them all. She closed her eyes. She could still feel them moving. She didn't even have to think about it. A laugh fluttered out of her mouth. Holy shit, she was so stoned. How could she be this high when she'd literally thrown up her stomach? It was lying on the ground like a Smurf shit. She waved her fingers again, trying to catch the soap bubbles floating like amoeba through the air. The colors were glorious. Gina was glorious. She was a gemstone tumbling inside a kaleidoscope. A warm, fluffy sock, lazily dancing around other warm, fuzzy socks in a clothes dryer. "Ma'am?" police said. "Ma'am?" God damn it, she was still old. 1 week later. Chapter 30. Sarah stared out her office window. The sun was setting. The parking lot at GBI headquarters was nearly empty. She could see Will's car parked beside Faith's Mini. Sarah's car was at home. Will had insisted on driving her the last few days. Amanda Secura was several spaces closer to the front entrance. She turned back to her laptop. She had paused the video from Brock's office. The only part she cared about was the last 16 seconds. Sarah studied Brock's face. She wanted to see madness there, danger, aggression. But it was just his face. He had asked her to take care of his mother. Myrna Brock had been found lying dead in her room at the assisted living home. Her hair and makeup had been done. An empty syringe was on her bedside table. The residue inside was dirty brown. Analysis showed that she had been injected with what was called a hot shot, heroin mixed with a lethal substance. In this case, embalming fluid. The same chemicals had been found in the syringe that Brock had injected into his own arm. He had designated Sarah as the executor of his estate. He'd left exact instructions on how his mother's remains were to be handled. He'd prepaid for everything, a common practice in the industry. Sarah had ensured that Myrna had been given a proper Christian burial in the Hartsdale Memory Gardens. Her own mother had attended the graveside, but the rest of the town had stayed away. As for Brock's remains, nothing had been specified in any of his documents. He had left it to Sarah to dispose of his body. She imagined that he'd assumed Sarah would be kind. She had paid for his cremation out of her own pocket. She had stood over the toilet in the funeral home and kept flushing until every last bit of his ashes were gone. Sarah pressed the space bar to start the video. Brock said,
I didn't really give those women a choice.
She closed her eyes, but she had watched the scene so many times that she could still see the wisp of a smile on his face. Brock had been in control from the moment Sarah had walked into his office. She had watched him roll up his sleeves. He'd prepared the hot shot ahead of time. He'd concealed it inside the edge of one of the binders. He had made sure that his mother would never hear about his crimes. He had dangled Gina Vogel's life over Sarah's head. Unlike his victims, he had gone out on his own terms. On the video, Brock said,
I always did like a fire road.
Sarah opened her eyes. This was the part that always got her. The only indication that Brock was injecting himself was an almost imperceptible twitch in his shoulders. She heard her own gasp on the recording. He was pushing down the plunger. She stopped the video. Gina Vogel. Still salvageable. Sarah's hand curled into a fist. The familiar admonishments rolled like breaking news at the bottom of a television. This hand had been gripping a loaded revolver. This hand could have grabbed the syringe away. This hand could have slapped Dan Brock across the face, beaten him, pummeled him, instead of remaining safely tucked inside of her pocket. Sarah did not know what to do with her anger. There was a part of her that longed to see Brock in shackles, shuffling across the courtroom, head hanging down, his brutality exposed to the world. Then there was a part of her who had been on the other side of that courtroom, a victim watching her rapist, her eyes swollen from crying, throat raw from crying, taking the stand, weakly raising her arm to point at the man who had taken away her sense of self. Could Tommy Humphrey do that? Could she walk across a packed courtroom and take the stand? With a chance to confront Brock help heal her soul? Sarah would never have the opportunity to ask her. Tommy had blocked Sarah's number. Delilah had closed her email account. Callie Zanger had not been granted the same invisibility. Faith had told her in person. The woman had a right to know. It wasn't their secret to keep. None of the victims or their families would have ownership of their secrets for long. The news organizations were already suing for details under Georgia's sunshine laws. They wanted access to the green binders. Dan Brock had left 6 inches of pages, meticulously recording his crimes against both the dead and the living. His stalking diaries went back to high school. He had raped for the first time while attending mortuary college. Tommy Humphrey had been his first mutilation. Rebecca Caterino, his first paralysis. Leslie Truong, his first murder. His notations included the victim's hair color, eye color, physical build, and information on their personalities. His collection of stolen hair accessories had been described down to the exact location they'd been found. Brock had brought his coroner's talents to the crime scenes, describing wounds and gashes, detailing the locations, the degradations, the return visits, the waning effects of the Rohypnol, the points at which he'd decided to permanently paralyze them, the approximate times of death, the slicing tool he'd used to draw blood so the animals would take care of any trace evidence. Murder, rape, assault, stalking, forcible sodomy, mutilation of a corpse, necrophilia. Dan Brock had built nearly 100 cases against himself. And then, he had made sure that he would never have to answer for any of them.
Help!
Faith knocked on the door jamb as she came into the office. She held out her phone to Sarah.
Is this Ebola?
Sarah looked at the photograph of the rash on Emma's belly. Have you changed your laundry detergent recently?
I'm sure her cheap-ass father has.
Faith slumped down in a chair.
We finished looking at all of the security footage from Callie Zanger's building. Brock went into her apartment 3 months before she was attacked, just like he outlined in his stalking journal.
Sarah knew they would spend the next few months verifying the details from Brock's binders. Only a fool would take him at his word. What about the man in the black beanie from Leslie Truong's crime scene video?
Nothing. It's VHS. All they could get was a blob.
Sarah looked back at the paused video. Brock's thumb rested on the plunger of the hypodermic needle. She wanted to leave him like that, forever frozen in the process of taking the easy way out.
Faith said, I'm telling you this is your friend. You need to stop watching that video.
Sarah closed her laptop. I should have done something.
Take out the part where you saved Gina Vogel's life by going into that office in the first place,
Faith said.
If you had reached for that needle, Brock could have injected you instead. Or hit you.
Or something bad, Sarah.
Because he was nice to you for some reason, but he was a psychopath who murdered and mutilated women.
Sarah clutched her hands in her lap. Will had told her the same thing. Repeatedly.
I'm so angry that he had agency.
He got to end it on his terms.
Dead is dead, Faith said. Take the win.
None of this was a win. Everyone had lost. Except for Lena Adams. Nothing they had found would contradict Lena's testimony, detailing how the child porn was found on Nesbitt's laptop. Yet again, she had managed to walk away unscathed. Only this time, she was walking away with a baby in her arms. Sarah didn't need another thing to be outraged about. She changed the subject, asking Faith, how is Gina Vogel doing?
Maybe okay. She said something about moving to Beijing, then she said she could never leave Atlanta.
Faith shrugged.
1 minute she's crying, the next minute she's laughing, then it's back to crying again. I think she's going to get through this, but what do I know?
Sarah didn't know either. She had somehow found her way back. She didn't know how or why. Some people just got lucky.
Daryl Nesbitt's in the hospital. His leg is septic.
Faith didn't seem bothered by the man's condition.
The doctors are saying it's not looking good. They're going to have to take more of his leg.
Sarah knew that this would be the beginning of the end for Daryl Nesbitt. The intellectual part of her wanted to rail against the unusually cruel system, but the baser part of her nature was glad that Daryl would be gone. Losing Jeffrey had taught her that sometimes justice needed a nudge. She asked Faith, what about Nesbitt's offer to trade intel on the illegal phones being smuggled into the prison?
Now that he knows he's not getting the pedophile charge off his sheet, he doesn't give a shit about the phones.
Con's got a con, Sarah said, anticipating Faith's views on the matter.
At least Gerald Caterino got something out of it.
She shrugged.
He won't let us test Heath's DNA against Brock's. But last I heard, the kid's been enrolled in elementary school. That's something, right?
It's something. Sarah wondered if Caterino was trying to maintain plausible deniability. One day, Heath would ask about the circumstances of his birth. It was easier to lie if you never looked for the truth. She told Faith, I heard Miranda Newbury copped a plea.
She'll be out in 8 months.
Faith sounded bitterly disappointed. Gerald Caterino was not Miranda's only victim. She had built dozens of grieving parents and spouses out of tens of thousands of dollars. Sarah said, she did some solid detective work. Almost every name on that spreadsheet checked out.
If she wanted to be a detective, she should have gone to the police academy or gotten her PI license.
Faith had paid her dues. She had very little tolerance for people who didn't.
You know what they say? When you do clownery, the clown comes back to bite.
Jane Austen.
Monique.
Faith pushed herself out of the chair.
I'm out of here, friend. Please stop looking at that video.
Sarah forced a smile onto her lips until Faith was gone. She opened her laptop. She played the video again. Brock laid the white ribbon across the green binders. Sarah had no idea why she so clearly remembered losing the hair tie. The fight with Tessa had been one of many. Sarah's hair had always been long. Over the years, she had lost hundreds of ties and bands. She'd had no idea that Brock had stolen this particular ribbon. And she had been so certain when she walked into Brock's office inside the all-care warehouse that he would not hurt her. Now she wondered. Her cell phone chimed. Will had sent a car emoji. She texted back a running woman and a man behind a desk, letting him know that she would meet him in his office. Sarah stuck her laptop into her briefcase. The brown paper bag inside the outer pocket crumpled. She had to take out everything and readjust it. She found her purse on the couch. She checked to make sure she had her keys, and locked her office door. She dialed Tessa's phone number as she walked down the stairs. Tessa answered, "What's up, swim fan?" Sarah indulged her with a laugh. Her little sister was never going to let her forget the night Sarah had spent chasing Will around town like a crazy person. "I was thinking about something." "Don't hurt yourself." Sarah rolled her eyes. She pushed open the door to the morgue. "When I got hurt in Atlanta, I went back home. And then when I got hurt at home, I went back to Atlanta." Tessa gave a dramatic sigh. "I've forgotten how to extrapolate." "You were hurt, and now you're home, and I need to support you." "Took you long enough." "Thank you for your graciousness." Sarah turned off the lights in the hall. "I called around and got a couple of recommendations for some really good midwives. They're always looking for apprentices. I'll email you the details when I get home." Tessa's huffing sound signified she would not be that easily placated. "How are things with Will?" Sarah glanced behind her. She could see the tiny office in the back of the morgue, where she'd rubbed lotion into Will's skin. "You were right. I fixed it with a hand job." "Well done," Tessa said. "I'm still mad at you." Sarah looked at her phone. Tessa had hung up on her again. She channeled her inner potty mouth as she walked toward the main building. She loved her little sister, but she was such a little sister. Sarah climbed another set of stairs, because her life at the GBI was a never-ending stack of Legos. She shifted her briefcase, adjusted her purse. She felt a passing nervousness at the thought of seeing Will. He had been so patient with her since Brock's suicide. Sarah's tossing and turning was keeping him awake at night. He wouldn't let her sleep on the couch. Will had spent his childhood dealing with trauma. He knew that sometimes all you could do was listen. The hallway was dark when Sarah opened the door. Amanda and Faith had already left for the day. Only Will's office light cut a white triangle across the hall carpet. Sarah could hear Bruce Springsteen playing on his computer. "I'm on fire." Sarah reached back and pulled out the tie, so that her hair fell around her shoulders. She waited for Will to notice her in his doorway. He smiled.
"Hey."
"Hi." Sarah sat on the love seat in the corner. She let her briefcase and purse fall to the floor. She patted the cushion next to her. "Come here. I've got something to show you." He gave her a curious look, but he sat beside her. Sarah took in a calming breath. She had silently rehearsed this moment for days, but now that the time was actually here, she had butterflies. Will asked,
"Is something wrong?"
"No, my love." She pulled the brown paper bag out of her briefcase. She opened the top and placed it on the couch between them. Will laughed. He recognized the McDonald's logo. He leaned over, peering into the bag.
"That's a Big Mac."
Sarah waited. He took the box out of the bag. His smile faltered.
"Something is in here, but it's not the weight of a Big Mac."
"Later, we are going to discuss how you know the weight of a Big Mac."
"Okay," he said. "But did you throw it away in the regular trash or the dead people trash?"
"Babe, let the hamburger go." He still looked disappointed, but she thought that would change soon. Will flicked open the box. He looked down at the blue Tiffany ring cushion Sarah had placed on a bed of black tissue paper. The titanium and platinum wedding band was dark on the outside, light on the inside. Will never wore jewelry. His wedding band from his first marriage had been purchased from a pawn shop. By Will. Angie had never given him anything. He stared at the ring, but he didn't speak. Sarah went through a series of silent rapprochements, because the band was probably too thick, or he didn't like the color, or he changed his mind. She had to ask him, "Did you change your mind?" He carefully placed the box on the couch between them. He said,
"I've been thinking a lot about my job. Not the money, which isn't much, but how I do my actual job."
She pressed together her lips.
"What I do is I try to put myself in the bad guy's shoes. That's how I figure them out."
She could feel her throat tightening. He was completely ignoring the ring. Will said,
"I can imagine murderers and thieves and wife-beaters and rapists. I can even understand Brock in a certain way. I'm really good at imagining a lot of things. But I cannot imagine what I would do if you died."
Sarah felt tears sting her eyes. The thought of losing Will was as unbearable as the thought of Will having to go through the hell she had endured when Jeffrey died. He said,
"I saw you on that Grant County tape from 8 years ago, and I didn't recognize you."
She wiped her eyes. 8 years felt like a lifetime ago.
"In the children's home, the way we got through it was, whatever bad thing happened to you, you just told yourself that it happened to someone else, that you weren't that person. You split yourself off, and the new person was the one who could keep going."
Sarah kept her mouth closed. He so rarely talked about his childhood that she didn't want to give him a reason to stop. Will looked down at the wedding band. She had spent too much money. He didn't like the color. The metal was too heavy. He said,
"You know my mother was a prostitute."
He was trying to talk her out of it. "Baby, you know that doesn't matter to me." His face was still turned toward the ring.
"When I got her belongings, she had all this cheap costume jewelry."
Sarah bit her tongue. The ring had not been cheap.
Necklaces and bracelets and... what do you call that ugly thing Amanda wears on her jackets?
"A brooch."
"A brooch,"
he said.
"The necklaces were so old that the strings disintegrated. All of the silver bracelets had turned black. There were at least 20 of them. I guess she stacked them all together. What are those silver bracelets called?"
"Bangles."
"Bangles."
He finally looked up from the ring. He rested his hand along the back of the couch. His fingers played with the ends of her hair.
"What's the kind of necklace that's tight like a dog collar?"
"A choker," she said. "Do you want me to pull up some photos on my laptop?" He gently tugged at her hair. She realized he was teasing her. He said,
"You're so beautiful."
Her heart skipped. There was a dreaminess to his smile. Sarah had been swept off her feet before, but Will was the only man she'd ever met who could make her weak in the knees. He said,
"Your eyes are such a specific color of green, almost like they're not real."
Will stroked her hair behind her ear. She tried not to purr like a cat.
"When I met you, I kept thinking I'd seen that color somewhere before. It drove me crazy trying to remember where."
His hand fell away, resting on the back of the couch again.
"I've been looking at rings for months. Princess cuts and marquise and cushion, and then I went through this whole panic where I thought I had to spend 80 grand.
"Will, you don't..." He reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small silver ring. It was cheap costume jewelry. The metal was dented. The green stone was scratched down the side. The color was almost identical to her eyes. He said,
"This was my mother's."
Sarah's hands had gone to her mouth. He had kept the ring in his pocket. He had been waiting for the right time. He asked,
"So,
Yes, my love. I would be delighted to marry you. Sarah didn't need to hear the question. She was not going to screw it up this time.